bad. But now you're like, well,
copium, well, they would normally.
We could be we should have been 2-1.
Exactly.
So it's like totally different between what it could have been. So a 1-2, but I think generally pretty happy with them. They also like, I think immediately after the games were pretty upset, but then the next days I've always seen them seem to bounce back, and they were doing like their little intros that whenever they show up at the studio, if you've missed it, they're always doing something. Some of them I'm like, huh? And some of them are pretty good.
I just like that they're trying stuff.
Yeah.
Energy's coming in the league. You guys should follow their Twitter account. They're doing like lots of league
All
content.
the team socials.
Yep.
Go follow them.
And they're doing lots of like meme tweets and stuff.
all of them, Mark.
They're doing lots of meme tweets, and they're trying some fun stuff with the intros and whatnot, right? Like, it's just fun to see people out there having fun and trying.
And it's a snowball effect because lots of the teams are doing it now. You know, we had the dunking one, we had Team Liquid coming in, and they had the tactical one because tactical, you know,
getting a Santa Monica police car was the one where I was like, where did you get that? Like, was that a real police car? Did they like get like a decal you slapped on there?
It was funny to me because I was like, all right. FBI uses just the all black tinted Windows cars.
It was pretty funny to be like, I'm with the FBI, and I'm like, but that's
just a
parking.
It's okay. We'll let them have it. You know.
Yeah. Exactly. He tried. But you know, definitely fun to see. I want to know, what is your guys' immediate gut response? Did they get better or worse with the bot lane change?
Energy?
Yes.
Better.
I think better, but.
So, given that they got 4th in spring, let's put
from
it
the gut, Mark. From the gut.
So that's why it's hard for me. It's like I feel like they're generally like a 4th, 5th place team. I don't know if it's any different. Like FBI looked really good. There were games where Luger looked good as well, and like
really good.
They're always inconsistent. It's like they're a team that will like smash people and then get smashed, and then they're like
FBI though. Is he inconsistent?
I mean, people. This is not my opinion of him, but I know some people have the opinion where he gets that 15-kill game, but he loses it, and people get upset at him for getting picked off in situations or like not doing what they think other AD carries would have done in that situation. So I know there is a contingent of people who think he's overrated, and when given like big leads like that, he can't carry the way that they want him to. I'm not saying that's me, but I know that that's some people's perception.
For part of the reason why my answer was instant was because I put a lot of emphasis on what your teammates say, and the teammates are pretty overwhelmingly positive change on him, both in comms and in game as well. So we only have a small sample size of this 1 week and 3 games on stage, but for the teammates to be pretty solid around it, I think speaks volumes. So
yeah, absolutely.
So that's why I'm like, I think the team overall looks kind of like CLG. You know, they
slight upgrade. Then.
Yeah, it's like slight upgrade. They're still energy. They're still gonna have some games where they and like I don't know.
Yep, it'll be interesting. TSM we can hop to. They went 1-2 as well. A bunch of people are tagging me in their like victory tweets as though I like want this team to go 0-18 or something.
Good riddance.
I just I mean it's definitely because of the good riddance tweet.
Yeah.
But we even talked about this on the dive. Like I don't know why people equate me being pissed with a decision that the owners made with not liking the players or the coaches or anyone working for the team. I actually like a lot of those guys, right? Like there's nothing that I have against them. So we both had them 10th, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I still think they're probably going to be around 10th, right? Like that.
What if they keep Insanity instead, though?
I mean, I think that's actually an upgrade.
Yeah,
for sure. And so that's the other thing I was going to get to is that it's funny because it's like I think Ruby is a lot worse than Insanity. I was not impressed by him at all. I think Insanity is pretty underrated and is another one of those guys that a lot of the Academy folks have been like, he's stuck in Academy jail forever. He should be in LCS.
Yeah.
And so I think that they are a better team with him. And so I'm not shocked that they got a win. I will say, I think their drafts were butt. And like, I don't think that they're...
especially this last one.
The early Malphite stuff.
But weren't they just doing Malphite? Like, it was all 3 games, right?
All 3 games of Malphite.
And it didn't look good at all in any game to me. And it's like, this is a very punishable pick. Malphite is a great response pick to like a Jace or a whatever.
But they would take it like with like third.
It and stuff.
Except like the FlyQuest game where Prince didn't flash Malphite ults twice when he did have flash ready for them.
Yeah, and he died with ult up a lot. I felt like was on his Xayah game.
Maybe that's contributing to overvaluing the Malphite. So they're like, look,
Prince died.
Blasted them with it.
Prince did not have a good weekend. No one on FlyQuest did, but
But,
you know,
like-
TSM, I think we're not bad.
Yeah, they were very close to getting to 2-1.
Yep.
It was like their games were competitive. Insanity looked very good. I think the team as a whole looked solid. Like everyone seemed to have a role within the team that made sense. And so that's why I think a lot of people are like, just keep Insanity. Like this is better than what people were expecting from this roster. And so there's this concern that like when Ruby comes, if he can actually step in or not. I don't know.
And you could also just like improve the drafts, right? Like I don't think that they need to have Haunter.
Haunter's a one trick now, man. I don't know if you've seen him. recently.
Haunter.
He's trying to become Malphite IRL. He's like swole.
He's already there. He's or I forget if it was Jat or Flowers, but they're like, I think he's the strongest LCS like player in the LCS, and I was like, yeah, I think that I would gut answer for sure that.
Yeah, especially pound for pound. If you start like equating for that, but even maybe just straight up.
I think even straight up, even with.
I mean, who else would be stronger? There's not a lot of like
Well, I was just saying, like,
guys.
I don't know. How,
Yes.
like Fudge is bigger than him. Like Fudge is just a big. Like he's huge. So like
And Cloud9 does have the workout.
Haunter's got some big arms.
They have
that's
the workout
but like
systems.
it depends what you're like. We should get a deadlift set up in here or like a squat
I
rack.
don't think anyone's gonna want to challenge Haunter.
We don't know that.
Also, if you have people who have never done squats or deadlift
Well, we're
like
not-
that, those are dangerous.
We're not
They're
gonna
gonna hurt
ask-
We're
themselves.
not gonna ask the unathletic pros to do it. Just like be like, oh look, he only did 135.
Someone comes
You know,
in, they're like, "Oh, I'll try." You're like,
No. it's opt-in
No, this
basis.
is not for
It's
you.
opt-in. We'll have someone making sure they're doing the right form. Some of us lift, we
opt in
vaguely
with
know.
the ability to deny.
We'll get the belt on the
Some
back so
players
you don't
doing
throw
it.
your back out, straight up. Just do one deadlift and we'll make a power ranking.
Exactly. But my point was, he doesn't need to be a Malphite one trick. He didn't even play it a single time in spring. So it's like, I guess they just have a read that's really strong right now. I think Jhin is super garbage. Like so garbage.
Yeah, I kept saying it, but I was like, on 13-10, it was really good.
Yeah.
With the broken Gale Force and Storm
Storm
Razor
Razor,
combo,
yeah. Yep.
it was really good.
Yep.
You could run around 10,000 miles as an 80 carry, blasting people.
Dude, ARAM Jhin on that patch was.
Especially against tanks and stuff. It's so tough. I always feel like if you want to play Jhin in a tank,
That was in
meta,
the two.
You have to pair it with like a Cassio or an Azir or like a something.
And they have Ari, another
Exactly.
pick champion.
Something that has to kill the tank, because otherwise you just hit 20 minutes into the game and the Ornn or whatever it is, Sejuani is just walking into your ult and you're not even hurting them.
I mean, that also happened even in the EG game where JoJo was fed, but like playing into a bunch of tanks, and he had to just like start suiciding, trying to like get onto the back line and like go 1-for-1 with the enemy carry. So like, yeah, Ari is in a weird place. Like she's strong, but if you get outscaled by like a lot of tanks that people are slamming on top side, that you can end up pretty weak. And that kind of
you
felt
can't
like
fight front to back. You're more limited.
Yeah, so that kind of felt like TSM's problem a little bit. We'll see if they can adapt in draft.
Yep.
I think the one that I'm most excited to talk about has to be.
More positive on TSM than I was.
Look at even
They're
even
moving
Azale.
up.
They're moving up.
I'm excited to talk about 100 Thieves. If only because after
day of the duck.
the day of the duck happened, day one, and they beat FlyQuest, and everyone thought FlyQuest was still good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that I got so much shit talked my way because I put them 7th.
I knew
I tweeted you about this, and then I told you after it, and it's great too, because then if one of these start losing, you can quote retweet and
Yeah,
flame
it was
me.
like I don't care about that stuff. That's just funny. But like on like the post match thread of that one, it was like just all over the place. That was conversation was going on, and I was like, listen, I don't hate these guys. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah.
But like when there's just like this day one, like this guy's an idiot coming from everyone. I'm like, well then I hope I'm right way more now, so I can rub it back in your faces. So like I don't want 100 Thieves to be bad, but if they lost every
But
game,
if they are,
if
I
they
would be
lost
happy.
every single game for the rest of the season, I'd be stoked. I love those guys. I don't want this to happen. But if it did,
Their
fans.
careers are absolutely decimated by this split being historically bad.
No, not the
I
players.
would love this.
No,
But I love those guys. Great guys.
on the real, I'm just saying, like, I don't care at the end of the day, but just day one overreactions are always so funny to me because it's like,
Of course.
you don't know what's going to happen. And like, if
But
it's
that's kind of the fun
joking,
of it, right?
if it's joking, I don't care.
sports.
Yeah. If people are like, you're an idiot because this, and it's like, well, actually, FlyQuest is just the worst team in the league and you beat them. Like, okay.
Yeah.
That's actually the takeaway now because they didn't look that great. Like, a lot of the problems that I felt like this team had and why I put them low, I think you're seeing them in some of the later games that happened where they just didn't do that much. And especially the third game they played where they kind of just like rolled over and died.
Yeah.
It's like that was what I was worried about. That's kind of what happened in a lot of their games in Spring Split.
To be fair, though, like our power rankings were based on them with Quid. Right?
Mine wasn't. I knew that they were not going to have Quid, and this was before the walkout, so I thought that they would have 2 to 3 weeks without Quid.
Me putting them where they was based on Quid, and I even said that in
both of us did.
Well, I also said that I didn't think Quid was going to revitalize the team, and that's something that we're still jury's out on.
We'll have to see, right?
Yeah,
and it is tough when you're coming in late and everything.
Yep.
But like, so what I will say is Nuke Duck did fine in lane, right? He kind of got pushed in, but he farmed well. It's clear the guy was a pro, like, you know, like, and
he was not a problem at all.
He did more than Vikla.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we're coming back to a FlyQuest game, and FlyQuest stocks have plummeted. They're actually in 10th in the dirt.
We'll get to that.
So we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But he also, like, what I was gonna say is that he also was not a source of like proactivity at all for them in the games that they lost, right? And that was something that really hurt. I still felt like. I felt like 100 Thieves bot lane looked pretty good. You know, even in this last game.
Their second game was good.
And their second game was pretty good. Their first game was really good. Even this game, the Zeri game today that they lost, it's like they're getting dove and they're getting a kill in a 2v3. It felt like Double was the only hope for them to do anything in that game because, to your point, they were doing nothing proactive. So that was kind of a positive takeaway. I still thought the bot lane looked solid. But yeah, definitely some problems. I don't think Closer had a great week. I think Someday had a good game one, like a really good game one. But again, now that FlyQuest had such a bad week, it is hard to know, like, what does it mean that they looked so good in game one? Because they did look so good in game one.
Yeah, and that game one, though, like, you have to use your eyes to see, like, what happened. And it's like, okay, so the Renekton goes for an invade to shove the Maokai out of a camp. He's just trying to shove him off a camp. And, like, rather than just, like, lose Flash, Spica gives first blood to the Renekton and falls massively behind because then Closer counter jungles.
But did he get the
side.
Gromp? I can't remember.
No, he died.
No, he did not.
He didn't get the Gromp, and then Closer takes the Gromp. And so he's like 15, 20 CS down at like 6 minutes. And like that game was a disaster.
Yeah, it was.
And like, not to say that 100 Thieves didn't do good things to make that happen, but like they got so much more off some of the plays that happened than you're supposed to get in that situation.
And like even the turnaround dive where they were trying to dive Someday top lane, Vikla missed his shock blast on the Maokai ulted.
Yeah.
Or rather, he used it before the Maokai ult landed instead of hitting the guarantee.
And then they like do-si-doed about going in or not. And like, they played well that game.
Sure.
I'm not saying that like 100 Thieves can't bounce back and be better than 7th. I'm not like, I also said at the time that like the middle of the pack is very up in the air for a lot of people. So like, I wouldn't be like super worried if you're a 100 Thieves fan.
Yeah. I don't really care about this week for them that much.
No, me neither. I think it sounds like Quid's back. I think they were tweeting about it and that they're going to have
He was on stage after day one.
Yeah. He's been tweeting, so he's here.
So I'm excited to see if he can give them some more, like to the point about like Doublelift has looked good so far this split. They need a little bit more help.
Buddy?
I'm excited.
Yeah. Did you see that?
I just hope they lose every game.
I'm excited for them to take fat L's. Did you see that he tweeted that like his picture out the window or whatever? And everyone memeing it, saying like the 100 Thieves put him in the hood and stuff. And, like,
wait, what? The Quake tweeted this?
Yeah, he's like,
I didn't see this
like
at
first
all.
morning in America, and people are like, what the hell? Like, where did the 100 Thieves split you? I didn't think it looked bad. Personally,
I'm looking this up right now.
but it was just funny. Like people were quote tweeting it, like 100 Thieves got quit in the hood and stuff like that.
I mean, I assume it's somewhere in Culver though.
Yeah, I don't think it just was by like a highway or something. I don't know. It looked like
Hey, this looks fine.
It looks fine.
I think a lot of people don't know what Los Angeles looks like. This is like, it gets worse. It gets a lot worse.
I thought it looked completely fine, but it was just funny, so I mentioned it. But 100 Thieves, yeah, we'll have to see, right? Even next week, because they weren't scrimming with Quid, they were actually scrimming with Nuke Duck the last couple of weeks. So even next week, we'll be kind of a little bit up in the air as to what we're really going to get. But hopefully for them, they can kind of hit the ground running. I think, as far as my power rankings, I could easily see them finishing below where I thought because they obviously didn't have Quid for week 1. They didn't get scrims with them, so he's either going to have them for week 2, but they're not going to be practiced. So it's really hard to see where they're going to be. But at least bot lane was a bright spot, and I think we know that Someday is going to do Someday things. He's been pretty consistent his whole career.
Yeah, my probably biggest takeaways for week 1 adjusting our power rankings is FlyQuest way down, and EG up.
TL
EG up
well,
significantly,
right?
and TL. So I think up. I think EG had more room to go up, and so I think the gains for me for EG were bigger, but the TL ones are also up. It's just that you still have those kind of hanging little doubts about mid and late game choices, but it definitely seems to be that progress that they laid out for themselves as being a summer team, and them going over and doing the work at MSI and stuff like that is definitely improved.
Yep, absolutely. So, I mean, that's definitely exciting. So Dig is the other 1-2 team we have not touched on yet. They got blasted by Immortals and C9. Rich
Rich looking good though.
Even in those blastings, Rich.
I was talking shit about Hots, you know.
He's the Hots GOAT, baby. Bring it back.
He's
We're
the
gonna
Hots
say it every
GOAT
week
though.
now.
And
How about his Hots games? Let's get up some highlights.
I wish I knew some HOTS champions to like say that he's on to like make him.
I played about 4 games of Heroes of the Storm before I got
Never even installed it.
exactly. I never even played a single
Didn't
one.
look at it.
I looked at it. I watched a game online, and I was like, that is.
I saw it in the
boring.
Blizzard launcher, and that's about it.
I played with one of the designers of it, and he was really keen on it. And he's like, "Oh, what you think?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, want to play some money?"
You're like, sorry, I have to go. I feel sick all of a sudden.
I think I played about 3 or 4 games with him, and then I never logged on again. So I think he understood.
Yeah, Rich though came from the scene. Looks great.
I did feel bad for him in, I think it's the second game loss or something. And like the game against Cloud9.
He was getting Fudge a little bit.
He beats, when Fudge tries to go for the tower dive and then doesn't get the auto on him, and he outplays there, and then he gets another kill later in the game.
Double
While
solo kill.
The whole rest of the team is on fire. I was like, oh man, I feel bad for him. And then this game, they win today. And it just felt so much, vindication, especially because we played that Dignitas video that they made with their HOTS playing manager had a lot of that connection with him and really
the other guy that plays.
emphasized that team fighting. How was your team fighting after you played your 3 games of HOTS? Was it quickly improved?
Yeah.
Don't answer that. That is a rhetorical question.
I love Rich. I will say this team still scares me a little bit. The 2 losses were pretty rough, and the win over EG did have, it felt like it was in EG's hands a little bit. There were some not super clean fights. Rich played every situation very well and kept it closer, but it didn't feel like there was that much help around him in a lot of situations.
I was seeing a lot of Rich v9, get Rich a team and stuff already. I was like, wow, people are on this train fast.
Well, yeah, because it looked like they should have been 0-3 if not for him. So I still think there's questions about Santorin and Jensen, who didn't look super good this weekend, I think.
A lot of people were roasting Jensen for the sorry game.
The first 2 ones were definitely super tragic for them. They both played a bit better in this third one.
Yeah. I would say Immortals, I give Immortals more credit for shutting them down than it was more outplays than misplays almost because that was the Santorin Rek'Sai game, and he was just going mid nonstop, but Immortals were roaming from top lane and jungle and support and everywhere and constantly rewarding mid. So every time Rek'Sai tried to go for something mid, he had been spotted on a ward that he couldn't see. So I thought Immortals handled it really well. But yeah, they didn't get a lot done. And that was kind of that was the bright spot of Dig last split was Santorin was always good for a couple kills at the start of the game. His early pathing would always get them something and then usually it would fall apart. But yeah, Santorin
good for 2 plays.
Yeah.
I love it in Valo when they're always talking about the lone person defending and then popping off being. It's late in the long day. I don't know.
It's
I was like, is he clutching
Valo
something?
Valo segue.
Santorin's like a clutch.
This is about as tied in as Jet's golf segment
Hell
today.
Yeah. We were laughing so much because he was talking so much about ball striking and stroking and
stiff shafts.
Liquid being released and shafts. And we were just whoa, someone is going to make a mashup of these.
That was his shtick today. The whole reason I think the golf segment exists is to say ball stroking and firm shaft.
He said stiff shaft about 40 times in that segment.
Yep.
On this or that, he was talking about don't put pressure on the balls or they will release the liquid.
I saw a Photoshop of that already from someone. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Moving on, unless you say anything else about Dig.
I mean, Dig for me kind of went down, I feel like, in my estimation. And I didn't have them estimated that high just because I think even if Rich is playing well, it's not a top meta. You're not going to win that many games if your top laner is the only one playing well. So that's my big concern.
Yeah, I think I don't remember if I said it, but I was I don't think they're going to go 3-15 again. No, but I also don't think that they will be much different in the rankings.
But like if you have a Casio on your team, and you have some good ways, like we keep pointing out, like if they could get this team fight together, then they can still win. Their 3,000 gold still looks definitely winnable, and then they actually get it together in game and they do execute as a team for the team fight, then they've got the other pieces to
absolutely
do better than 10th place.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to do better than 3 wins for sure. And Jensen, to be fair, in his interview, actually seemed relatively confident in the team.
He seems like he's chilling.
Yeah, and he seemed really positive on the team. He was like, oh my God, it's such a breath of fresh air. We weren't going to do much with the old roster. Things are way better. So like, hey, maybe things are really going well in scrims and are really going to get better. Tomo is definitely way better than Spawn was. Top lane looks like a significant upgrade. Diamond is doing pretty well and stuff. So it's like if Jensen and Santorin play well and return to how well they were playing last split, I feel like the team is definitely going to get more wins. But last team remaining is FlyQuest. They went 0-3. They came in. They were super confident. I had heard, preseason that they were feeling really, really good about how the team was shaping up. Obviously, they did all the content. They did FlyQuest Summer, their music video, where they're trash talking all the teams. Prince is quote tweeting our dive power rankings and saying like, "You didn't put us in first. You put us in second. You must be going to the hospital, right? Like you're sick in the head." And then they come out and they kind of just get clapped and they look really bad. Like there's so many things that went bad. It wasn't even like, man, they just had a couple Baron throws. It was like, everything was kind of bad.
There wasn't a single bright spot, I would say. Like your brightest spot was like Impact was better than
I would say Impact, yeah.
But like the rest of the team was like just bad.
Spica made a lot of mistakes. Their coordination was really bad.
Bot lane was losing 2v2s all over the place.
They were dying left and right.
Was making mistakes, like the worst of Vikla from spring. There's not much to like be positive on.
They got a 2v2 kill today early on in bottom lane, just saying. Vulcan, the Ignite, Recon Flash, boom. There's a bright spot.
Was that against?
Be careful, don't stare at it. It might blind you.
It's
that bright.
I think it's actually so dark everywhere else. So you see that like one pinprick.
Golden Guardians,
You're
right?
like,
that was the monster Huhient.
Yeah.
Where he just walked forward, knowing they're both in the team.
Hey, don't try and put
like
context.
you said, don't look too close. Don't look too close.
Exactly.
It was a bright spot. I'm with you. So yeah, like even the weirdest part for me was like Prince was mechanically bad. And that was weird. Like, that was weird to see. You talked about, like, not flashing some of the Malphite ults and stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, how many times did he die with Xyl? It felt like he kept dying with Xyl up to, like, to engages in the game today against Golden Guardians. It's like he gets hit by a Yone ult or gets hit by this or that. And I'm like, this is just weird.
We didn't debut the term, but we came up with the North Americanification.
Man, don't perpetuate that.
Get that garbage out of here,
You
Mark.
don't like
I don't
that?
like that.
It's a great word. North Americanification just sounds great off the tongue.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah, it
It's
felt
terrible.
Good. Try it.
You couldn't
Try it
even
on for
sit, you
size.
couldn't even get it off your tongue.
That's because
he
it's
can
such
barely say it.
It's such a great word.
That's because he's too North
Try it.
Americanified.
North
So he can't-
Americanification.
Once you've
North
been-
Americanification. North Americanification.
Once that's happened, you can no longer say the word.
It's a good word. I'm telling you, try it on. You'll get addicted to it.
No. That's garbage.
No, I don't want that to be true, but they were struggling a lot, and it's scary with how short the season is, how little time they have to figure it out, and when you're like
3 games a week, your schedule goes fast.
you don't. The other thing we always talk about, the season's faster, but it's like there's also just less prep time when one of your Wednesday is not a scrim day, it's now an on stage day, and so like adapting to patches is going to be harder, ironing out problems that you're having, like
Think fast.
Yeah, and like if you start this bad, and they also next week first game against C9, like their schedule,
2 bad weeks.
their schedule is not crazy this split. This weekend, TSM and 100 Thieves were both games that were very winnable in theory that they lost, and so like it's just going to get harder as you play Team Liquids and EGs if they continue to be good. So it's really scary for FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, especially with how much, like clearly, like even just the org is putting a lot into the success of this roster, right? Like they already were a really good team during the regular season. They were looking super hot in spring. People were expecting them, to for sure make the finals. Golden Guardians obviously had that upset. Well played to them. That was a really cool series. And then they go out and everyone was saying, yeah, Ayla's the problem, Ayla's butt. And they get arguably, the best support, or at least one of the very best supports in the league in Vulcan. And it's like, God damn, this team's going to be great, right? And the only question mark I felt like people really had coming into the split, well, I'll speak for myself, the only question mark I had was Vikla. Because Vikla had a lot of kind of like up and down games in spring. But for everyone to come out and look like they did was just really, really weird.
You're like, I expect that of Vikla, but the rest of them,
okay.
I mean, the like doomer take that you could have had for FlyQuest before was like, back half of the split, they were dropping a lot of games. They went from, I think, what was it, like 13-1 or something? Because they started 8-0, then they lost one game to be 8-1, and then they won like 3 more. Maybe it's 11-1 or something. They had a pretty good first record, and if you just separate, that out. But even in playoffs, they beat 100 Thieves pretty convincingly. They lost to C9. Okay, fair enough. Everyone was getting smashed by C9. And then they fought really hard against Golden Guardians, who were the clear second best team. And they almost won that series. They had that big Malphite play that we always talk about, like for Golden Guardians to come back. But it's like, it felt like even with their problems, they were better than the rest of the LCS. So you thought with Vulcan coming in, even if they didn't fix any like the core problems of this team, it wouldn't look this bad. But somehow it does.
So they started 11-1, and then they had 4 losses.
They finished 13-5.
Yeah.
So 13-5.
Then they went 3-4 in their last 7 after starting 11-1.
So they were around a 500 team through the back half of the split almost. So.
I remember them too saying that they were a little surprised that they did start out that crazy win streak.
They were overperforming.
Even to begin with.
But then right after that, they 3-0'd 100 Thieves and stuff. So it wasn't like they were.
Yeah.
But it definitely, to your point, it is weird what we're seeing.
It's really
out of this team.
Yeah, that's the most. It's the biggest surprise. From
And
week
not
one,
good.
for sure. And not
Weird.
in a
Like not an
bad
exciting.
Weird.
No, in a very depressing way.
Oh,
where
there's $50 on the ground. That's weird. No, it's not that. It's like someone pooped in my sock. Well, that's weird.
Someone vomited all
That's
over
really
my car.
weird. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
Use the toilet like a normal person.
Sorry, man. I'm just weird.
It's like Spica's fun, Prince is fun, Vikla's fun, Impact's fun. I want them to be good.
You said everyone but Vulcan. Vulcan's
not fun.
Why is he not fun? He did all kinds of fun
No,
content.
I just didn't say him. I don't know. I thought I said him. It's late.
Yeah.
Everyone on that team is someone I enjoy doing
His
content
social
with.
media is really good too.
Yeah.
At least he plays Ayla next week on Thursday.
They really did have some great lines in their video that were so fun, right? Like all the disses on the other teams in the music video, but it becomes so memeable when you make something like that and then you immediately start doing real bad.
I mean, I hope that the other teams will take their opportunities and like cut those pieces out of the video and meme on them.
They should.
Like it's a really good, as good as it was initially, it will be even better when it does get turned around. Turn that into your own content.
Yeah. Like, did you see JoJo tweet Vulcan after the
you
second
miss
win?
us or
You
something?
Miss us? Yeah, something like that. I was like, oh, whoa. So
It's going to get worse if they keep this up.
JoJo's the only one left on that team. That's the us. He's like, yeah, it's really me.
maybe someone.
Hey, he's got Ayla's back now. He's known him for 2 weeks or something.
He's like, what's Inspired doing right now?
Ayla's biggest fan as of 15 minutes ago.
He's got his boys back. He's got his boys back.
Vulcan in the matchup. Yeah, so that matchup's actually coming up. It's next week.
It's
right?
Thursday, Game 5. I'm pretty sure.
The who took whose job matchup.
Yep. Who won the trade?
I want them both on the mic beforehand, like WWE trash talking.
Freestyle rap battle.
Let's play to their strengths. Maybe like craft some tweets and then read them out loud to each other. Something easier.
That'll be fun. But that's about it for us. So that'll wrap it up for us for now. Good to be back for the LCS. Fresh. And the dive as well. Back on regular cadence. We will be coming out again next week. I'm not sure if we're going to always be reporting on Fridays, Mondays, whatever. But the release date should remain consistent. Fingers crossed. And remember, every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 more weeks of that for the regular season. It's going to be a 6-week regular season. Week 1's already down. We'll see you next Wednesday, 2 p.m. PST. That is going to be a lot of fun. It's Golden Guardians versus Dignitas to kick us off. And remember, keep sending us questions. Use the hashtag #TheDiveLOL. Hit subscribe on YouTube. You can get us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Anchor.fm, pretty much everywhere else. We'll see you next week.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to week 2 of Waiting Room. We're back. And as a quick reminder to our players manager out there, Michaelis, happy birthday. And also to Glenn,
Heyo.
our observer, another happy birthday to him.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
crazy.
Happy birthday.
Wow, how
Also,
that
I
happened.
think it's Revenge's birthday.
It
In all
is?
seriousness.
Damn,
Oh, there
everyone's
it
got
is.
June
Yeah.
birthdays. Me and Kobe are the 29th together. It's coming up end of this
Wow.
week or start of next week. I don't know.
We do not care.
It looks like the LCS logo.
Yes, exactly. You have the LCS pillow on your left and the logo on the PC on
Yeah.
your right. You are positioned.
Wardrobe is killing it. I don't dress like this. They just slap stuff on me.
That's what you're wearing. That's
I
how you
look good,
dress.
though.
That's great.
If I was in a different state of mind, I would enjoy your shirt quite a bit. But anyway, standings and schedule, bring them up. Let's see what week 1 has brought us. It's Super Week basically every week.
Well, this is new.
Oh, nice. We get to
You have
see
the
the
schedule in
future
there, too?
opponents. Yes.
This is a substantial upgrade.
Oh, this is so cool.
Well,
yeah.
hold on. You're gonna make the other person feel bad. Whoever made the first one.
Okay, I don't think someone's like, I made the standings graphics for years. It just wasn't good enough. Like, this is just both.
This is nice.
It's better. It's better.
Which one, like,
Oh, the same
reaches
person
out
made the
to
old and
you?
the new one.
Oh, then he's just.
That's why continuity is important.
He's the GOAT.
You find innovations over time, and you can build on what you previously accomplished.
Emily, anything reaching out to you right now, either the schedule or just a team that's been performing that you didn't expect?
I think the big one that stands out to me that I want to see if they can continue their momentum is TL versus NRG. Just because I feel like we saw shades of old spring TL in their first game, but in the next 2 games, they actually improved significantly around objective setups, and obviously they had the insane gold lead that came out. So I'm really curious to see that matchup.
What about you guys?
Has to be FlyQuest versus C9.
There it is.
3-0 versus the only 0-3. The best team in the league, Cloud9 against
The worst
FlyQuest.
team in the league, FlyQuest.
Question mark worst team in the league. It is
what it says.
It's weird to see them down there, but it does feel like, okay, Cloud9 are expected to win this, and then they're basically halfway through the first round robin because you play 9 games and they're at 0-4. It's terrifying as FlyQuest, you know, even that's a compressed schedule, less time to bounce back.
Yeah.
I also think it's extra terrifying. This is the type of schedule that all the LCS teams had in 2021,
Yeah.
where you're playing 3 best-of-1s a week. It feels worse than it usually is, which then does actually make it bad.
Yeah.
Because FlyQuest had a bad week.
Yes.
Normally, that's 2 losses. Now it is 50% more. If they've had 2 bad weeks, it's like they've had 3 bad weeks, and that's how it feels. But literally, it's like, dude, it's been 2 weeks. Like, what do you want? Like, it's just a couple things went wrong.
It's also interesting talking about like 100 Thieves from that angle. Someone made this point to me is like the extra game changes so much because if it was just 2 games, they're 1-1,
Yeah.
and they feel pretty good because they beat FlyQuest, and you don't know that FlyQuest is 0-3 yet. So week 1 ends, and you spend the whole next set of scrims being like, hey, we beat FlyQuest, guys, and we're 1-1. We're feeling pretty good. Now you're 1-2, FlyQuest is 0-3, and it's like a totally different texture, even if the record would have been the same at the start of a week 2.
If you're overdosing on copium, 0-4 is the nice trajectory to getting to the finals. Look, it's happened last
Golden
week.
Guardians did it.
It's
The data
happening
says
again.
It can
he's
happen.
just a data guy, right? He's just
It
a
is
data.
It's possible.
Yes.
No, it will happen.
There it is. Okay, we're holding you to that one. But there
How
has
many
been a
teams started
change.
0-4 in spring?
Huh?
Is it just 1? There was 2, right?
I think there's 2. I don't remember who
Who
the
was
other
the
one
other
was.
50% chance of
Who
making
was the other one? Name the other one. Can't do it.
The probability. But there has been a change, which is new patch. 13.12 dropped for us. So it's going to be interesting to see a lot of new changes.
It's a
There's
fatty.
one that hits a little harder than others.
Yeah, Static Shiv
Yeah.
is effing broken.
We'll get there, all right? We'll get there.
We're
True.
gonna see it on a lot of champions, I think. My like incredibly lukewarm take about this patch
I'm ready for this.
is actually, are you ready? Is that we're going to see a lot of changes that actually happened in 13.11 come to fruition because pros are a little bit slower to adapt. So I think especially with stuff we've been seeing around other pro leagues, Renekton coming in, which we have seen a little bit, but Renekton coming back, Azir coming back, those changes actually happened on 13.11, but I think we'll see them a lot more on 13.12 based on what we've been seeing on the back end of 13.11.
Yeah, and Rel got a whole host of changes, by the way. So as a champion, she's a little bit absurd. I've only really seen her in ARAMs, I'm not gonna lie. So the fact that her Q, when she's can stun now, and she gives movement speed to the person next to her. So it'll be interesting to see if there are any pairs that people are willing to play alongside her. Zeri got nerfed, pretty big nerf. Hopefully nerfs that will take her out of the game.
Have
So-
you heard of the new like nuke Zeri build?
Let's just hope that it's
Shiv?
not good enough for a 90, above
I
90%.
think it's if I remember correctly, because Sheen no longer procs
Ching,
so
yeah.
you take out the Triforce build, but I think what it is you can either go like Night Harvester Static and like Ludens, or like Nashor's Tooth and Static Shiv, if I'm remembering correctly.
That sounds fun.
That
It
sounds fun and bad.
Fun, but also it's like Zeri is possibly still here, and maybe we'll see some weird builds with her.
Yeah.
Zeri's just fun.
Oh, I'll believe Zeri.
Sure.
I've heard Zeri's dead many times.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I don't see her.
She's fun.
Yes.
She's probably fine and fun.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
This is fine.
We're
Yeah.
Is it though?
I like Yumi Zeri. I'm
Yeah. It's
Speaking
cool.
of fun, I think you
Fast,
guys
too.
have something that you wanted to talk about related to a very fun addition to the patch.
Yeah.
So Static Shiv, before we
Yeah.
go up there, we're gonna
Yeah.
play a 1v1.
Okay.
But the reason it's hella broken are the changes around how it stacks its passive. Well, first off, it's broken just numerically. It can like destroy waves. It has
Right.
a lot of really high damage.
What you don't see here is that damage is 2.5x against minions. So you can proc it and
With an AP scaling that's pretty
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, so the fact that it has an AP ratio that you can get pretty nuts and butts on it, and so a lot of mages are taking in the mid lane. You can also cheat the charging of it with a champion like LeBlanc, because not only does your W forward start charging it up, your W2 backwards when you snap back also gives you stacks of it.
Yeah.
So you just get insane wave clear and like one-shot potential and DPS with this. There's a lot of like weird builds. Some people have gone LeBlanc top with like borderline bruiser but Static Shiv. Like you can do
Yeah.
a lot of really weird stuff now.
we've seen, I mean, Static Shiv TF showed up in Academy, but then more specifically, tons of LeBlanc, tons of Ahri. You can even do it on Zoe. Who can't you do it on? We'll see. We'll see as the experimentation
No
continues.
And I think you guys wanted to experiment it.
Yeah, we wanted to show off a little bit, but Jat challenged me because he
Yeah.
thought that my mechanics are so bad that like he can just take a basic right clicker champion
Yeah.
and still beat me with the new Shiv, even though I'm playing LeBlanc and I can pop around.
I'm
I
an
agree
AD
with him.
carry, so Shiv is what I would like to build, is what traditional League of
I'm
Legends has taught me.
LeBlanc. I also want to build Shiv now.
So we're gonna see which one is better.
We're gonna go.
Jat's winning this one.
I mean, let's go.
Oh, no.
I'll show the interaction real quick. So like you get the bounce
I
through
just
the
wasted
creeps
my
right
Shiv
there.
proc. No.
You just
All right.
wasted your
Run
Shiv
around
proc.
in circles.
You can see it
Infinite
charging
crap.
as you run around down here.
Crap.
But if I W forward, it pops up and I get the
Ooh, I
charge.
just shivved again. Damn it.
But yeah, I can also get multiple procs. So I can W there, W back. Oh, I went back on your
Well, I'm gonna-
damage.
I'm
But you
gonna-
can see
I'm
that
gonna
the
get you.
I'm trying to show off the.
Is this not a 1v1?
It's a
I was
1v1
trying to
mark.
show off
Yeah.
what Shiv did with LeBlanc passive.
Do it by
or with
killing
W.
me.
You can show it by being good.
Well, I was trying to. Okay. Well,
Look
I'll
at
just
all
start
those
down here.
minions
I'm down
disappearing.
some since we
Okay,
did the 1v1
okay,
before.
go grab my heal. Go grab my heal.
All right,
Make it
you're
fair.
gonna make
Really?
it fair?
Go
All
grab
right,
my
thank
heal.
you.
Wow.
I'm going.
This is collusion.
Otherwise, I could
Wow.
just win. We'll restart. We understand that it works when you
Dig
proc
the
around.
dots
Get on the
all
other side of the wave.
I'm going.
Dig
I'm
versus
going, I'm going.
curse.
I got
This is what
it.
they're-
Coming back
All
up.
right,
seeing
now
here.
we fight.
Dig versus curse.
Now we fight.
All right. We fight, but I'm waiting for my ult still. Ow. I don't like this range thing. I'm gonna get in the bush. Oh, you have a trap in the bush.
I feel like objectively,
Oh, crap.
Cassio. Oh.
Oh. Oh, I hit the mid. I'm so trash. I tried to take my R2 back. Oh well. Jack's
That's
better than
right.
me.
Didn't show off Shiv very well.
You were right about no
Back,
hands.
back,
But we
the
had fun
right
doing it.
person.
I had a lot of fun watching it.
Yeah.
I'll
that
get
was
better. That was my first LeBlanc game with Static Shiv in a while. As you can see, it's clearly broken that it was even a close fight with our old man hands.
That was not good.
That was a
That was not a good segment.
It was fast. It was nice.
I was
Twitch chat.
entertained.
Twitch chat. Tell us it was a good segment right now,
Okay.
and then when we watch the VOD back, we'll be like, see, look, they
If
liked
we
it.
get enough positive
They liked
reception,
it.
we'll do one tomorrow too.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
we'll run some other people.
Well, yeah, like
what?
what do they want to see us fight on?
Well,
don't
I
know.
want to do 1v1 with pros. Initially, this pitch in my
Okay.
head was
Yeah.
like, let's do 1v1 with pros, and they
People
can
with
pick whatever
actual
Static
hands,
Shiv champ they
yeah.
want.
I was a pro.
An age-old pro. That's from a decade ago when you guys were dinosaurs. Speaking of pros, though, 100 Thieves have a new mid laner. He's arrived. His name is Quid, and he's talking about making an LCS debut in his own words. So let's take a look at that.
안녕하세요. 저는 백도둑의 새로운 미드라이너 퀴드 이면승이라고 합니다. 잘 부탁드립니다. 저는 롤을 10살 때 시작했습니다. 프로 준비를 16살부터 시작해서 16살에 젠지에 처음 들어갔고 4년 동안 젠지 아카데미에서 활동하다가 이번에 백도둑으로 오게 됐습니다. 저는 라인전을 이긴 걸 바탕으로 성장을 열심히 해서 팀의 승리를 끌어내는 약간 그런 느낌의 클러치 플레이를 좋아하는 선수인 것 같아요. 저는 안 좋은 편이라 생각하는데 주변에서는 저는 메카닉이나 피지컬적인 부분이 좋은 선수라고 하더라고요. 지금 당장은 좀 아직 적응이 완벽하게 되지 않았고 그렇긴 하지만 지금 충분히 약간 새로운 사람들과 만나는 게 재밌고 분위기가 되게 좋아서 좋은 것 같습니다. 우선 팀원들은 되게 충분히 잘하는 선수들인 것 같아서 저만 적응 잘하고 의사소통에 문제 없으면은 되게 지금 기대되고 충분히 좋은 결과 낼 수 있을 것 같다 생각합니다. 북미 가는 느낌은 우선 살면서 처음 타보는 비행기이기도 하고 해외를 처음 가보는 거라 되게 설레고 두근거립니다. 지금 LCS에 굉장히 잘하는 선수들이 많다고 생각해서 재밌을 것 같고 더 잘해질 수 있는 약간 성장의 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저는 우승을 목표로 보고 있고 충분히 모두가 빛나면서 우승할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Welcome back. So yeah, Quid is here. He's been streaming pretty regularly, but he's touched down in North America, I think a few days ago.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure of the timing. So what's your guys' takes on him coming in?
Upgrade from Nuke Duck.
What?
Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah.
Honestly, Nuke Duck did like pretty.
He actually did
They're
fine.
pretty all right.
Yeah.
I think the big thing with Quid in him coming in, it was interesting to hear that he doesn't think he's like at the top mechanically in terms of like Korean challenger mids. I think in watching him on Gen G Academy, the thing that struck me the most was the fact that he is willing to play a lot of different champions, right?
Yeah.
So obviously it says right here, 18 across 46 games in the Challenger Spring in this past regular season. He was, they didn't perform super hotly, especially having lost Pays to the actual Gen G main team.
Yeah.
However, I think the thing that you can expect from Quid is that if there is something experimental that they think they can play in lane, if there's something they feel like they can flex between like jungle and mid or mid and top, etc., they can rely on him being able to try out new and unique things. So I think in terms of him as a player, that is his greatest strength.
Yeah, I think they need him as well, given that last weekend, you saw some of the problems that this team has had, including going back to Spring Split, where there's these games where they feel relatively inactive and the enemy team gets to do what they want. Specifically that third game, it felt like that. But even the Team Liquid won a little bit. It feels like having this X factor potentially in the mid lane where he has interesting champion picks, he will probably be a little bit more individually aggressive than Bjergsen was in Spring Split. So even if, I don't know if he's going to be a better player, but like he'll at least maybe take more 1v1s. You saw he had a number of solo kills that was quite high. So like he will take these hopefully more aggressive plays, which can force 100 Thieves out of these moments where it feels like they're just kind of like farming and chilling and not trying to progress their own game plan.
And a different dynamic to the team, you're right. I think the fact that he plays multiple different champions, and people who've watched his streams recognize, oh, he's playing Nass, oh, he's playing Azir. Like, he has a lot of different, or Akali or something, or LeBlanc. Like, obviously, they're either assassins or control mages. He feels really comfortable being able to play both. And something that 100 Thieves have pretty much struggled in last split. And struggling this split, it's only been a week, but has been kind of that identity issue where they feel like they can only win playing front-to-back team fight around double-lift. So having now a different carry threat, where some days expected to be more tank facilitator and getting no resources, that's what he's been really successful with, I think helps them a lot for their championship ambitions.
Well, another thing you saw from 100 Thieves in their win against FlyQuest, right, was someday on the Renekton. And then being able to play around having pressure bot with the Lucian Melio lane, and then also pressure top with someday Renekton into Cassante, I believe. And I thought in that game, especially with the invade that FlyQuest had, there's a really good response from Closer in being able to play around his pushing lanes, right? So if they are able to get some of these creative picks in for Quid, I would like to see if they can also have a really good, strong, like, jungle mid 2v2, because it didn't feel like they played a ton around having, like, super aggressive pushing mids previously as well. And if you can have that, it's such an amazing point for your entire team to be able to play around.
I agree, but I also just, like, I feel like if Quid is going to succeed, he's just going to have to create his own leads,
Yeah.
right? Like what we just saw in that feature, he did it all in Korean. He's super young, and he's on a team with double-lift.
Yeah.
So double-lift is going to be talking the most in the game. He's going to be calling the shots. Double-lift has won every LCS split by playing through bot lane. So he can still be good. I just don't think it's going to be in like a Quid will carry the game because the team plays around Quid. I think he has to be his own player and has to do it on his own.
Yeah, I think to that point about some of the things you said, young, first time coming to the U.S. He mentioned it like the first time going overseas at all, let alone to America, I'm pretty sure. So like he's going to need some time, and I hope people don't jump down his throat immediately if the team has this acclimation period. Like this week, 8 teams make playoffs in summer split. Very likely they can make playoffs. And it's about hitting their stride then and finding out how to incorporate him with what is usually a summer lift strategy, as people call it.
Yeah, and so he's not the only, I guess, change. Yes, he's coming in. Actually, Ruby was expected to play this week, I'm sure. Like, that was what the expectation was from the community. Insanity is apparently going to be playing today. So just kind of, like, talk about your thoughts about Insanity as a player, the week that he had in week 1, and, like, what your expectation is with TSM going into this week.
So Insanity playing well last week was not at all a surprise to me, having watched him in NACL. He was incredible. And I think a lot of people don't realize this because, like a lot of players, they have a very set idea of who Insanity is, and it's his prior LCS experience, which wasn't particularly good. He was not on a super strong team. And so having him come in and being able to showcase how good he is, I was super thrilled by that, actually, because I think, again, he's been crushing it previously on Dig Challengers. And I'm not surprised that he performed as well as he did individually on that team. So I don't know. I mean, again, there's no communication around this, so we don't know if that is a reward for like his good play. But I think if that's the case, and if your mid laner is already playing well, there's not a huge issue to substitute him out. And also, him playing well does put them in a weird spot, like kind of how we talked about previously with FlyQuest and Winsome last split, where Ayla came in and there was already live pressure on him because the team had performed unexpectedly well with Winsome.
Yeah, I think this is something that I have learned more about over the years. But I think Insanity starting, regardless of reason, is the right call.
Yeah.
And I think it's true across a lot of sports. Like if you have let's say your NFL football team, your quarterback gets injured week 1, but then the backup leads the team to go like 13-3. You should keep playing him until things don't work, I think, generally. And I think Insanity played well. And if he continues to play well, Insanity should just be the mid laner. And I know that is unfair for Ruby, and it can feel unfair, but it's unfair to take Insanity out unless his performance declines, right? I actually think this is the correct way to do it if you are to play it properly. Like, either Insanity's not playing well, and then you can try Ruby to improve things. But if Insanity continues to play well, continue to play Insanity. I think it's actually that simple.
I subscribe to that philosophy. I know there's like sometimes like the politicking behind the scenes sometimes about like what you promised someone and why they came over. And so like maybe Ruby was like, I don't know if I want to come to the TSM guys. And they sold him like, hey, you should come here, for this money, these reasons, you're going to be the starter for sure. Just once you get over here. And this Insanity plays well. It's like, well, you made a lot of promises to this guy. Maybe they're not all in writing, but it can feel bad to back out on them. But it is cool that, Insanity played well week 1, still in here week 2.
Yeah, and I'm interested to hear what their reasoning is. It could just be as simple as like, oh, when he came in, he just didn't have much time to practice.
Yeah, Ruby needs some more warm-up time.
Exactly. It could just simply be be as simple as that. It's nice to see Insanity once again getting a chance to see if he has another good week. But speaking of, if he has another good week or not, why not just bring up the graphic of the standings and the schedule to see what TSM has to work with, and of course the other teams. So. Who are they facing? IMT, NRG, Golden Guardians. A very doable week, it seems like.
Yeah, I think there's a really interesting clump at 1 and 2 right now, and who's going to rise out of that. Even Immortals at 2 and 1, EG at 2 and 1. It feels like everything except even FlyQuest at 10th, I think, is going to change. Like the only thing I'm very confident in is C9 number 1. Everything else on this graphic could radically change over the next couple weeks, and I would not be like super stunned by that.
And with how many changes there are for me, it feels like the league got a lot closer. There's not a team that you come in and like, oh, they are for sure at the bottom. I kind of felt like that coming into the split, but after week 1, after some of the rumors and discussion about like, oh, this team's actually doing really well or poorly in scrims, all of that gets thrown to the wayside. So it's tough to look at this standing schedule and be like, no, this team 100% is not going to perform. We had a segment last week where it's like, who is the phony of the standings,
Yeah.
who isn't? Does anyone want to double down or what?
I want to ask you,
Okay.
who's the second best team in the league? Throw your, you get to redo your power ranking
my
right
God.
now.
Team Liquid.
Who's second at the end of 6 weeks?
Team Liquid. Oh, at the end of 6 weeks.
At
Oh.
the end of 6.
end of
I thought we were just doing like some.
Because
yeah, I
everyone
thought you were
put
doing
FlyQuest
current.
second. You can still say you can double down.
Can we bring
I
up the
have no
graph, the
idea.
schedule once again
Yeah.
so we can at least see the teams?
Maybe throw it in the back wall.
Or
so you can
somewhere,
just-
yeah.
Put the power rankings up for Raz.
You wanna see.
Remember what he put
Yeah, yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Calm down,
Pretty
relax.
sure I went
15 more games.
C9 and then FlyQuest and then GG, which is looking pretty rough right now.
Yeah, but don't be a prisoner of the moment, Emily.
Golden Guardians actually had a like, assuming our power rankings are even close to right. Golden Guardians did have a
Yeah.
tough week 1 in
Yeah.
theory, and so like I think they'll rise. I'm not too worried about Golden Guardians. I would maybe move them up to 2, but I feel a lot less confident with EG looking as good as they did and maybe Team Liquid.
Yeah. Man,
It's tough.
I remember in spring I had Team Liquid like 3rd or 4th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same.
I was actually right. I just did it too early.
Oh.
So
well,
maybe-
I always said
my
they're
God.
more a summer split team, I said, when in
Yeah.
my spring rankings. And I guess I doubted myself because, to be fair, they looked way worse than I thought they would in spring.
I can't.
But
do
this
it.
might be the real Team Liquid in a sense because people were really hot on them.
It's actually so
Yeah.
hard to pick a number 2, though.
I think, yeah, we're finally kind of seeing the team that was promised in scrims from TL
Yeah.
in terms of like, as long as they did shore up some of those mid-game map movements and like especially objective setups and team fighting, they were going to be good because their early game was already one of the best in the league.
Yeah.
Another super interesting team that we haven't talked about that much is EG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think there are really specific things you can point out in EG's loss that's like, okay, now there are a few players, I'm thinking of Revenge in particular, who's a really, really strong top laner, right? But he's going to take a different role on this team now in terms of like where he's going to be positioning in team fights and how he's going to be, when he's going to be with the team versus when he's not going to be with the team.
He's a
And I think-
Scion player now.
I think
Oh,
we
here it
saw
is.
a little bit of that, right, in their loss in terms of the way they were team fighting. And I think that will improve over time, right? He's not really had to play that role. He's always had to be like more of a split pushing carry for his team if they were going to win. But EG is another team. I mean, JoJo looks phenomenal.
Yes, he does.
And they just look really good. So I'm actually had no idea where to place them either.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people's eyes probably in the chat are going to be talking about Golden Guardians. It seems like they have a pretty easy week. They were second place last split. There's a lot to talk about them, and it starts with today's games versus Dignitas. So let's take a look at their roster. Licorice, River, Gory, Stixay, Huhi, nothing changed there. They're going to be going up against Dignitas, who they took a win last week.
Why
and,
they take the win?
Huh?
Say
Why'd
his
they
name.
take the win?
Say his name.
Yeah, they took the win.
Who carried them, Raz?
Say it.
It was Rich.
It was
Rich's Cassante. It was Rich.
Faker.
Odds Faker himself, Santorin, Jensen, Tomo, and Diamond to round out
They
that
were just
lineup.
watching Hots Faker in the top lane that whole game.
That's why they struggle in lane phase, the rest
Yeah.
of the team, is because they're busy
They're
watching
in awe of
Hots.
Hots Faker.
Okay, but on the real, I think a lot of people, myself included, were like, okay, Rich will probably be good.
Yeah.
He'll come in, but he won't do much for this team because the team will struggle, blah, blah, blah. But like this game, EG, you can see, had a lead, and it felt like they were playing well. And it was a lot of Rich's plays in team situations that helped keep this game close around this Rift Herald fight. And then in late game team fights, he was really good about getting targets, getting focused down, setting up the rest of his team. He really was the reason that they won. I think Jensen had a little bit better of a game in the mid to late game portions. You still need more out of Tomo and Diamond, I think, for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see that Rich is being this kind of stable player in the top side.
I like it. In some of the team fights, it was a scrappy back and forth game. There were chances there, like Unforgiven was a little bit too close to the melee champs at times, but it was Dignitas finding those openings and taking it. It was Rich, for sure. So that,
You're coming around on Rich.
I'm coming around. Look, I'm not a hater.
Rich hater Raz.
I'm not a hater. I just want to see more. I'm interested.
Raz, #1 Rich hater.
Oh
Dude's been
my
playing
God.
League for years, man. You need to see
All
more.
right, listen. He just doesn't pre-order. He's not a pre-order. He waits for reviews to come out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He
there you
waits
go.
for a couple days of reviews to make sure you're not just riding the hype wave, right?
I agree with you. Exactly. I don't want to just throw my bucks right out the window.
Definitely hasn't
Your Raz
pre-ordered
bucks.
Final Fantasy 16, right?
I will
Yeah.
pre-order. That
Liar.
one instantly.
I'm
You know what?
pre-ordering Rich.
You're
I
pre-ordering
got
Rich?
pre-ordered now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Rich is good.
Well, we're talking about bucks. You were talking about draft bucks. You want to talk about draft bucks?
We have a cool new draft graphic too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Look.
Augers.
Oh, that's nice.
So I did want to talk a little bit about Golden Guardians drafts because I thought they went super, like, early game lane focused with the Lucian Nami in their first 2 games, and then did some sort of stuff that we saw from them previously in spring when they were successful. Obviously, like the Jax flex into the jungle was an interesting look, but at the same time, in this game specifically against C9, they technically had an early game lead, but their execution, they had to have a much more massive lead against C9's comp in order to be able to win that game. That was a loss. This is a loss. You get to the FlyQuest game, and suddenly they're investing in stuff like Azir, which I already talked about him on 13-11, which was last week. I think we're going to see a lot more of him this week. And then the Aphelios Lulu in the bot lane, plus the interesting addition of the Yone, which then went split push hole breaker, and kind of being a distraction around the map for FlyQuest to follow. I thought these drafts are pretty interesting in terms of how they evolved over, so I'm curious to see if they will continue to kind of rely on that late game scaling that I think has worked out, because previously in their first 2 games, despite the fact that we talked about them as being a really good early game focused team, especially with River and Gory setting up, I think that pivoting away from the Lucian Nami, if they felt like they couldn't accrue a large enough lead for it to work out, was a good idea.
Yeah, they stumble a little bit. They've always been a creative team when it comes to the draft. I think a lot of people, I know we'll see the predictions soon enough, are going to be heavily favoring Golden Guardians on this one. But one person out there has faith in Dignitas. Let's hear from him.
Is it Rich?
I'm playing against Renekton. Okay. Predictions for today. Dig vs GGS. Honestly, I think people might think this game is going to be like a stomp, but I genuinely think that Dignitas can beat GGS. I'm actually going to say Dignitas. I genuinely believe that they can beat GGS. Based off of scrims.
Is Fudge on this graphic?
Mark!
He is not.
Mark.
Whoa!
90%er.
Yeah, I guess I'm voting Dig. I'll say this. I told the producer I'm not submitting predictions today. Do what you want. So this is my first time.
say
You
that and
are
then have
lazy.
it.
Oh my
That's
God.
but look, hey, I actually like these
Wait,
predictions.
So
You are
is this-
perpetuating-
I like these
You're
predictions.
predicting now.
Is
Are
this
these what you
Graham
would say?
giving you
Yep, 100%.
FlyQuest over
You can't run away
C9?
from it.
No, this is 100. Now this is 100% what I believe. Now
You can't do that and then not back them up. That's part of the game.
You can't run away from
I'm
it now.
not changing. I actually love these. I love all of them.
Okay, let's
It
just-
doesn't
Two
count,
upsets.
though.
Why not?
Because they're...
2 weeks down the line, if you're wrong, you can't say, I didn't submit the predictions.
Yeah. You
You're
submitted
perpet-
these.
Yes, you
Yeah.
submitted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
perpetuating the Mark is lazy stereotype, all right? Just
No, I just like empowering the producers to, do things, have fun.
You need
like
to
that.
say, I submitted these for sure, and then I'll believe you. You submitted those predictions. Those
I
are
did.
yours.
Those are my predictions, Jet, and I
Okay.
stick with them. And if I'm wrong, I'll do a.
Then you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Then
wrong.
you're just not a good predictor.
I was gonna say do a shoey because I had high tops on, but then I didn't want to do that.
All right, I want to hear what the casters have to think of what you're going to do. But for now, show open. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Hello and welcome to week 2 of summer 2023 of the LCS. I'm Gabby. We got Kobe here. We got Dignitas. We got Golden Guardians to bring us into it. How you doing today, my friend?
And we got patch 1312. Fresh off the Yumi nerfs. Very excited for this. I just updated the client here for Tournament Realm 2. I'm going to get in the game so we can get in the game as quick as possible. Here we go. Champ Select. Let's start it off.
Very impressed with your dedication to get in there as we get into Champions Select. Dignitas and Golden Guardians both coming to us fresh off of 1-2 finishes for week 1, but with varying expectations for the split as a whole.
Yeah, and Fudge laying some extra expectations here onto Dignitas, calling for the victory over Golden Guardians here. Now, Nico did escape the nerfs, so she stays banned. LeBlanc with Static Shiv has run rampant. You can use Static Shiv on a lot more champions, though. I'm wondering if we'll see stuff like the Zoe, the Ari pop up here as well. So definitely expecting some item chasing in the meta for the last couple of patches, honestly, rather than champion chasing, and we'll see how it goes.
It's definitely the shiny new thing after all the mid-season changes to a lot of the itemization, mythics falling to legendaries and vice versa, but also discovering that optimization between champion and item, sometimes unexpected. Zeri with Triforce, for instance, being one that was around, but now with 13.12, might see a bit of a different look in the bot lane.
Yep. There have been some interesting Zeri builds that have popped up in answer to removing the Triforce synergy. So wondering if it'll still get picked even with the nerfs and with the changes. Azir, though, something nobody's surprised if you've been watching any other leagues. Azir with those buffs rose up really quickly in priority, especially as a blind pick. Lots of wave push. Everything you know and love about Azir and you used to know and love still does. Scales team fights. Meanwhile, though, for top lane, also some other blind picks like Renekton, keeping with the Shurima theme, has also risen up in priority. And we'll see if we get any deeper there. But the Akali, the classic answer to Azir, this is a kill answer post level 6, looking for outplays here. Gory wants to go at Jensen. He wants to get those kills.
And Golden Guardians continuing just to take that forward-thinking approach when it comes to the draft. Gory was already warming up on the Azir in week 1, and then I'm sure in anticipation of Azir coming back into the meta, having these answers at the ready. But Dignitas looking to get some additional lock-ins here with some jungles taken out, especially of the facilitative variety. They lock in the Maokai.
My personal favorite. It's so easy to play on the patch. You can do the cheaper support item tank builds with the Even Shroud, Sunfire, Abyssal combination. Since you have an Azir on your team, you don't need to go demonic. You don't need to go any of that magic damage, build for the Maokai. I expect Santorin to be pure tank here with those support items. And the best part is with your Even Shroud and your Abyssal, you amp the Azir's damage as well. So huge synergy here for Dignitas. I'm actually really liking their side of the draft. The Ashe was recently buffed, so picking that Ashe, jumping up immediately on this patch, and gives you that initiation to go along with the Maokai. Really solid team fight for Dig so far.
And the additional level to that Ashe being that the changes were supposed to affect both her role as a bot laner as well as a support. So instilling that flexibility in Ashe once again, particularly with the ultimate. And then on Golden Guardian's side, with Kindred being up, not banned away as she has been so frequently banned early at the start of the split, now available for River.
Yep, Kindred's gonna have to wait until next patch before Kindred receives their nerfs. And so still will be a terror, still with the Triforce power, lots of early invade possibilities. And if you're gonna go for an early invade possibility with Kindred, you definitely want some pushing lanes. Guess what? Akali is not that. So if there was gonna be one, it would have to be a top lane matchup for themselves. It would have to be Licorice picking one of his counter picks. So we expect Golden Guardians to save him for their last pick, and you can see they're banning out the tank top lane options here already. Cassante Scion down off the board. They really want to get it into something spicier there so that either of these two top laners, which honestly are the stars of both of these teams, can have their way.
Rich was showing up very big on Cassante last week to prove to be a strong point that the team can work around, especially as a new player trying to really set the tone for the rest of the split on Dignitas. And then Licorice, even when you are banning out a lot of the meta picks, he's known to have such a varied pool. A lot of the winning identity that Golden Guardians discovered in spring was off of that agency given to the players to play what they feel is right in the moment. Even in his last interview, kind of noting when he's just picking up a champ just to see what it feels like, and ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and Cassante, by far the best champion that we've seen Rich on, so definitely love that ban from Golden Guardians, and we'll see what else he can do. His specialty, of course, does focus a lot on that team fighting, and especially with the strategy that Dig have laid out in their first 3 picks, still expect him to serve that role.
It was talked about actually in that content piece that was run on the broadcast that talked about Dignitas, how good his team fighting can be. So very much so, Kobe, would make sense for them to index, but it's Jax.
I expect like a Gragas answer into the Jax is really one of the easiest, most reliable answers into this champion, and would provide some front lane playmaking options for Rich, some team fighting for Rich. So really would like that. But if it's 2 tank line lock-ins here, they go with the Poppy instead. Obviously, you're going to be able to interrupt the dashes of the Jax in your 1v1, but also the Kindred and Akali. So huge value here in synergy breaking and going for the Poppy instead of the Gragas.
A lot of responsiveness right now on Dignitas' side to exactly what Golden Guardians is bringing forth as their immediate threats. Milio changing a bit on 13.12, but not enough to keep him out of play.
Yeah, some slight nerfs. Just shrug them off there. You've got the cleanse and the engage on your bottom lane now. Lots of utility from this Dignitas bottom lane, and honestly, that's how they want to draft. Bring the utility from the bottom side. Jensen going to be the primary carry. Now we're looking across at River, of course, the Jarvan, the classic champion for him, but we get the Rel support. It's much better in support than jungle, by the way. I was trying to convince Jad of this. On the next patch, maybe, they've got some more tweaks where they're going to buff up the jungle Rel and take down the support role. But right now, with those changes that they made and the possibilities here for Rel, now you do have the stun on your Q instead. It has really risen to priority in engage support role. And guess what? Huhi is one of the all-time Rel beasts here in the LCS. So happy to see him get his hands on it early out of the changes that were made.
So Huhi on the Rel versus plenty of utility on the opposite side. When it comes to these drafts, what's your verdict, Kobe? What's your read?
I mean, I'm slightly on the side of Golden Guardians now, even though I do really like the opener here from Dignitas. I feel like they're going to have to weather such a storm. And Golden Guardians' early game has been brutal, so I think that they might be able to make something happen here. They've got the Akali matchup in mid lane. If they're able to, get Gory some kills there, then it might make Jensen's life a little bit more difficult.
Well, both these teams in Dignitas and Golden Guardians had to scrap a win away at the end of week 1 and are looking to kick things off with a good start here in week number 2. But we'll have to see. I am excited with some of the initial impact of 13.12. 2 teams that took a flexible approach to draft. And I want to see who's going to come out on top, because I feel like Fudge definitely instilled some of that spiciness when he was saying on stream, making his predictions, that he believes Dignitas, based on scrim results, will take down Golden Guardians. But Kobe, it also feels like a lot of times we talk about scrim results and then they don't always fare the same on the stage.
Yeah, don't trust your scrim data too far. I'm super hyped because, like you're saying, Fudge weighing in on this. This is a top laner matchup here that is highly sought after. Licorice, and during his MSI time here with Golden Guardians, definitely the big star. And even then coming back, even though Golden Guardians started 1 and 2, a little bit sluggish after their MSI performance, Licorice still looks very good, even in the losses that they had. So see what he can do going into Rich. It is kind of a combo breaker matchup. The Poppy is very annoying for the Jax to deal with the W to break the jump, and a little bit more options here for Dig as far as just trying to track enemy jungle. Saplings are going to get a lot of work for Santorin. Just wanted to keep track of River and make sure that Golden Guardians don't get too much volatility in their favor, because if Dignitas get what they want, it will be a slow and controlled game.
But for the side of Golden Guardians, it's definitely a different look. I found it interesting, Stixay actually is speaking in an interview that he did on Small Talk with Shibias. His lane takes a bit of damage in this poke, about how so many of their wins past split came off of Sejuani and Vi, and they really want to try and find other looks from that jungle position. And we noticed that immediately off the bat in their drafts, River going for aggressive picks, going for carries, going for that unique identity so that they can diversify the strategies with which they try to crush opponents. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we'll see if he can pop off here on the Kindred.
And Kindred is always best paired when you've got engaged somewhere else on your team, either top lane or support. And in this case, Huhi has made his name on support engages for so long here. Big playmaking, and him to be able to get his hands on the new Rel, even though they did take quite a lot of damage in that early trade, should be something that River wants to play off of. Being able to play off Rel engages now. The engage is incredibly good with this champion, and bottom lane pushing out for Golden Guardians is definitely going to give them that top to bottom clear, easy route here for River. He's going to come up and play the 50-50 on Scuttle Crabs, see if he can roll the dice and get his bottom side Kindred mark to spawn. But of course, Dignitas won't be caught off guard. The other benefits of having the utility bottom lane of the Ashe and Melio is that you, of course, do get the Hawk Shot. And the first Hawk Shot did find that it was a top to bottom clear for River, so they know his exact location. Huhi coming up here, already that support gameplay trying to help out with Kindred. Make sure they've got full control of the mark, but they lose the coin flip, and the mark is on top side.
Opposite ways, but still something to chase down as a future goal right now. Just going for the scuttle on bot for Golden Guardians to achieve some of that vision. Santorin making that work on top.
Huhi going to try and see if he can mess with the Maokai, keep him off it, but there's no chance. So get back to lane. His timer here is going to be a little bit delayed behind Stixxay, who's walking back. But should be just fine as the wave is pushing towards him. Diamond and Tomo just trying to shove it right on back so that they can match their recalls. Tomo and Diamond currently being down those recalls, down those items. They don't want to get stuck here.
Yeah, a little bit down in CS on the side of Golden Guardians because of that shove, and with Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, you definitely don't want to be caught too far out of position before those neutral objectives start becoming something that you want to begin warding around from support. And kind of talking a bit more about that utility on the bot side, I think for Tomo and Diamond going against such a strong bot lane in Stixxay and Huhi, it's great for them to have tools that they can offer the team beyond just the lane. Having that utility to access in team fights, as well as gathering that information in terms of vision to put some more power in the pockets of people like Jensen, who can be that veteran to step up on such an age-old pick with which he has much experience. Diamond now making his way towards mid with Gory hanging low on HP, but the poke obviously being good for Jensen.
Yep. Jensen Azir was the first win that Dignitas got last split in one of their very few number of wins. And so a lot of faith here put into it for Dignitas. I think it's rightly been invested. That turret plate already going to get knocked off pretty early on in the pure 2v2, and even at sometimes 1v2. Okay, it needs one more auto to cash in on that turret plate as we go for fishing for a flash here on Jensen pre-level 6. The idea is for Gory and Huhi here, if you could pop a summoner spell or something, then Akali gets level 6 and you get to put that kill pressure onto the Azir. But Huhi's been spending a lot of time roaming up around here through the river, and there's been a lot of vision here that he's had to go through. Now he might actually... Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, that control all the while had Dignitas with their eyes locked on where Huhi was roaming, was able to take it out and just replace it with another. Also, you have to think about those saplings and how those come into play as we're setting up for Dragon, and clearly two different approaches for how to try and create some priority around this bot side of the map. Both junglers here towards top. River. No, Santorin is nearby, throwing out the saplings.
Santorin doesn't know that River has no smite right now, and it would be a little bit dangerous. His mid laner just recalled, don't want to walk up to a Kindred, you get hit with a slow. Annoying to try and get away, even though you can, and especially with phase rush, you would be able to, but does not know he has smite advantage, does not go up and try and yoink that one. Now on recalls for the mid laners, though, we've got the alternator pickup for Gory, plus the extra burst damage here from the shard. So,
oh, Hui's going in for it. Tomo has to flash away. Both summoners expelled. The damage good with a Q procced on Tomo, but in the end, it was aggression from Golden Guardians trying to kick that off.
All right, double summoners down on Tomo on the Ashe. Definitely a point that River, as we were talking about earlier, would want to play off of who he's engaged. Maybe they can get something going around on bottom side of the map here. Currently, River's going to take a while to get there as he's clearing top down again on the full clear.
Oh, Rich going for the hit, sends Licorice a packin'. Good route from the ultimate of Stixxay, and empowered Q slices through Tomo, but plenty of shielding available from Diamonds. Dignitas now just circling around under their turret, trying to keep those plates protected.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the bottom side here, not resulting in anything further after the double summoners were blown. Huhi, though, of course, with the Rel and the Hex Flash can repeat that pressure and constantly fish for looks on the bottom side of the map. Rift Herald spawning right now, though, and River heading over. See if he can find that control ward, clear that one out, get his support to recall at the similar time. Huhi's heading up. And even though it's over vision, it looks like Santorin is still on red. And if Santorin lags too much on red, that thing will be gone very, very quickly here. Ashe is going to scout it out.
Yep, Santorin's finally making that rotation upward. Has Jensen, has Diamond, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, along with the Maokai ultimate. Many a stuns, but the Kindred ultimate, as a result, keeps River in it. Slamming into the back, River flashes away, and first blood is drawn by Jensen. 2 traded for 1, but Licorice looking for a wall to flash over, finds it. Gory, nice and healthy, can just swag walk it out there.
And the faith in Jensen is rewarded there. They've got all the support to set him up. The Ashe Arrow into the Maokai ultimate, as Gory's still poking around. Shouldn't be able to get anything here, though, from Dig, but it all rewards Dignitas with not 1, but 2 kills and the first blood bonus going to Jensen's hand as well. Ideal early scenario here for Dignitas with the way that they want this game to go with their draft for scaling for team fighting. Nails the Ashe Arrow into the Maokai ultimate, forcing Kindred ultimate, and then Jensen goes for it. And they are able to get so much out of that. Even though ends up with Golden Guardians having the gold lead here, I think they're very happy with getting the first blood bonus, with getting it onto Jensen. Here's a look at it. Of course, the counter kill to Gory might get scary. Oh, the burst damage opening with the early items as well. But here's the look after. Santorin waits, then he goes in with the W to root him in. Even though River flashes, Jensen's able to get the kill right afterwards. That's 2 for them. Meanwhile, Gory did get the counter kill onto jungle, got double buffs, and is kind of this big hope here for Golden Guardians. The kill threat with the early burst damage on those 2 items. And next time ult comes back up, could be very real.
Okay, so Dignitas getting those early advantages they were looking for, but Golden Guardians responding with the immediacy to go towards Dragon to pick the first one up for themselves. Static Shiv now built on Stixxay as well, one of the items to undergo some changes on this patch. So
our first Static Shiv! And it will not to be our last Static Shiv either.
You know, we're all just gonna be stuck with socks on our feet, running on carpet, Static all day long. But Golden Guardians first to get this look, locking the ultimate onto Tomo, so they get the cleanse out. That's 1 summoner blown and an ultimate from Diamonds as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a double up there. Cleanse and the ultimates from Melio going down. So Stixxay very happy with that one. Gets super high value out of his Varus ultimate. God, he has been doing so much work down here on the Varus. He's given Huhi so much time to roam, it's insane. And there we see the wave clear of the Varus with a Static Shiv rush. You get your Static Shiv proc on the wave and then just Q right through it. The whole wave is instantly gone. And that's why there's so much time here now for Huhi to roam around. Constantly linking up with this Kindred, exactly what you want. Somebody to give that engage to this jungle carry champion to try and get River towards that Trinity Force. He's ever so close to it.
Yeah, there are kind of 2 sides to the good engaged support that can roam. It's the support that can play that style, but also that bot laner that can remain in lane safely and still manage to get some advantages.
Yeah, and look at this. Well, left alone with the recalls for Dignitas bottom lane. They recall their bottom lane because they're already losing there and they want to make the swap up to Rift Herald. So they commit hard to the Rift Herald, but Stixxay down there with the static shiv clear, instantly up to the tower, instantly taking turret plates by hand, and they're ready for a dive. Kindred ultimate is available, makes your dives a lot safer here.
Rich teleported down to get here as well. And now with the 8-wave ushered through, teleport response from Golden Guardians just to make sure they can finish this off. The kick away from Rich to try and even the numbers just a tad. Does manage to fall at the hands of Golden Guardians. Stixxay with the kill credit.
They say, okay, you're gonna overload 4 Rift Herald on that side, then we're gonna teleport 4-person dive, your opposite side of the map. The only drawback is, of course, Rift Herald will ensure charge number 2. If Dignitas stick around here and they're able to get 2 towers, it doesn't look like it though with Huhi coming up to match as well. So I really like that call from Golden Guardians. With the full commitment from Dignitas up to the top side of the map, Dignitas do get the Rift Herald and get their 1 tower, but it's the extra kill for Golden Guardians in addition to trading towers. And it was isolated gold on the early turret plates there for Stixxay that he was able to get for himself. Plus the experience lead that he has from so much Huhi roaming time. This Varus is going to be very annoying. Static Shiv AP Varus.
It's why this gold lead has managed to be pretty tranquil, pretty samey because of the responsiveness of Golden Guardians to make sure they get those plates while Dignitas made that play up top with the Rift Herald. But now we get a little bit of quiet time. A lot of warding for Dignitas over on that top side because of their progression forward, just to be able to maintain control over that neutral objective. But now it's Gory pushing up to get some more plates before they fall in about 15 seconds time.
Yummy Akali turret plate money in the side lane here. And this is what we're gonna see Golden Guardians build into with their comp, because Dignitas, they want solid, standard, easy 5-on-5s, front to back, slow and controlled game. Golden Guardians, though, have massive split push advantage with Jax and Akali, and huge wave clear in mid lane with AP Static Shiv Varus. So should be some side lane pushing for them in order to get advantages to set up for this dragon. River gonna preempt that, getting vision down behind the dragon pit and stealing away the red as well as the Raptors.
That's why Golden Guardians are positioned the way they are with 30 seconds until that dragon spawns. We tend to see a fight across mid. Stixxay going for the chain of corruption, but narrowly misses. And Dignitas focusing on clearing the wave. They know that Golden Guardians are going to rotate towards the dragon first.
All right, 4 marks for River. Everything going according to plan here for the Golden Guardians. Trinity Force, Divine Thunder, double static shivs have come in. That shard that we talked about earlier for Gory finally turned into the shiv. And Golden Guardians have teleport on that Akali as well. There is a ward by Raptors. That ward right there could be the target for teleport for Gory flank.
The Golden Guardians have started up the dragon. Dignitas encroaching upon the river, and teleport used by Golden Guardians to try and get the opposite angle. Huhi going in with the ultimate activated, but goes down at the hand of Jensen. Dignitas wanting to follow up with some more. Dragon slain by River all the while. Golden Guardians shifted away with the Emperor's Divide. Jensen giving his life for it, and the Lamb's Respite escaped by River to be out of the zone to take the damage. Dignitas making it bloody, but Golden Guardians with that dragon in hand.
Always fun to see in his ear. Head first in for the shuffle, but gets popped in the 1-for-1. Now, the Maokai ultimate does all the work here to delay the rest of the team for Dignitas. The Maokai ult means there's no follow-up on the Huhi engage. So Huhi's there and Gory teleports in, but Huhi gets focused down. All 5 of Dig, they kite, they use the zoning of the Maokai ultimate to be able to get the advantage in the team fight. And then in the chase down, it just ends up being a 1-for-1 with flashes and ults, both used from Jensen as well as from River here, trading the Azir for the Kindred in the end. But they also went +1 flash on that play with the extra flash blown, so still worth it for an Azir shuffle.
Okay, Kobe, so Dignitas still infusing some gold into Jensen, picking up more kills, but Golden Guardians picking up another dragon. What are your thoughts on where these teams are at this point in the game?
I mean, I like the 2 dragon sacking here for Golden Guardians because they've got really good side laning, so they won't have to worry too much about being drawn into fights that they don't want to have to take. They're going to have a lot more decision-making power here for them towards the mid game. Dignitas, they're fairly straightforward, and what they want to do is very linear, so easier for Golden Guardians to predict and to play around. That being said, in the last engage with that pincer movement, Golden Guardians will have to get better with their engages. You know, you have to take into account the CC and the zoning power that comes from Maokai Ultimate, Ashe Ultimate, and Azir Ultimate. It's not easy to find those angles onto this Dig squad. They're so solid. They've got Poppy W to deny from the front, Maokai Ultimate cutting out a giant area. So the 5-on-5s aren't really a big advantage, and you're looking for some more side lane plays.
Oh, Stun Santorin's in some trouble. Taken out before anything really even happens between the two teams. Rich is going forward. Double knockup onto multiple members of Golden Guardians, and who he wants to take Tomo down with him. It's a 2-for-1 trade thus far. Licorice picking up the enemy ADC and is hungry for more. Rich, what a slice from the Q from Stixxay, but manages to stay alive.
Those AP Varus pops, even with the attack speed, early items here, still definitely lands a lot on that Q. Being able to pop those stacks. It looks like in the aftermath, the Collie's also going to get solo gold on the top tower. So not only is this a nice little play here from Golden Guardians with Huhi being able to disengage, they get the counter here. And Rich goes right at Rivers because he knows Kindred no ultimate, and he should be able to get this kill. It's still definitely very positive for Golden Guardians. Not only do they get the extra kill in the play, but they should on live also have gotten the solo tower gold on top side for the Akali. Yep, good job there for Gory. So even more money into one of those split pushers.
While the gold hasn't been heavily in the lead of one or another at this point in time, Golden Guardians just barely trying to push that over towards 1K after Dignitas were starting to build something up for themselves, but they're here ready for the site. Santorin rocking on in with the twisted advance. Licorice has to flash out of the pit.
Yeah, it's pretty scary about the lockdown there following up, so does expend the flash, doesn't want to have to wait till next Q up. Long cooldown on that, just jump through the teammate. Objective acquired though, so he's got that extra split pushing power of the Rift Herald in his pockets now. Always nice to have one of your solo laners pick up the Rift Herald #2 if you are trying to make a dent in one of those secondary turrets on the sideline. Side lane secondary turrets, we say it all the time, but 800 gold for the team. Juicy objectives there. And we've got a short little pause here.
Little one, but Dignitas and Golden Guardians are keeping it pretty tight, Kobe. I mean, it doesn't feel like anyone has truly run away with the game, but we're looking at Dignitas to be able to execute as a team, whereas Golden Guardians feel like they have a little bit of diversity in the strategy they can bring because they have that split push potential as well, and with that Rift Herald in Licorice's pocket.
Exactly. See if we can get any info on what this pause is about. But yeah, Golden Guardians with the double static shivs, going to be able to push waves very quickly as well. So, you know, the introduction and the popularity of this item also kind of helps out in that map control. Instantly shoving waves, collapsing into jungle, starving out your opponents of resources. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians, like we keep saying, they have built up a very solid team here in draft. It is very linear and straightforward, but the extra cleanse from Milio, as long as they work on their communication and their trust and don't overlap that with the cleanse as well, should be pretty solid there, trying to create some space for the Jensen Azir that has gotten a couple of the early kills for early money. Some funding to try and carry their team fights.
Yeah, I think that's a good direction for Dignitas to go when considering last week what we saw from the team where there was strength out of Rich, and we're wanting to see Ken Santorin and Jensen step up a bit and kind of get some looks that allow them that early game agency. And here we saw a little bit of that today. It looks like Gory had gotten up and left, so something really...
Yeah, I just got word that it is a keyboard issue for Gory, so I believe he's going to get maybe a backup keyboard or something.
Do you have a backup keyboard at home? Or...
I do. I have a couple because I've gotten a lot of them from like winning prizes, online tournaments and stuff like that. So I just have random extra peripherals. And
You're
stuff.
just set up for life.
Yeah.
Cycle through them. I feel like that's always good. I tend to be a spiller, so if I don't have a keyboard in the closet or something, then I feel like I'm living on life's edge.
Yeah, dangerous without a backup.
Yeah. If I feel a little extra reckless, maybe I throw the other one away and say, just one shot.
All right, what are you spilling? Can we just solve this with a change to a sippy cup or like one of those traveler cups?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm spilling lots of things. A lot of times, like pre-workout, I did spill protein shake across one time, but some of my friends, as a kind of gag but low-key really good gift, had given me, it's this cup that not only is completely sealable at the top and has a straw, but it's got a suction on the bottom of it that pulls off really easily when you're actually trying to drink your drink, but it is unknockable. You can swing at that ish and it's not going anywhere.
So you are a well-known spiller, I guess.
Oh yeah. Dude, why do you think I'm wearing dark clothes the majority of the time? And I wear bibs around when I have to eat or drink anything because I can't be trusted. I guarantee 40% of the time while on this camera, I have had coffee on me that you just can't see because I'm selective about my patterns.
Nice. The game of hide the coffee stain.
Yeah.
The classic morning ritual. All right. Looks like Gory, though, does have backup keyboard plugged right in, going through the check right now, and should be a smooth way right back into the game.
Get those hands warm again. Not with any warm liquids, though. Just moving around, and here we are.
Quick solve.
Back where we started. Well, not exactly where we started, because we are over 19 and a half minutes into the game. Dignitas and Golden Guardians neck and neck with the next dragon spawning in about 40 seconds time.
All right. I'm excited to see some of these Akali pops in the side lane now because part of the reason Static Shiv jumped up so much in popularity was the AP ratio that's put on it and the amount of charges you can gain while dashing. And guess what? Akali's got a lot of dashes, so she can charge up to Static Shiv very quickly. And with the Proto Belt as well, adding even more mobility to the massive mobility here in the kit. So I think it will be a fun thing to watch, him jumping around these team fights with all that mobility and all that electricity. The Dragon about to spawn, and Golden Guardians actually heading here kind of early. They didn't get another shove on top lane before this happened. They're just going to go with the Rift Herald play down mid to get mid priority that way first.
A classic approach whenever a dragon is spawned in and you have that Rift Herald, throw it down mid. It draws some of the attention from Dignitas. Does manage to get a charge, but not much attention for long. Golden Guardians didn't immediately start up the dragon. They know Dignitas are coming forth. Dig being very focused on their team fight. Gory finding a positioning on the opposite side of the pit, but Huhi's the first one to go and make the play. Gory slicing through the back, but Santorin trying to lock back down. Dig Diamond is the first one to fall for Dignitas, and Golden Guardians keeping focus on this dragon. Is getting poked from both sides, though. The range that Tomo has and the ability to do so. Jensen trying to get a little bit of a poke at it as well, but the re-engage is good from Licorice. Now, all of the obliteration onto Santorin, and Dignitas cannot contest here. Golden Guardians, third dragon for themselves.
Beautiful crack on that team fight. Golden Guardians with the double flank. Have on the top side Huhi coming through with the Rel yet again. This time, he flashes in to preempt the defensive move from Dig, and Dig are unable to peel this time around. Once Gory got in there, you saw Gory just instantly assassinate the Melio. He goes right for the Melio so he can't enchant anybody else up. He's a squishy target, so Huhi flashes in, goes in with the Rel ultimate, gets him locked up. Gory flashes to follow up, follows the E back onto him, instantly bursts down the Melio. They've got the advantage in the team fight. He can even use R2 to get back out over the wall, and they reset with their numbers advantage. Then just using this dragon, the Hex Dragon, with that little chain lightning as well. Licorice as soon as he gets his stun, and Stixay having the cooldowns here to force Rich back out too means Santorin, there's no way out for him. He's either gonna go down running away or go down Wing back into the Golden Guardians, and he chooses the latter there. So the extra kills, and Golden Guardians keep on with their dragon stacking ways, and their options here are proliferating.
Building up advantages over the past 8 minutes or so. Stixay did just use the cleanse to escape the effect of the enchanted crystal arrow from Tomo. That ultimate cooldown for Tomo does become pretty short, so you expect to throw those out pretty consistently as long as there's not a major objective that you're trying to hold it out for. but all the while a little bit of a breather. Now Golden Guardians having secured that gold lead past that 1,000 mark.
We've traded 1v1 partners, and Gory's like, okay, I'm not going to take down this Poppy, but I still kill most of the minion wave with the static shiv anyway. And then on the other split push partner, we're going to have a flank. River and Huhi looking for Jensen.
Uh-oh,
Can he cue?
Jensen, can he get there? Who he goes for the grab, and it's River with the kill credit. Golden Guardians collapse pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. Pick off the other split pusher, static shiv the wave on the top side so they don't lose any priority here. Allows Licorice to push back out on this Jax as well. Golden Guardians pathway now looks very smooth. River even getting another mark. That is 8 marks at just under 24 minutes into the game. This is a very happy Kindred player.
And like you said, for Dignitas, they have a very clear-cut strategy. They want to team fight, and when it's Golden Guardians that have control over the map, they're going to have an easier time extending those wards forward as they've taken down more turrets. It's more difficult for Dignitas to find the opportunities to do so.
Yeah, they've got to really mark Huhi. Last time they had a ward that saw him a little bit early, but then since Huhi used everything to jump in there too quickly, they couldn't react. So they really need to mark these flankers, the Akali and the Rel, the two most prominent. But Licorice himself trying to fish around.
Rich, though, poking around as well. They know that they don't see Licorice across mid or on the side lane, so he had to be lurking somewhere. Dignitas feel like they are a bit more wary when it comes to separating. Diamond making sure to keep his carrying Tomo alive, or his bot laner at that, and Santorin just really trying to lie in wait here, Kobe. It's very difficult for them to find their openings.
Yeah, this Dignitas squad, because they're engaged, is pretty slow moving. If it's not for the Ash Arrow nailing somebody who does not see the Ash Arrow coming, it's going to be kind of hard for Dig to actually choose their moment. And that's why we keep talking about Golden Guardians have so many more options, and they're the ones being able to push out side lanes, being able to force the vision the way they want around these objectives. And unless it's a god tier Ash Arrow to start it out here from Dig, where the rest of the members can then follow up with the slow moving Maokai ultimates and get there in time with the Azir damage, then it is going to be Golden Guardians really being the ones choosing the locations and the sites for these fights.
How do you find that sneaky arrow when there's red wards everywhere? You can't find any pocket to hide in if you're anyone for Dignitas. And Golden Guardians, with the continued map control, just really limiting those options, but broadening the options for themselves. 20 seconds to go before the next dragon spawns. This would be the 4th for Golden Guardians in the acquisition of a soul, unless Dignitas can do something about it.
Okay, they see the Rel, they see the Akali up on the Baron side, but the whiff on the Varus ultimate.
Can't do any follow-up from that. At least Golden Guardians making sure not to commit until they get some kind of lockdown onto Dignitas. Everyone from Dignitas out in the open across mid lane.
Yeah, Golden Guardians right now trying to use this dangling Dragon Soul, 4th dragon up, as a kind of distraction to be able to go for the Baron. They keep hovering towards the Baron side, so if Dig go down there and they try and cut off the Dragon Soul pickup, then Golden Guardians are threatening that they will very quickly burn down that Baron.
And at the very least, Gory getting one up on the top. Ultimate out from Maokai. River just able to sidestep it. Dignitas, they wanted to find the angle, but they could not. And Golden Guardians takes that pulling away of their resources as a win for them to go take the objective instead. GG on the Dragon.
Yeah, they're on the Dragon, and they're on the top lane, and they're on the Baron vision. So this is the benefits of being able to push the rest of the map. Akali pushes the minion wave up to the secondary turret on top side. Licorice is on the Dragon. Gory then rotates on over to this Baron start that they've done. And they might have taken too much damage here. Huhi's already down to 50% HP on the Rel. Support tanks are not built like the rest of them. A little bit more squishy here. They can't afford to fully tank it. And it looks like Golden Guardians might have tried to do too much there. As they get chased off of Baron, the minion wave got cleared on top side, and they can just slip in and pick up the Dragon for themselves. So Golden Guardians trying to do a lot, but Dignitas being able to defend and in the end pick up the easy Drake.
Yeah, the hope from Golden Guardians was to divide those resources from Dignitas, a team that wants to play together, but instead, when drawing them apart but not able to draw the health bars down enough onto the objectives, they don't pick anything up just yet. Dignitas, on the other hand, getting their first Drake, but it's just one, and now the focus is back over onto the top side. Golden Guardians whittling down the Baron once again, teleport coming on in as well to ensure the team in full is here for any approach that Dignitas make from downtown. Santorin throws out the ultimate once again. Poppy kicks Licorice away, and Stixxay very close to death before the Lamb's Respite ends up popping. Gory goes into the backline, tries to get the kill onto Rich, but has to go golden. It's a shutdown onto Stixxay, but the entirety of the bot lane for Dignitas has been killed. Double kill for River, and Golden Guardians want to lock their sights on the remaining members of Dignitas. Golden Guardians with the Baron, Golden Guardians with the ace.
It was scrappy, it was messy, but in the end, Golden Guardians will get the Baron. Poppy ultimate is able to get the Jax out, not the jungler out, because River was hiding in the back of it. And then River, really good ultimate here, saves Stixxay, gives them some time to force out the Dig bat line. You see Rich and Diamond got so low, but then Jensen, he shifts in, he tries to go for the big kills, the sweep on that Kindred ultimate. The last second stopwatch there from Licorice keeps him alive. And they only drop 2 members to Dig as Dig tried to sweep in there at the very end of that Baron and pull out the extra kills. Even though it was a little scrappy there for Golden Guardians, in the end, they get their Baron and they won the team fight as well. So now they'll be coming back so much more items in inventory here for them to be able to complete this siege. Almost 8,000 the gold lead, as well as being 3 minutes away from the Dragon Soul.
River putting in work and damage, but also in utility, keeping Stixxay in there, and Golden Guardians walking away with a lot in that 8,000 gold lead. Buff still in tow for 1 minute and 20 seconds more. Dignitas, their circle just becomes smaller and smaller. Tails between legs in their own jungle as Golden Guardians have already pressured the side lanes and are looking to pressure more.
Yep, take away the jungle while pushing 2 lanes. Jax mid, rest of the members rotate down to Gory, who's already pushing on bottom side. So the Baroned up minions will do a lot of work here. Even for Azir, they're kind of difficult to clear out, but it looks like they will get it up. Mid lane now is going to crash there as well. Varus arrow is answered by the Melio ult. This time, they don't double up on the cleanse plus ult at the same time, so that's definitely improvement there for Dig. 1-for-1 trade.
Some more team synergy coming from Dignitas, specifically from that bot lane, but will it be enough to keep Golden Guardians off of their front porch and keep that door locked? But GG keep on pushing.
And the cooldown for Varus ultimate is way shorter than the cooldown for Melio ultimate, so Stixxay is just going to keep on throwing these out, fishing around for picks. Always worth it if he's able to burn that one. And that level lead for AD carries that we were talking about in the early game with all the roaming there for Huhi has expanded 2 levels now, the lead for Stixxay, as well as across the board, River in the jungle as well over Santorin. And those are the benefits of having so much map control and being able to push all 3 lanes constantly in this game, and then be able to collapse into jungle to steal away even more resources.
And Dignitas, I mean, we've seen in the last fights the attempts to go by the game plan. Jensen trying to get in there, throwing out the Emperor's Divide, wanting to really divvy up Golden Guardians. Santorin ulting from outside of vision to get that lockdown. But Golden Guardians' response has been great, especially when using those reactive ultimates like the Kindred ultimate, and then even being able to sidestep some of the specific targeting, like Rich, for instance, wanting to knock on the jungler, but getting a solo laner instead. GG are just looking cleaner. Oh, but here we go, teleport coming in for Dignitas, and an immediate stun onto Licorice, who pops the watch. Turret doing some damage. Oh, there's the Emperor Divide to knock 2 under the turret, and Huhi goes golden himself alongside Jensen. Gory from the flank wants to go for the kill, finds it onto Azir, and Gory now very dangerous for a moment until the rest of the team can collapse upon Santorin, and Golden Guardians get their second ace.
Yep, and that might do it for us. It's only 32 minutes into the game, but Golden Guardians pushing the inhibitor, going for the Nexus turrets. Everybody from Dig is dead, and Golden Guardians will pull it out.
I'm sorry, Fudge, but it looks like you're wrong on your prediction for the day. Starting week 2 strong, it is Golden Guardians decimating Dignitas to really pull things together with a little bit of flair in the final moments. Oh, the double ace and a win.
Nice timing on the pop at the end. The finishing touches there from Golden Guardians with the fountain kill.
You always have to appreciate the flair, the style with which you knock on Nexus.
The adaptability here, jumping on the changes. Multiple static shifts picked up, playing the side lanes. Licorice even went with the blind jacks, full faith that Dignitas are going into full team fighting. And Golden Guardians played around them very well. Only one botched engage with the stuff around the Maokai ultimate on the very early fight that Dig were able to pull it out. After that one, immediately returned to this exact same strategy, the flanking Rel, the flanking Akali, and they break it wide open with that one.
It feels that Golden Guardians are very eager to be the first to adapt to changes, the first to find out what looks both play into the comfort for the players, as well as something that can perform well in the existing meta. And it was also great to see Huhi back on the Rel with the changes in tow.
Yeah, this is why we get excited when you see him pick this champion for Golden Guardians. Longtime Rel player. New Rel, same Huhi though. Found the engage. This one was quite hilarious. On top of the Kindred ultimate, then the Azir bounce, then the Poppy W bounce. So Dignitas did pretty well in that scenario to be able to get the frontline kills, but too much of a lead for Golden Guardians. You see the damage coming from Gori and Stixxay. The double static Shiv carries, able to pop them in the end. AP Varus is no joke. The explosion damage definitely felt at home.
Yeah, he put in some work and put in some work in the typical way in laning as well, just holding it down to get strong enough to be able to poke effectively later on for Golden Guardians. But that does it for our first game of week 2. For now, we're kicking into a break. But on the other side, Team Liquid take on Energy.
So copy, over.
Crystal Arrow along with the Maokai ultimate, many a stun, but the Kindred ultimate as a result keeps River in it. Slamming into the back, River flashes away, and first blood is drawn by Jensen. Gori goes into the backline, tries to get the kill onto Rich, but has to go golden. It's a shutdown onto Stixxay, but the entirety of the bot lane for Dignitas has been killed. Double kill for River, and Golden Guardians want to lock their sights on the remaining members of Dignitas. Golden Guardians with the Baron, Golden Guardians with the ace.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
어? 나르? 어? 직스. 블라디미르? 티모? 미니언. 밀리 미니언. 예. 랭가. Bye.
Yeah.
Hey, this is good. This is good.
What is mean?
We have some disadvantage. Baron? Baron jump? Baron scare? What? Throw. Baron throw. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, one more. This is attack speed. It's robot, right? Oh, time.
T-bar.
T-bar. Oh.
T-bar.
This is attack speed. Okay.
Yeah. Galio? Kha'Zix? Bird? Channa? Pass.
Okay.
그 상태? 알리스타.
Okay.
오케이. 라모스? 아, 자크! 녹탄? 우르곤?
Pass.
드래곤.
Yeah. Flash.
아, 블랙. 애니비야. 아, 이거 하고 있어.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. The TL vibes seem off the charts right now.
They're pretty damn good.
Winning does that to you.
Yeah,
A lot more wins so far.
I will say something did preclude all of their wins last week.
Okay.
And we're going to show what it was. So actually, if we pay attention to their arrivals, there's something really key that's going on here. So notice there's a clear antagonist right here,
Yes.
TSM. And then every individual is
Every individual?
Yeah.
No!
They're trying to attack. So everyone is on the same page. And then when there's a failure, they're not negative. They support him in trying again. And then he actually takes out the antagonist. So that was the best dunk of all. So now let's fast forward to the next day. They have a very clear cohesion.
Yes.
And they also have targeted a specific player. That was a duck.
I also like that before Harry was the one who failed the dunk, and they let him carry the next game.
And then
he
here,
tears the duck.
a unified enemy that they all get to pick on in and out of game.
Tactical.
That's who they were playing against. They had to, and this is even before you go into the Rift. It's all about the mentality that you have. Let's just compare this, though, because they weren't the only team doing introductions. These are all three of Energy's introduction. Notice the clear lack of an antagonist. Why is he on a stretcher?
Yeah, is Palafox the one who's
Right.
dead?
Is he the antagonist?
I think the drowsiness for sure is the antagonist right there.
Well, maybe, but
'Cause he
you
was
need
still
to
asleep in
know who
game
they're
two.
playing. And then here, again, why are they infighting? Where is the cohesion? They should be
not a good look.
up to their opponent. I will say, though, this one has a high production budget. They actually got a police car. No idea how they did that.
Might
but
not
then
be legal.
notice, the five of them
They're working together.
Yeah.
are working together. And this led to a victory. They were 1 and 2.
Okay, that's disgusting. That is not how. Give me that.
Okay, fine.
That-
Well, do you want to see the TSM ones again?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I think
Pick your own
I think Jap broke the code here. I don't think anything Raz has to say
Yeah.
about why TL is winning.
Mine is very logical.
I can't imagine
It's
there
not.
being any other reasons that Team Liquid's doing well.
It absolutely isn't. So I wanted to actually break down something logical. Please. Something that makes
We'll see,
actually
we'll
in
see.
the game.
active sense, and it was their goal lead, a massive one. The exact amount was 10,767 goal lead at 14 minutes when they went up against IMT.
Just saying, who were they bullying before the game?
Doesn't matter.
Who were they bullying in the game?
They
Now
told
it's
us.
actual people. So the first thing to make a note of is the fact that they do have a better early game versus IMT. IMT's heavily scaling. They have Aphelios and Melio. I actually didn't know how well
Aphelio.
that sounded. I didn't know how well that sounded until I started.
Aphelio.
They were on top, Sejuani. If they get pretty far into the game, then yes, that's going to be pretty tough. The problem is, Immortals is starting to collapse really early on. Pyosik does an incredible job at being able to link towards bot lane, but before this even happened, he kicked Sejuani straight out of his jungle, took out red. Sejuani recognized that, so he's down at camp, went to clear top side, and then based. So he recognizes that this dive is just clear for the taking, while I'm trying to get this thing to play. Team Liquid is looking to stack the wave. You can see how Pyosik is actually positioning himself. I don't think they can go for a two-man dive, so they clearly aim for the AD carry. He actually falls behind Tactical, 15 CS after this point. So he's well enough out of the game. And it's not as if they didn't stop, or at least didn't try to stop the dives from happening. Balulu constantly made the rotation. I'm going to make a stop right here just to pause it. Balulu tried constantly on his pushes to try and cover these ganks. In fact, he's bot side in this time because he was trying to protect Tactical and Treats were monumentally behind, as you can see from the CS here. But while we're focusing towards bot lane, Pyosik and Summit were communicating towards a top lane dive. That's like 11 CS, including a cannon minion wave that was coming in. So, really well communicated. They look for a gank. You're not able to get Bellows Breath to at least stop one point of CC to come through, and it's a clean dive. And the worst thing is they're just bullying him. So before this play even happened, Summit was leaning towards Pyosik so he can guarantee the Gromp, because at the end of the day, they're just trying to bait the 2v2 and try and push Kenby to stop this awkward situation that's happening to Solo. So the worst thing is this.
It's a disaster.
It's a complete disaster. Balulu is even rotating once again to try and stop it, but he's late again. A point that you wanted to make, Mark?
I was gonna say the CS about like the fact that Balulu had to keep leaving lane to try and cover bot CS creates their own 20 CS disadvantage in mid lane as well. Top lane's getting slammed, so it's like, yeah, they're kills, but they're also just getting crapped on in lane phases. Like TL's lane phase was insane last split. It's still true.
It's still insane. This bubble was great because he knew that someone like that Treats was going to try and block it for Tactical, and then you see a TP. And I think that's for me the biggest focus is, yes, Pyosik did an incredible job in the early game to be able to get his lanes ahead, but then they snowballed regardless of him to try and consistently push the envelope. A team that it reminded me of actually was 2018 Invictus Gaming as a team, because they were a team that constantly picked for early games, constantly dove with Ning. They were a team that was like so ridiculous in how they did it. They just knew that if they were better players, that they can execute better. And that's what saw from this one game. Once again, IMT collapsed a little bit.
Can you pull up the gold graph? Because the steepness of the gold graph, I know we've mentioned that it was an LCS record, but that's in 10 years of the LCS. No one has had this big of a gold lead this early into the game.
It's the Dawn Wall. You're trying to climb up the straight cliff face.
Unbelievable game by them.
It's a ridiculous game. We hope to see them try and have some consistency with the early game lead so they can link it into the mid game, and like if their team fights have been better, so we'll see more from them as they're going up against NRG. So we're going to be giving this one back to Kobe and Gabby. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, Raz. We are really gearing up for Team Liquid versus NRG. I mean, I think when you look at those gold graphs that they just shared for Team Liquid from last week, it shows that some of that early game identity has stuck with them from spring, but they've been shoring things up for a different, more victorious look. Victories 3 times at that.
And to me, one of the biggest factors has been the improvement for Pyosik. He was absolutely smurfing the Lee Sin game as well as the Sejuani game, even though it's not a flashy jungler. Really, really big performances out of him. So see what they can do against NRG, because NRG did not have the start that they wanted. Dropping the first 2 games, they really looked frustrated and angry on stage after those. And being able to get their win at the end of last weekend, I think we'll do a lot coming into this weekend. It's a pretty hype matchup actually for me, even though the two different early records and early starts will go, I do think it's fairly closely matched. And we will always continue to see the respect for the Kindred for Pyosik. I don't think he's ever going to get to play it, especially right now where it is in borderline OP territory, one of the best junglers in the game. So no surprise there. And there we go. Are we going to get our first Static Shiv LeBlanc? Now, the first place I saw it was Bobchin on Twitter, and he is a Team Liquid streamer. So I was a little surprised they didn't play it earlier, but now Team Liquid's got the Bob champ.
Bringing her into the LCS. We'll see what Harry can do. And I mean, I think for Team Liquid in general, as much as we're all looking forward to all the Static Shiv plays across the day, I do want to talk a little bit more about Pyosik and Summit specifically and how they're able to perform last week. We saw Summit give the shades of color that we've seen when he has been an MVP, when he has been at the top of the league. Oh, we get new Ivern, Kobe.
All right, Ivern got the changes. So Ivern's been sitting at like 54, 55% win rate as well for jungle. I'm excited to see what contracts can do, because now you give on-hit damage to anybody that goes into your brush for your teammates as well. The shielding playstyle, I'm assuming this is going jungle, by the way. You can play it in solo lanes. We'll leave that at a much smaller percentage chance of happening. But as the picks keep going here, one of the biggest downsides to Ivern is your first clear is very vulnerable to invades, because you get very low. You have to spend a bunch of your health to be able to channel on your early camps, and you don't instantly get those camps due to the nature of the champion. So if someone comes and invades from strong solo lane members with an aggressive jungler, they can just take away what you've already sacrificed HP for, and Ivern is very bad at going and answering opposite side, opposite jungle quadrant clears. So you can only ensure when you have smite up that you can steal one away from enemy territory. So that's always the biggest difficulty with Ivern is early clears. And if your opponents get aggressive early on, they start attacking you, taking away your camps, and especially if they have high damage champs that can just jump to the back line and kill you, like Kennen and LeBlanc. So I do think this is going to be, could be a difficult game for Contracts, assuming he's going to be the one piloting the Ivern, but I'm very hyped to see it pop up here.
I think that's probably one of the picks that most were looking forward to when coming into this week. 13.12, knowing that Ivern was in play, but Team Liquid going for a classic, and Vi has been in the meta for quite some time now, giving Pyosik some agency to maybe punish Contracts in the early game and take advantage of some of those weaknesses that you were just pointing out, Kobe. But then also having the strength of Kennen in top, the second game of Kennen for Summit this split.
Yeah, I went pretty heavy on the weaknesses of Ivern. Guess what? The strengths are actually in Daisy, because Daisy just got turbo juiced with a lot of the buffs. Quicker attack speed, more damage, more tanky as well. Pretty hard to kill her. Your Ivern can just send the Daisy at you with the shield on top, and she will beat you down. So do not underestimate Daisy in the boxing matches. But as we keep on going through here, bending out the Akali that we just saw, with the Static Shiv variation from Gory in the last game. Doesn't want to get it answered there for the LeBlanc either. Meanwhile, continuing towards bottom lane focus here. Banning away the Rakan from Team Liquid, from Core JJ. He's always been one of those big engage champion players as well from the bottom lane. Maybe he even decides to take up the Rel. Definitely a possibility from him. And since NRG have taken the Ivern as a shielding enchanter in a different role, they don't have to take an enchanter as support, and that's good on this patch because both Lulu and Yuumi were heavily nerfed.
It's definitely what the patch was trying to enable, not always having to auto-lock into the same enchanter.
Ooh, Tristana Rel, that is a good kill combo.
All the jumping in. Really be able to blast him down. Just a hover for now, though. Just a hover. We'll see if Team Liquid decide to commit, because you've got the...
Do it. It's a Core JJ classic, even back when he played all the way with Tactical. So, yes, so we do get the Rel at least. I think we should be able to get the Triss. Something to look for kills. Some sort of kill lane here. And by the way, the Kai'Sa has been gaining popularity. It was played in Europe with the Static Shiv variation mid lane. So just about that extra Kai'Sa pickup there for energy. That is going to be the mid lane Kai'Sa, AP static Shiv mid lane Kai'Sa. I believe it was VTO who played it into Perks LeBlanc in the mid lane, answering the static Shiv for static Shiv here.
Okay.
With the Kai'Sa, so.
Lots of static Shiv action, but a lot of changes in this draft compared to previous ones as well. Samira getting locked in as the last pick for Team Liquid.
It's fun, okay? Yeah, there's some broken stuff floating around, but making it exciting. We're getting some new champs here.
Yes.
Samira bottom lane with the Rel. That's even more exciting than that Tristana. And that is the true classic kill lane, bottom lane. Samira Rel. That is definitely going to make Aphelios' life very, very dangerous and difficult here. So yeah, as I was kind of setting up when they first locked in the Ivern here for contracts, looks like a very scary game to play Ivern, because your Scion will likely not have lane priority, could get invaded there. Your bottom lane is going to be under kill pressure threat. So we'll definitely keep track of the early clear for him and how they deal with this. I do have faith though, the Kai'Sa counter into the LeBlanc static Shiv matchup in mid lane did win in Europe, so excited to see it get pulled out here as well.
All right, Team Liquid and Energy following some of the trends of the shifting meta that we have gotten a taste of in other regions and are now about to do exactly that here in the LCS. Will Team Liquid continue their streak? I mean, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good after the undefeated week number 1. Energy was able to scrap that win in game number 3, so they're coming in with a little bit of momentum, but a lot to really figure out when we see them taking to the Rift, Kobe, because of how long it's been since we've seen some of them on these particular champions.
All right, let's get it started. Kill lanes, bottom lane, Ivern, jungle, LCS extravaganza. Ignar on his Alistar as well. Ignar was always touted as one of these really sneaky supports that would look for very long flank angles, wandering through enemy territory to find surprise engages. So Alistar definitely a champion that will speak to his original nature. Team Liquid bringing 5 here to go towards the Kai'Sa, though. Palafox does get out of that sometimes dangerous brush. If you don't respect it and you hover too much up on that wrong side, people can jump on you. Got to give yourself enough distance to be able to see them coming in. And this is what I'm talking about. If you get some early vision on Ivern, let's track Pioshik and see how he tries to take advantage, because really, really helps to see the early clear outs from him. Those early channeled camps are so vulnerable because Ivern does have to hurt himself to start them.
Team Liquid really want to make Contract's 300th game of his career hell, and are trying to make sure they can catch out that information right on the top side. But we'll have to see how Contracts ends up responding.
All right, I'm assuming he'll full channel the blue quadrant, then go grab his red with the smite, and then come on back to protect, make sure nothing gets invaded too early on. He doesn't want to let his bottom lane become the weak side of the map. So he's going to be seen on that Raptor ward if he goes through the Raptor brush. He's going to have to hug. He knows the exact placement of the ward, so he's going to have to hug top side. All right, he's not going to try and avoid the ward. Just goes straight to Raptor's red. Should smite up the red. And then I would definitely get back down to the other side of the camps instead of going to channel Krugs, but see if he goes. Okay, good. He's not going for the full channel. Even though they did slightly buff up what Krugs will give you as Ivern, because the original variation was that you would miss out on all the value from the mini Krugs, and so they tried to compensate him a little bit. By the way, another part of the changes, which you just saw demonstrated there by Contracts, you should be spamming your Q in the jungle to these camps, because when you hit stuff, it is going to reduce it 50% there for your jungle camp. So travel speed when you're jungling means a lot and can really quicken your clear speed here.
A nice early game lesson on Ivern from Kobe here with Contracts, bringing him into the LCS, and definitely paying close attention to those micro decisions, right? Okay, they see me on this ward, so let me not go the obvious way. Let me go a bit more safely back into my bottom side of the jungle. But Palafox Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs flashes nicely. Still in the brush for now. Harry's in trouble.
Really good job by Palfox fighting his way out of that one. If you try and just run the other way, then you're going to get chased down. Chain and Q flash from Pyosik. But he fights his way out. He goes on LeBlanc. He pops Harry's passive. He uses the extra minion wave that he's working with to push up. And then he flashes that by Q's. Contracts walking right in. He's got the level lead, but he is just Ivern, and Pyosik's able to Q out over the top of the wall. But in the end, it's still valuable for Team Liquid. Even though they're not able to get the kill here, their return possibilities are insane on this Kai'Sa. And you're going to have to invest a lot in vision around mid lane now for Contracts. Try and get some support for Palafox.
Oh, we talked about that kill bottom lane, and Team Liquid are pulling the trigger. Ignar off the back of FBI wants to put his body between TL and the rest. So keeping in it, everyone's still holding on to their summoners thus far.
And this is what we expect from the draft from Team Liquid. The aggressive lanes trying to burn summoner spells early on. Mid lane gets the flash out of the Kai'Sa early. Now they have to worry about ganks towards mid repeating, have to expend their vision efforts here, trying to keep him safe. Palfox drops 2 of his own, and Contracts has one as well. Meanwhile, top side, it looks like that is a dead Dopa.
First blood. Summit gonna feel good about that one with the assistance of Pyosik to really kick things off and take advantage of the tank on the top side. But on the bot side, Energy want to make the plays on Team Liquid. Yan has to expel both summoners on the retreat.
Yeah, pretty sick there when the Ivern Q allows Ignar to just jump right in. And here's the repeat gank. Chain into Q.
On Palafox getting rooted across mid, knows that he's in trouble with this 2v1. All the while, Energy cannot follow up past the rest of their play on this bot side.
So, Gabby, that Team Liquid early game looking pretty good, staying on base, and especially when your draft is looking like this. That's why I was saying it's probably a really hard Ivern game when all your lanes will be under attack. You've got a mid lane Kai'Sa who only has flash to try and deal with LeBlanc, Vi combinations there. And you've only got one flash, so they pop that one early. They remain aggressive in mid lane. They also even attack the top lane and kill off the Scion lane that's been getting harassed by Summit all game long. So even better than expected from Team Liquid with a lot of the early aggression. And they haven't even opened up anything on bottom side of the map yet. Yan using all of his summoner spells, CoreJJ using his Ignite as well. Maybe Energy can have some sort of saving grace here since Contracts did go bottom side and tried to help them out. They got the double summoner spells off the bottom lane early. Maybe they can turn around that aggressive duo on them.
Yeah, but even with that, Team Liquid, they're making sure to keep those wards up across Riverside as well. When they're pushing forward, extending their pressure as much as they possibly can. All the while, those solo lanes holding it down. I mean, as you said, Kobe, I think Team Liquid pretty happy with how things go thus far in the early game. And now at 6.5 minutes, that Dragon's been hanging around. You've got some of the control warding push up from Team Liquid as well in case Energy try to sneak that away.
Yep. As we progress in the game, if Energy are able to stabilize here, then they will have a beefier front line. They will have opportunities to try and mark these flankers from Team Liquid, mark that Kennen, try and keep him out from devastating the back line. You can't actually keep Vi out. Vi will go where she pleases, but the rest of them, they can try and keep track of. Contracts does steal away the red at least here, and getting that critical level 6 for Ivern, so you get Daisy. Huge amount of the power of the champion right now is in Daisy. So level 6 is a very big spike for Contracts. Don't even need an item, just need that ability and instantly go start up the dragon.
So making sure to control the neutral objective on that bot side, using the brush as well, as you tend to see around here for that additional coverage against any Team Liquid vision or prodding. And also the Goldie that Team Liquid was starting to extend, Energy making sure to neutralize it as much as possible with the farm evening up across the mid lane. And then, you don't mind Dopla too much being on a little bit of a deficit on that top side, but different advantages created. Good response from Energy.
Yeah, when people talk about, oh yeah, you know, top laners, low econ, things like Scion, never mind, we're gonna have the engage.
Oh, Ignar is the first one to take the brunt of the damage. Daisy coming in alongside Contracts, but Energy are forced to group back up on their side of the lane. Just the 3v3.
Respect the Daisy in the brush. Looks like they're just going to ride back off here, though. Team Liquid able to get aggressive and not use anything there. Daisy cooldown here expended for contracts. She does last quite a long time, so it's not over instantly, but might need that one back. Team Liquid, all they have to do now is kind of wait it out on the level 1, and then they can just go right back to being aggressive. Harry here on the LeBlanc gets the shove up on mid lane since Palafox already used his teleport. They've both already gone for their recalls, and Pyosik will use that timing window. Mid lane push, minion waves advantage are for you, so your LeBlanc is here. Means you should be able to get the objective.
I'm pulling that objective focus for Team Liquid to take this Rift Herald, and when you're able to get something like Daisy out of contracts, it also means buying all the more time for Jan to get his summoners back up. Flash, with not that much longer, already has Cleanse once more, so Team Liquid can not only continue to play aggressively, but with more safety.
All right, Rift Herald in the hands of Pyosik too. That first Rift Herald is such a power spike for junglers. So much local gold on it, plus being able to share on the turret plates that you're able to take with it, which I assume will either be bottom lane or mid lane. Definitely does go a long way if you're able to take away mid turret. It's pretty hard to do with so many resources usually being expended to defend it, but definitely would be a very, very big advantage for them to be able to blow open, because already they've got side lanes under control. Summit you see on top side continuing to bully Dokla. And kind of what we were talking about earlier, when it's okay for like the Scion player to be down. He's like, fine, I'm still a tank. I'm still going to be building up tank items. But it does matter who you're giving the money to on the kill credit, because it might be a problem for the rest of your team. If you're okay on low econ, it might not be okay if Summit is going to be a very rich Kennen, or if Pyosik will be a very rich Vi getting the kills up on top side. And Summit is going with the Static Shiv Kennen. More lightning with your lightning. I heard you liked lightning. 3 more stacks on his cull. And we are going to have at least 3 Static Shivs in this game. Maybe we'll get a surprise bonus one.
What do you think?
Buy 3, get 1 free, maybe?
Yeah. What's the top number of Static Shivs that you expect to see in one game?
I mean, top, if you want to set the ceiling, I would go lofty and be like 5. But I don't think that's likely. I think 3 will be average.
No. That's my stat that I want to track all week. Most important one, in my opinion.
How much static?
How much
Look at that.
static?
Palafox, boom, wave gone. You love to see it. They can just rotate with the rest of the team now. Daisy's back up for contract, so they still want to play around this bottom side of the map. The focus here for Energy has not changed. They got the first dragon, so even though they're down a large amount of gold, they're doing their best to keep the vision, and now Palafox going big. That was aggressive. He does get the flash out of Pyosik, but no Kaisa ultimate now.
Oh, that was decent amount of damage rain through with that ultimate activated, and hey, at least a jungler with no flash.
Yeah, sometimes you like to send a message to that jungler too. That's for ganking me. I will not hesitate to ult in on you. You get your static Shiv proc. Again, a lot of these champions that we see utilizing the Shiv very effectively have some way to charge it up quickly, the dashes. And so Palafox able to get a large amount of burst damage out there on him. And then, of course, the other part is building into AP afterwards, which Kaisa has no problem doing. You can become the W monster.
And I think Palafox in general, being on a champion like this, after all the hype generated around him as a mid laner, kind of considered underrated in some regards. If you can get some opportunities to pop off. Right now, you got to just pop this Shelly, though.
Get her!
Before it gets the charge. Nice. Energy preventing the charge from the Team Liquid Rift Herald.
Ignar doing his part with his Daisy, or his Shelly defense here. Keeping her off the tower, out of charge range for just long enough. They have enough damage. Contracts is there with the smite. They burn it down. They deny those plates. And Energy doing what they need here. Try and stabilize, reduce the losses, minimize any losses you have in this early stage from Team Liquid, and try and get to your team fights later where you can try and make use of the synergies here of Ivern buffing up these 2 AD carry champions. And it looks like they're going to Blast Cone, go for a play, but Dragon's already been started and is at 50%.
4 members of Team Liquid already on it. Daisy, the first to enter the pit.
He got it!
It goes in, but Contract making sure to get the secure. Multiple knocks up onto Team Liquid. but the pull through from the Magnet Storm and the slicing Maelstrom follow from Summit means there's no more Contracts, but no more Summit either. FBI right there in the crosshairs of Jan, who wants to make him a pawn in his own game. Dokla obliterated as well. Team Liquid lose the dragon, but they get the fight.
Oh, yes, they do. They get that fight all right, and they smash the fight. Rel, Core JJ eventually gets the engage. The Daisy actually keeps him off for quite a while. Look at Harry. He goes in. He gets a chunk onto Contracts. The ultimate and the Q up here onto Pioshi, trying to keep him out. But then Core JJ into the Kennen engage. Chunks them really low. Harry can go in for the distortion. He gets the flash and he gets the first kill for them. And by that time, your Samira has charged up the S rank. So Jan gets to finish them all off. Clean up duty for him. And Team Liquid wipe Energy off of the face of Summoner's Rift. Energy got the smite. Contracts got it. He did indeed get the smite on the dragon, but the gold lead has now increased to 4.2 thousand for Team Liquid off the back of those kills.
That's a lot of gold, Kobe. That's a lot of gold. Bounties on both Pioshik and Jan after that play. So couple dragon stack for Energy, but we'll see what else they can do with it now that Team Liquid is becoming more and more ferocious.
All right, Samira did have to use her flash to do that as well, but now she's got the Dust Blades, so you can get that untargetability as well. It's so nice with this champion. And we'll see about the rotation up to the top side. Both teams answering top side here with the spawn of second Rift Herald, but with Team Liquid, with all the extra money that they have, should still have priority. They've got Harry on bottom side with teleport ready, and Dokla does not have teleport. So Energy probably just stabilize and farm here. If Sion wanted to come, he'd have to walk a ways and then ult up. It is doable, but it's not going to be as quick as Harry. And Harry can get into the pocket of Fog of War. It's like they're contesting for now, but it's definitely dangerous.
You saw that burst initially onto Ignar before shielding up, and Contracts made sure to pop Daisy. Daisy always being the first one to try to create that space. And from the brush hole, they make a play, not so much. Team Liquid just keeping that line of separation.
Daisy got
here.
one!
Oh, right there in the back. Yoshi got to flash out and dash over the wall. Team Liquid
I'm
still
telling you, don't mess with Daisy, okay? Daisy is a beast now. Daisy's watching that Rift-tailed eyeball.
Just trying to guard it as much as possible.
And they deny it.
Oh,
Nobody got in there. Nobody could get past Daisy to get to the eyeball.
When you think about what Team Liquid is going for, wanting to have this power early on, they're building this strength, get money onto the right people. And the first Rift Herald doesn't crash into mid. Energy prevents it. The second one can't grab the eye. Energy just making that face at him. So that's one way to offset the advantages that TL were attempting to build.
Yeah, fair enough. We can go the cope angle for Energy and be like, they also have two dragons.
Yeah,
so
they got two.
They've minimized the losses, even though they haven't been able to get the Rift Heralds. They've minimized the Rift Herald losses while yoinking some dragons for themselves. The bad part is that the gold lead is going to mean that it is very dangerous for them to actually take any of these fights, since Team Liquid have so much damage in this comp. And they have really good engage with Core JJ and Vi. Rel plus Vi is extremely difficult to counter engage. And then once you have that, it sets up for Summit to come through on the Kennen ultimate. Currently, he's been flanked on, though.
Eyes from multiple members of Energy, the unstoppable onslaught. Collapse upon Summit. The rest of Energy were ready to collapse as well if needed from mid, but no intervention is necessary. Summit falls and will be down for 30 seconds.
Yeah, good pick onto the top side play here for Energy. They were probably going to lose that bottom tower anyway, so they decide to try and get something cross-map play here. I always like to see that when you're looking at the losing teams. Try and make your cross-map play while your opponent is grabbing something on bottom side, even if you know you're going to have to overload and lose that on the bottom side. And here they go again. 3 members to the top side. Distortion down for Harry.
Energy continue to commit to this, and Harry with no way to escape just falls knockup after knockup, passive pops. In the grave he goes, but Summit here for the collapse. Teleport response from Energy, but Palafox goes down before assistance is had. It does not matter though, the damage is good from FBI from the backline. Jan falling on into to it, but FBI and Ignar now have been sandwiched between multiple members of Team Liquid. They reverse the damage. They pull another kill.
Yep, Douglas trying to finish something back under the tower, but he's not going to be able to get Summit. And it started out actually good for Energy with another overload on top side of the map, map play there. But then the comms, as the reinforcements from Team Liquid get here, kind of go awry. So take a look at it. They make the dive, they get the kill onto Harry, but the teleport is at the same time the rest of the Team Liquid reinforcements are coming. And so they go in, they isolate Palafox with the Vi plus the Kennen ultimates. They get the kill here, and even though they trade, Dokla goes for the tower dive while the reinforcements from TL got here. So in the backline, Jan is chopping up Contracts and Ignar, charges up his ultimate, gets his Dustblade proc as well, and gets to wipe them. I think the call from Energy had to be more clear in, hey, we just got our pick on the LeBlanc. Do not continue with more dangerous dive. Take the W here, try and back out and fight our way through the reinforcements from Team Liquid that are inevitably coming. You don't have vision on them right now, but you know they're not on the rest of the map, and they've got to be coming up towards your way. If they had their tank line back and was actually going tank line first through the tri-brush to get the team out of that scenario, then they wouldn't have given Jan such a nice, clear route into stacking up and wiping them with ult again.
How long Energy had been playing around that top side gave that intel to Team Liquid to go ahead, make that rotation happen, and with Energy always having to remember as well, the bot lane being new to this roster, sometimes it takes time with the team fight communication. We'll see if they can develop some consistency there across this game and others, now making their stand around Baron to establish some of the vision here.
All right, trying to get that important vision around Baron secured, at least 6,000 gold lead, and your dragon stacking has been significantly slowed down, especially in the face of the big gold lead and how difficult it's going to be to fight. So, yeah, Energy, they know a little bit of biding your time now, trying to keep the important vision up. Maybe you'll be able to jump on the opportunity that does present itself. Ignar always has the possibility of weaseling his way into some pocket of fog of war to find a crazy flank. Sometimes he does get scouted out and caught in those scenarios, but in games like this where you're so far behind anyway, definitely could be a big benefit, trying to find those picks, trying to find those angles.
And Team Liquid pick up another tower for themselves, now cracking open those side lanes. Just as you were saying, Energy, they can't really step up to a lot of these progressions forward. They're having to make sure that they don't give over any unnecessary deaths while Team Liquid have the gold lead, while they have control over the vision with the control wards they have established over on this top side. So Energy having kind of that delayed response, venturing through as a unit to try and reestablish some of that vision for themselves. But it is a difficult battle that they face against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's always hard being down side lane turrets also. Team Liquid, they easily push out these side waves and are able to come back without giving any extra territory to Energy. And so they always can then have somebody in mid lane help them out clear. And if Team Liquid can focus on setting up for the next pick, all they need is one more to really blow the game open. Because one thing that Team Liquid are missing, they don't have a lot of range, so they don't have great siege to end out the mid turret. You can't really deal with that mid turret defense as a short range comp without getting a significant pick or drawing your opponents somewhere else on the map first. And so that's why you see Team Liquid trying to fish around first. They put down some vision through, travel through the fog of war, see if they can get any flanks off, try and find some kills first, then hopefully finish off the last 50% of that mid turret and really take over the map.
See those hooks thrown, the worms trying to serve as the bait. You know, they're all just fishing, hey, Energy, you want to try and come so we can try and get a pick on you? They tried to go for that collapse on Palafox, but he was able to back in time, setting up around Baron to draw the attention of Energy. But Energy are definitely not falling for it as they continue to remain grouped up and focus on pushing these waves towards that line of scrimmage and kind of that neutral zone so they can start moving across this map a bit more effectively.
Yep, Energy, defensive game, keep up the vision here around Baron, just make sure that you don't give up anything for free. And they've actually done a decent job juggling the side waves here, dealing with the extra pressure. It's going to be ill-advised for them to go try and contest the Drake when the Drake comes up in 50 seconds. Luckily for Energy, they did get the first two, so this one is not too scary for Team Liquid to get another one, and should just be able to give it up unless there's some like surprise Alistar combo engage with Dokla coming through, and they can have a very, very advantageous setup to the fight. 'Cause that's what you need. You need a really big advantage right at the beginning, picking someone off or having a big mispositioning error from Team Liquid to expose someone and get some big cooldowns.
Yeah, because it's been pretty tranquil since both of these teams clashed over on that top side, and then Team Liquid was able to grab that dragon to break the stacking of energy. It took away some of that urgency with which they needed to rotate towards that bot side objective. But for now, I want to see if Energy can make a play happen. Ignar, for so long, has been noted for his ability to engage, but we haven't seen it for a bit of time. Oh, here's the attempt. Pioshik has to flash over the wall after going in, but Ignar taking about half his damage to Team Liquid, attempts to flash out and does remain alive. FBI having already used the Moonlight Vigil. Energy are lacking on some of their damage, but have Daisy to continue putting that space between Energy and the rest of Team Liquid. But everyone is still up. The Dragon is up. The Jungler is nearby from Team Liquid as Energy attempting to keep themselves in this.
Yeah, Energy, they don't lose any players, but they lost all of their ultimates. So one ultimate from Team Liquid. Okay, now they lost players too.
Yeah, Harry over the wall absolutely annihilates FBI, and now Team Liquid, they put a gate at every single entrance to this river, and Energy don't even try to pick the lock. Team Liquid pop off for their second dragon.
Static Shiv LeBlanc. You pop minion waves, you also still pop 80 carries. That's the benefit.
Electricity, the I guess strongest element.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, I mean, it's just a control ward over the wall, the river wall. Simple combo too. Nothing too fancy about that. As long as you get your one auto in there, completely destroys the enemy AD carry. No flash time there for FBI either. Just goes down. They give up the dragon as well in the back of it. Again, though, Team Liquid, they don't have the range that you would have if you went with the Tristana rel, as Tristana gets more levels and would start to increase her range. So it's constantly going to still be Team Liquid looking for these.
Oh, Ignar has to pop the ultimate, and Contract's knocked up out of it. Harry gets the kill. Dokla TPing in, but can't really make anything happen with Team Liquid just yet. Energy, they lose their jungler, so Team Liquid, without that smite threat, they make their way over towards that Baron.
All right, double buff LeBlanc here too. Ignar Hex flashes in, and
the damage, Kobe. It hurts when your cow gets partially slaughtered before they can even really make use of his entrance. Team Liquid just burning down this Baron. They'll be wearing purple in no time.
all right, that's going to give you the pushing power. No range needed when you do have that Baron buff. The power that you get with just the minions pushing up, and then you can poke around too. LeBlanc at level 16 with double buffs and Static Shiv is a poke champion, especially with Night Harvester, because your Static Shiv proc, you proc it off the minions, bounce it to a player. It will proc your Night Harvester passive as well, so you get the extra damage there.
Palafox knows that he's outnumbered, so has to pop the ultimate just to be able to escape.
Okay, so he escapes with his life. Nice little move, almost able to get Core JJ. A little fancy with it. They defend on mid and top. They did eventually lose the outer tower on mid, but that one was going down no matter what here with the power of the Baron. And they're just going to be able to reset. Energy, 10,000 gold deficit now that they're staring down, but they're still just trying to squeak out any little bits of gold value for their carries, for themselves. Continue to try and play defensively. They know Team Liquid are lacking true siege potential, true range, so they're trying to just hover around their towers, protect them as long as they can, and they're really telling each other, okay, we got to play for late.
Yeah.
We got to play for late. It will even out eventually. Try and weather the storm.
Yeah, that range, that's why even though Team Liquid have already taken down all the outer turrets, they are very slow in their progression forward because of that lack of range, because of energy. Trying to go for picks like this one. Poor JJ falling into some trouble, but has the shielding, and Jan rooted on the entry. FBI has to flash out of it because he's almost done. In fact, though, it's both bot laners eliminated at this point. Harry trying to escape over the wall, but cannot do so. Palafox putting in the work while the teleport comes in from Team Liquid's side. Pioshik coming out of stasis. Palafox knocked on down by Summit. Dokla, big beefy boy. Summit keep going after him, but it's Ignar that's got Pioshik and core JJ holding him by the horns, and Team Liquid say 4 is enough. We win the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And now, guess what? Nobody to defend the towers, so they can just go in with their Baron buff.
What they've been waiting for.
The real rewards here, all of the towers. They've got plenty of kills. Don't need more of those. Time to take the towers after you wipe them off. 2 more towers, the benefit there. Plus, Summit got the top side, so actually 3 towers. The reason why this looks interesting at the beginning, you're like, ooh, energy. They're really making this one actually look interesting and look good for themselves with the pick, is because Summit stays top side. Look at the Kennen on your minimap to finish the top tower as well. So he finishes the top tower now, and then he's going to look for his teleport to come in after they trade. Pioshik went in to try and finish as well. Harry eventually pops contracts, and then Palafox is able to ult back out. But then once Summit arrives and you get all 5 members of Team Liquid, then, of course, they do still win the team fight, and they got the 3 secondary towers for themselves. So they increase their territory lead, as well as being able to set up now for Dragon number 3. Another Cloud Dragon to go with the first 2.
The 5,000 damage from Palafox wasn't enough for energy to be able to take the fight. Can they take this one? Pioshik goes into the backline with his ultimate, and FBI, so much damage lost. Dokla already taken out. Team Liquid won't let anyone slip away in these fights. Jan, once he comes out of golden stasis, he's here to join Team Liquid on their push down mid lane. Summit, my God, coming in through with the clutch in these team fights. Contrix, I don't think that your brush is enough to hold them off.
Yeah, they don't even care about minions. They're just going to go right on in and try and look for an end on this one. They do have a teleport for Harry, so...
yeah,
like
Team Liquid.
Gonna stay there and finish it off now.
Yeah, you've got plenty of time before the whole team of energy comes up. Team Liquid, 4th dub of the split. They are streaking hot, hot, hot in the summertime.
TL on top, #1 team. Temporarily, until Cloud9 plays as well.
But bask in that glory while you can. It feels pretty good. The only 4-0 at the top of the standings for now. And after so much doubt from Spring.
Certainly. Really, really big bounce back here for this TL squad. And they themselves, even in Spring, when they put this roster together, said this is going to be a summer team. Now we're starting to see the summer team, and it certainly looks like a summer team. 4-0 start for them. Playing a lot better, especially Pioshik and Summit. But really, this one, the whole team. Static Shift LeBlanc on full display here for us as well. Really happy that we got to see these aggressive kill lane bottom lanes too. Makes it so much more exciting. The Samira with Dustblade, people have talking about it so much for solo queue, but it's kind of rare to see pulled out in pro play. When you get that paired with Core JJ's expertise on the rel, definitely made it a fun one.
I think that support position in general, opening things up for Engage, is always fun as a fan. What do you want to see more? Somebody really going in, locking them down like Rel can, or any of these Engage supports, versus sometimes it's nice with a hug, but, you know.
Speaking of going in, there we go. Vi into the middle, and Core JJ over the top right after him. Does the Aphelios get to move? It didn't look like Aphelios got control of his character at all that play. So have fun being airborne and being airborne more. Palafox knew this one was over. He's like, you know what? I'll try and go for the snipe kill onto the Samira. But they knew as soon as they got jumped on there, energy in the bucket for this one. They get another loss. Really rough start to the split for this team that had pretty high hopes, making the upgrades that they did for the bottom lane.
And a difficult opponent for them at that. At least they can bring some of that solace through and try and revisit this game. For now, though, in terms of the Team Liquid victory, we are joining Mark and Jan on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hey, thank you very much, Gabby. I'm standing here with Jan, who was just asking me how much he can swear on this interview. I told him no, but we'll see what happens. How are you feeling after that win?
As you expect from a 4-0 team, it feels really good, especially how it was in the spring split.
Yeah, definitely a big bounce back. This game was a really weird draft. They have Ivern, double marksman, Kaisa coming in later. You guys are playing Rel and Samira, which we haven't really seen. Rel got buffed, whatever. And then also the double Shiv solo lane. So like, talk to me about this draft and like how the meta feels right now.
Well, especially after patch, the new patch where they buffed Static Shiv, everyone didn't actually know it was that like OP, but then they buffed it and then it was like turbo OP now, and everyone's just building it. It's coming up in bot lane as you saw in the Golden Guardians dig game. Both bot laners win it. It's really boring. Can't do anything mid lane, farming.
So that's why you pick Samira, is to make it fun, right? So talk to me about this Samira build where you're going, you know, to get that kind of intangibility during your ult, I assume is what you're looking for?
Yeah, especially when you like get one kill and your ult is on, you just keep going.
Is that what you're looking for mid lane after
that? Yeah, I actually killed him, but I don't know why it didn't go off.
Oh, maybe it's on cooldown still or something?
No, I killed one person. Maybe I used a spell. I have to go back and look. I was like, huh? It didn't go off.
All right, we'll take a look. Talk to me about just when you would look to pick her, because I think it looked really strong. You know, if anyone's watching this, like, I want to play this in solo queue now. Like, what's the kind of stuff that makes Samira Rel strong?
Well, I think if you're a solo queue player, you should definitely be playing like Samira Rel or like Samira or like even Rel itself is pretty strong in solo queue. I would say you should just pick it, and you'll probably get some LP, especially with the Dustblade. They're getting rid of it in 13.13, so abuse it while you can.
Get the LP while you can. Very good. Final question. Just, you talked to you guys, you're 4-0, you're feeling good. What about the rest of the LCS? Do you like look as like, okay, we're basically top dogs with C9 now. Like, do you feel like it's you and them in number 1, 2, and then who's around you guys?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Who do you think is around you at the top? It's you and C9 clearly, but who else caught your eye in scrims or something?
I think C9 is very good. EG, I think, is more highly rated than everyone expects as well. I'm really excited to play against them on Friday.
Okay, cool. Looking forward to Friday then. Thank you so much for talking with me, Jan. We have C9 versus FlyQuest on the other side of the break. You did it. You didn't swear. Yeah, you said, what the?
Magnet Storm and the slicing mails from Summit means there's no more contract, no more Summit either. FBI right there in the crosshairs of Jan, who wants to make him a pawn in his own game. The damage is good from FBI from the backline. Jan falling on into it, but FBI and Ignar now have been sandwiched between multiple members of Team Liquid. They reverse the damage. They pull another kill. Not do so. Palafox putting in the work while the teleport comes in from Team Liquid side. Pioshik coming out of stasis. Palafox knocked on down by Summit. Dokla, big beefy boy. Summit keep going after him, but it's Ignar that's got Pioshik and Core JJ holding him by the horns.
Welcome back. You just saw a recap of last Friday's Summer Bash, and thanks to Retro on Twitter for the shots. Let's talk about FlyQuest. FlyQuest will be going up against Cloud9, the toughest battle yet. So we're going to be diagnosing FlyQuest's troubles. They have a lot of them, so we're going to go piece by piece. Right now, I'm going to be focusing on Rift Herald setups. The Rift Herald setups for the past 2 games have been really rough. So let's start from the beginning. Something good. Vikla makes her own bot side, kills both Huhi and Stixay. So when Golden Guardians were trying to trade on the bot side of the map so they can get gold on towards their Aphelios, it's actually FlyQuest that makes a audible by getting Vikla towards the bot side that completely erases that. And then if you look at the minimap quickly, you just see their top side pushing in. Sad thing about all of this, though, is as they're getting a push in top lane, as Viego's starting Rift Herald, the whole setup is kind of flawed. They didn't check in the tri-bush just to see if there was a control ward, so they do get wrapped around. But there are ways in which they can actually stop this regardless of that mistake. And if we play it out, 2 things to make note of immediately is, okay, you're hugging the wall, it's gonna be tough. River's gonna have an active ulti range with his Sejuani ulti, but Prince just ding 6, just leveled up ulti, so he can, A, not try and harass the top side of the map. He can actually position himself around Vulcan, make it easier for him to dodge out the Sejuani ulti, or just ulti himself. Sad thing is he does neither. So he gets picked on, the entire play fizzles. You see from the mini-map, both Aphelios and Lulu are now back on the map, so Lulu's gonna go through mid, and then you're seeing Aphelios basically take down or at least go towards the bottom side of the map. And so based off of that point, that play, before we go to the TSM example, is a 2.6 gold pivot. It was a 1.3 gold lead, K gold lead there from FlyQuest. And then from that mistake to the Rift Herald being placed top lane, suddenly Golden Guardians have an advantage. And we go to this one. This is actually TSM contesting this late, which is fine. You want to contest this as a squad. You see in the minimap, one example here, once again, it's going to be Impact making the long trek. So you want to buy time for him while you're doing that. Also, you can make a debate whether or not you could be doing Gromp here as a team, but we're all buying time for Orin to get here. Vikla is actually going to also be stopped. So this is a good kudos there for Insanity to be able to mark Annie. But the worst thing was already clear. It was the Aphelios walking up from Prince, gets Malphite ulti, gets Jarvan ulted. By the time he flashes out all of this, he's at 40% HP, and he can't do anything here. So it's already flawed. By the time Impact gets here, it's a lost fight. So 2 out of the 3 games, Rift Herald was squandered. So that, for me, is my focus with FlyQuest. Ja, you had something?
Yeah, mine is pretty straightforward, and it's 2 players that performed amazingly in spring that haven't been performing in summer. So you can see basically on the left, that screen that I'm pointing to are their stats from spring. Vikla was first in kills per game amongst mid laners. Prince as well. Actually didn't have amazing stats by the end of it, but had incredible stats early on. And then you compare that to what they've been able to do in summer. The kills a game are substantially down. Vikla from 5 to 1.7. Prince as well. I believe that 52 might be a typo, but he's tied for 8th overall in kills per game. And across the board, this is the biggest one here, Prince being down almost 1,000 gold by 14 minutes in all the games as the team's primary carry and MVP candidate for most of the year. So they need to try and get back to the spring levels. I think they've been 2 of the lowest performers on FlyQuest, and that's my point. Mark, to you.
I'm going to pick up a little bit off that. Raz talked about Rift Herald setups, and this is going to sound like a little forehead, just play better forehead, but I do think there's an aspect of truth to that. Back when I coached, there's times where you don't want to overanalyze the strategy in these things. You have to look at the plays that you're making and realize you're not playing well. There's no reason that Spica should die there. If he doesn't greed flash, get over, but he wanted the Gromp, didn't want to give it back. You look at these 2v2s that FlyQuest is forcing. This is their thought that they win this 2v2, and they just straight up lose it. They have to burn extra sums. They get forced out of lane phase. Across the board, FlyQuest players are just individually not playing well. We are stacked with this team. They should all be borderline first team all-pro. They are not playing like it with these trades that they are forcing. And as a coach, there's times where you just got to be like, play better, wake up, guys. And it's not, was this a good draft? It's not like, should we have rotated people down? These are just trades that they're losing. And it's something where, yes, there's new champions. You need to start scrimming a little bit more, play more solo queue. I don't know what it is, but this is another example where some days dead to rights here. Vikla misses a shock blast, but he could have just kept running up, but he turned around. He could have gotten melee hammer form, Q on top of him, get that kill or something, and maybe redive onto Nuke Duck, but they just decide the play is over. They're not communicating well. They're not playing well. And so you can sit there and talk about, should we have drafted this? Should this rotation have happened? Rift Herald, things like that. But individually, they need to step up and start playing better. And I know they can, which is why it's extra frustrating. It's like, I have seen these players all pop the hell off before. I just want to see it again.
Hello.
It's a big space.
And I know, I'm the last one. And I'm actually going to go through a few other clips that you probably already saw in Mark's in terms of individual play, but it's going to go over the holistic look at their game against 100 Thieves and what happened early. So before we got to the point where we are at in the game, FlyQuest had actually opted to do an invade on top side to get Raptors and then Red, and then Spica is presumably going to come down here. He's just crossed through mid. And in doing that, essentially Closer has a few options into how to respond, right? And how he responds is they end up going through Scuttle Crab. He has Smite, Spica does not. So he gets this Scuttle Crab. In addition to, one thing that's gonna be a continuous problem for FlyQuest is that topside is continuously pushing with the Renekton into Cassante. And then additionally, on the bot side, as Mark already covered a trade that we're gonna see later again, they have push in bot lane as well. So this actually does give Closer time to respond to that invade that I previously mentioned. Another really interesting thing that happens here that I do wanna point out is that Nuke Duck is able to get first back in mid, and this is also going to mean that he was able to shove in mid and then back off of this, which means they're going to have pressure all around the map, and Closer is actually able to respond to that by eventually contesting Spica at his own red. And so he comes out ahead here as well. And then additionally, when they cross up to the top side, here's that poor trade you see in bot again, which further gives priority to Doublelift and Busio. But up here, Closer, most importantly, gets the both Scuttle Crabs off of this, is level 4 to Spica's level 3. So now the invade has completely not worked out for FlyQuest. And as I pointed out earlier, they've had consistent topside pressure from Someday's Renekton. So Someday is actually going to be able to join up with Closer in doing their own invade, and Spica is going to die, as Mark already covered. So this is kind of a response to see how much better Closer kind of played around the lane pressure they had. That's my thing for kind of diagnosing FlyQuest. We'll see what Flowers and Azale have to say prior to their match against C9.
Thank you very much, Emily. Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. It's time for game number 3 of the day. Cloud9 currently sitting at the top of the table, 3-0. FlyQuest doing the exact opposite. Head-to-head now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. This is not what you would think of as a first versus 10th matchup, right?
No.
You know, FlyQuest was so good throughout spring. Everyone over in the analyst zone, as it were, talking about some of the different issues that they have been having, right? And there have been a lot of them, but I kind of tend to agree with Mark that at the end of the day, you just have to play better, right? Sometimes it's not that complicated. Their players are just individually making a lot of mistakes. They're losing out in lane. You know, that is not something where it is this big macro issue. It's a draft issue. You're just dying 2v2. Some of the players that were at the top of the table for a lot of these stats, you know, Prince being down, being like 9th, 10th in gold difference and CSD at 10, that is kind of crazy when everyone came into the season expecting it to have been a big upgrade in that bot lane with the addition of Vulcan. So these guys have got to keep spamming those games, you know, get working on the same page, because this is a condensed season. They're already 0-3, and now they have a really tough schedule here. Do it for Flowers.
Hell yeah!
So they've got to step up right away, right? Because if you have a bad week 2, all of a sudden you're 0-6. Like, it starts to get pretty grim pretty fast.
Sometimes you just got to look at it like Elden Ring, man. Just get good, all right? Sometimes it's not the game, it's not the meta, it's not the coordination. You just got to dodge the attacks when they're coming for you. Let's see how this champion select is going to play out, because we got Nico locked in here for the side of C9.
Oh, wow.
This champion is almost a permanent member of the ban list. So to see it get through this first 6 bans, it's Rakan, Ivern, Annie, Kindred, LeBlanc, and Varus all banned out instead. C9 is quick to snatch up that Nico. Vi and Aphelios, the response from FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's the first Nico pick in the LCS this split, right? Like, it's just been permanently banned out. It has 100% presence, but just been constantly banned out. alongside Vi, which also has 100% presence, Cassante, Emilio as well up there, at least coming in today. These stats that were correct. So, you know, Nico going to be coming out. We'll see what exactly the plan is to actually deal with it from FlyQuest, because giving it through, it can be interesting. Sometimes when things are like this permanently banned, people don't even practice them anymore.
Right.
Because like, well, I'm never going to get to play it anyway. So then sometimes it does slip through and the person actually isn't very good on it because they haven't put in any games to practice. So I'm going to be interested to see just how comfortable M&S is. I think we're still just getting League of Shiv, right? It feels like that is what we're getting across the board. All the games today have just been like, which team can build more Shivs? Okay, you're winning. Kennen top Shiv has become really common. I've been seeing Shiv on Nico. You're seeing it, you know, on ADs. You're seeing it on top laners. You're seeing it on melee champs, range champs, pretty much everything. So be interesting to see exactly what the builds are going to be and how they're going to be able to play it out. But I mean, the biggest thing about Nico to me that is really, really egregious is just the fact that when she is transformed, you cannot see her casting the ult. And that is the biggest problem. That is why this champion is so difficult to play around. It looks really funny when you're watching on the spectator clip, but I even saw a clip, I think it was Caps versus Niski in the LEC, where people were kind of, you know, roasting Niski a little bit for like dying to Caps, who's walking back and forth on this melee minion. But the thing is, every time they walk forward, even though you know it is like, it's not actually a melee minion, you know it's Nico, you have to walk back. Because if they walk forward, you can't tell if they're casting their ultimate or not.
Right.
And if they actually do catch you with the ultimate in the full combo, you can get literally 100 to 0 by this champion.
And this ultimate, remember, in the update to Nico, it's no longer the shield on ultimate cast. Instead, you get that knock-up that guarantees the damage is going to hit you after, so it's harder to escape without having that instant reaction time. So we've got the Azir and the Kennen locked in for the two squads here. Nocturne also picked up for C9. Bans have gone through in the second half already with some marksman-focused Lucian and Ashe banned away by FlyQuest. C9 getting rid of a couple frontliners there with the Alistar and the Malphite banned away. FlyQuest willing to lock in their top laner here with that Renekton going up against the Kennen. Now C9, we got to see those two bottom lane champions. What's it going to be? Nautilus could be nice to aid with the engage that you would want to see coming out of Kennen and Nocturne.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's going to give you that guaranteed engage. A couple of backliners, you know, there are those hyper carries over on the other side. It looks like it, you know, it is going to be the Fellows, it is going to be the Azir, so prime targets for them. Nautilus Kaisa is a little bit of a throwback, but it's coming back into fashion. You know, we actually just saw earlier today, played in mid. A lot of people are playing these kind of hybrid builds once again. This is going to mean that they are very heavy AP if it is the AP Kaisa build, which has become so popular. You know, I've been seeing a lot of just like Shiv into Nashers, like these types of builds where you do get the upgraded W and you're doing a lot of poke, you do still have that burst. But if it's not like a pure AD build and it is that style, then that basically means like 3 of their carries are all AP.
Well, the nice part for them in respect to that is when you look at FlyQuest, you know, there's not any true tank on this squad. It's 2 bruisers, 2 carries, and Thresh. So yeah, you're going to get a little bit of value early, potentially out of stacking some Mercury Treads or something like that. But once we get to the point where you're having those full 5-on-5 team fights, I don't see anybody really stacking these meatball MR items.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? You know, if I'm Renekton, though, in a game like this, you know, maybe you do go for a tank mythic and you start building up some MR, right? You can just go like Black Cleaver tank or Blade of Ring King tank. You can do those kind of builds. I also do think things like Maw, like Hexdrinker, really do start to gain a lot of value as well. So it will be interesting to see if that really comes to pass. Obviously, you're not rushing Hexdrinker. It's not like it's going to be a big thing early on, but is something to keep in mind here. And we'll see how they're going to be able to play it out. I don't know. I haven't really seen any Azir Shiv, and I do think Nico's just going to be Proto Belt, like a Proto Belt rush, and not going to be any kind of Shiv cheekiness, but it's possible.
Okay. So let me ask you this, since this is number 1 against number 10 right now, as unlikely as you would think that to be based on how everything played out in spring, how do you want to see FlyQuest play this early game to have a chance here against Cloud9? Because FlyQuest's week 1, it was a mess. We talked about the individual mess ups. Everybody needed to step up. So what's the secret sauce that you want to see from them to have a better showing in week 2?
I mean, I think they just need to play a little bit more stable in the lanes. I do think that they're compositionally, you know, they are really looking to scale here. They do have the ability to be proactive here with Spica on this Vi. You know, you can look to try to attack bot potentially, you know, with Vulcan. But I think it's really just about having stable lane for Vikla and Prince. You're playing a Azir Felios. You really are trying to 5v5. You really are trying to go late, I do think, with this composition. So I think it's just going to be about having this stability in those early lanes, and we'll see if they're going to be able to achieve that.
Alrighty, cleanse on both of our 80 carries here this game. Both of them respecting the CC that comes out of the other side. Ignite for Sven's Nautilus, exhaust for the Thresh of Vulcan. Everybody else, summoner spells matched across the roles, 4 teleports. Again, in the post-mid-season update world, it's easier to get more of those big fights earlier just because a lot of the times the teleports are unleashed in time for the second Drake fight. So especially if you have 2 teams that have that bot focus or want to focus on stacking those up nice and early, that attention could be drawn down there. But especially with a champion like Renekton up here on the top side with a jungler like Vi, I'm hoping to see a little bit of action from FlyQuest around that.
Yeah, I mean, I think both top and bot are lanes that you really can look to attack. Of course, there is cleanse on Berserker, so that makes things a little bit more difficult. But Thresh Vi, really strong ganking duo, could look to roam towards mid, could go up towards top. So there are a lot of options for them and pretty good gank setup. Surprised Impact didn't want to kill that off. A lot of times when people drop a ward level 1, they'll skill W and just auto and then W, and you can instantly kill that ward. But perhaps not wanting to skill the W or thinking he's going to take too much of a chip damage there if he, in fact, does. But I mean, it is looking like C9 is really the only champions that would be kind of League of Shiv. Berserker, the Kai'Sa is building it a lot these days. Kennen is building it a lot. I don't think any of the other champions would do it. It would get too wacky because it shouldn't proc off Azir soldiers. I think it would be terrible on Azir.
You don't want static Shiv Nautilus?
No. It could be good. Don't think we're going to see it on Nico either. So expecting potentially those 2 to come out. But if you guys have not been playing a lot of solo queue, this is absolutely everywhere. It's all over SR. It's all over ARAM. It's literally just everywhere in the game right now. And it is pretty annoying to deal with. It's a lot of poke damage. It does have a really large one-item power spike. And it's kind of just really frustrating to deal with for the wave clear as well. It becomes very hard to siege on some of these champions when, later on, the wave is just getting like one-tap practically.
You know what it reminds me of? And I know for a lot of people watching and playing the game today, they weren't playing back in 2010 or 2011. But back in the early days of League of Legends, when Riot really was a small indie company, and this was just a small game, and there wasn't just this incredible proliferation of knowledge as soon as something is discovered, there were really broken items that went undiscovered for a long time. And if you played against somebody who actually knew what was up, you'd feel like you got turbo stomped because this item combination was just extremely powerful. Shiv reminds me of those old school days of just like the dark magic of League of Legends, where some of these items.
Sunfire Cape Garen, just burning your whole team to death and stuff.
It's just a little bit wacky, but it's been a roller coaster here watching the adventures of Shiv over the past few days. Spica has made his way into the bot side tribe rush. Vulcan flashing forward into the play. Exhaust down on Berserker, who pops the cleanse, but now he's got to be careful because Spica's coming in. Dredge line to interrupt the Vault Breaker. C9 still disengaging. No flash spent from either one of their guys.
Yeah, really well handled, honestly. It is just the cleanse to get out, and they get 2 summoners off of Vulcan. They do, of course, get chunked, so this may mean Berserker, if he finishes the base, he's going to at least lose that 1 wave, very likely, so that can be difficult. But Blabber, can move up on this top side, sees there's no camps to take. Nice little bit of pathing, though, from Spica. Pretty clever, cues over the wall at that Dragon Pit, and then does get that wraparound play, but she's not really able to find that proper setup. And you can see Vulcan was kind of trying to wrap that hook around the Nautilus to actually catch Berserker after they had gotten out that cleanse, but wasn't quite able to connect. And they didn't feel confident that they could actually burst down Sven. So at the end of the day, it is just going to be that slight CS advantage that is established. They deny some of the minions from Berserker. It's going to bounce back. So eventually, Prince should be a couple CS ahead.
And M&S completes his back in the mid lane, guaranteeing that he gets the timer that he wants, so that teleport will be used. Vikla has already just teleported back into mid as well, so both of those being cast nice and early here. Nobody with any incredible buys, honestly, identical inventories for these guys almost. The only difference just being a pair of boots. But Vulcan going for a hook, nicely done there. Finds Berserker, but no way to really follow it up for the FlyQuest duo, as Sven and Berserker have a lot of extra minions. That's the problem with that wave bouncing back to you. It means they've got the extra firepower, so even if you land the skill shots on them, you don't want to take that extended fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you all in there, plus, I mean, Vulcan doesn't have any sums, so it would be pretty tough, I think, to actually make that happen. So at the end of the day, it is just that hook for a little bit of chip. They aren't even up on CS as the waves now equalized. It's actually Berserker that's still just up that 1 CS, or just about even. So Things looking pretty good for C9, all things considered. And Blabber just kind of power farming as Nocturne loves to do. You really just want to get 6 really quickly on this champion. It looks like it is going to be Stridebreaker build. That is kind of by far the most common, I think, especially in competitive play.
It's just so good.
It is. It is really, really powerful. It helps to guarantee that you're going to land that tether fear. Because you ult in, you slow them down, you speed yourself up with your own Q, and you have that fear tether on them. It becomes very difficult to actually avoid that. And it allows you to do a lot of things. People even really like in competitive play, just going Anathemas, because then you don't have to be, oh, that sucks.
Vikla's not too happy about that result there. The Emperor's Divide not scooping M&S back. That's a pretty big cooldown, level 1.
Yeah, I mean, with those kind of plays, you're supposed to kind of guaranteed get the enemy mid laner's flash. Yeah. And then you're supposed to be able to rinse and repeat, but because he doesn't force that out, it's pretty awkward, and Vulcan even has to cover now. To be able to make sure they can actually get this wave pushed in, because he is in a little bit of an awkward spot. So multiple members coming from both teams in the area. But yeah, the Stridebreaker does really make it pretty powerful, especially in combination with the Anathemas, because you don't have to be so far ahead of the curve of the game then, right? It just allows you to play the style where you dive in on the enemy carries. Nice flash in from Spica.
Yeah, Spica going in there for the Q flash on Blabber, who drops the Fear Tethers. Venom Berserker engaging from below, and there comes the Pop Blossom, and it's first blood over to C9 and M&S. Blabber still in the 1v1 against Spica. Here in the Drake pit, his Prince is chased away by Berserker. Blabber gets the kill in the 1v1 of Berserker, picks up another. FlyQuest are dropping to the ground, and Sven's burying them. It's 4-0 C9. They just won the game at 7 minutes.
It took line and sinker. They got him there. Sven flashing in for that final kill. And Blabber, it's just a 1v1 fight in the Dragon Pit there. Gets a solo kill on Spica with 4 or 5 other people around. No one even interfered. It was just a 100-0 fight to the death, and Nocturne's going to be really strong in that with the lethal tempo fully stacking up. So you can see the initial play here. FlyQuest have the earlier members, so in splashes Spica, but Blabber kites back. He drops the fear. Oh, up on top side.
Meanwhile, Fudge wanted to dive. Slicing Maelstrom ain't going to do it because Spica's there, ready to back up the Croc. At least FlyQuest get one back. But yeah, you saw that fight down there in the bottom river open up with Spica finding the flash engage on Blabber, but Nocturne 1v1 is a hell of a fighter, and Spica underestimated just how hard Vi loses those.
Absolutely. I mean, you get lethal tempo stacked up, especially because it's lethal tempo versus the PTA, right? You get that stacked up. Also, you get so much attack speed when you actually do block something with your W. So if you block an E, you block anything like that, you're getting 60% attack speed plus all the lethal tempo attack speed, and you are just going to get this guy in a fear and just slap him to death. You have to be really far ahead as that Vi to really be able to win that extended fight. I kind of want to see the full replay of that Fudge dive, though, because to me that looked like he was going for the dive and didn't get his ulti off before he got stunned and had turret aggro, so he couldn't actually burst him down, and then a bit of an oopsie there. Have been a couple of them, I have to say, this split from Fudge. Yeah. I think back to, I think it was the game against Rich where he got solo killed twice after the misclick on the minion, and then got solo killed again after that. So has been doing well in the 1v1s, initially, and has really been trying to push the pace and trying to look for these dives, but definitely getting punished at times for it.
All right, FlyQuest, you guys are going to have a lot of work ahead of you. You want to come back into this one. Over 2,000 gold behind now from that big river fight. Obviously made a little bit of it up, being able to punish Fudge there in the top side. Ocean Drake, first Drake, too, being the reward for C9 for that victory. Hurts even more since we're still this early into the game. Right, here's a look back at the dive.
So he wants to go in. I think he got aggro before he pressed ult. Yes, he did. So he autoed him there. You have got to make sure you get the ult off. That's a really nice outplay from Impact, and it was a good bait as well, because Spica was already in Tribrush, which Fudge did not know. And then notice how Impact, this split second, he got hit by that auto. It's just instant flash in, empowered stun, pops the ulti. He was able to survive and lock him down. If Fudge had gotten his ulti off before pulling tower aggro, and he's in on top of that, he probably just kills him.
Yeah.
So, nicely played by Impact, good bait, and good bit of coverage there from Spica. But Fudge, pushing the pace, had him poked down, wanted to try to get that dive. And he is, in fact, going towards Shiv.
Yes, sir.
So it is going to be at least the one Shiv up here on the top side.
Not surprised to see it, but C9, what else can they possibly find? I'm expecting them to try to look for some more. Whenever Nocturne has his ulti, I always expect to see something come of it. There it is. Paranoia in the mid lane. Pop Blossom's not even needed. They just explode that enemy mid laner. Vikla's gone again. It's 5 kills for the side of C9.
Yeah.
Shelly is dropped off to the side of mid lane there. The second plate is going to fall before the Rift Herald charge even gets there.
That's brutal.
And that means plate number 4 should drop after a couple more auto attacks. There it is. The minions will pick that one up. That's so much gold for C9.
I mean, Nico is so good at actually knocking away on those towers as well with the passive on your W. Every third auto, that bonus magic damage hitting the turrets is a lot of damage. And it's not going to be double shift. So Berserker looks like he's going towards, excuse me, the name is completely, Kraken Slayer. So he's going towards Kraken Slayer. So it is just going to be an AD Kai'Sa build, very likely. I think it makes sense when they already have a lot of AP. It is going to allow him to just kind of really shred through some of these frontliners potentially. The Thresh, as well as that Renekton, if they are diving in, are going to be in trouble. And I think C9 have just set themselves up incredibly well. They're already ahead early. They have great tools to push the pace of the game here. Static Shift now completed there for Fudge. You can see Stridebreaker coming through for Blabber as well. And Blabber can continue to just rinse and repeat every single time his ultimate's up. They look for a play. Just play around ultimates, and C9, I think, are going to be in a really, really good spot because their composition is very heavily ultimate-based.
I'm very impressed just how much better Nico's passive is now after that mini rework. Like, you can do some serious bamboozling with this thing now, whereas previously it was, Nico's passive is funny, but it's entirely worthless unless you're playing against a guy who's a bot, right? Like, there's no way anybody's actually fooled by this. But these days, with the ability to possess so many different things, you saw the fake recall there in the river that ended up wasting a couple seconds of Spica's time. There's a lot of value that can be found in it.
Well, and one of the things that's actually a really nice trick with it is that you can actually put your clone out, your W out into a brush and then press recall, and it starts recalling in the brush. And I believe it even makes it last longer, and it gives you vision in that area. So there's a lot of little vision tricks you can look for. Fudge in trouble again topside though.
Spica ready to focus down that cannon. Slicing Maelstrom gets sliced instead. It's Impact picking that one up, grabbing his first kill of the game. But with the enemy jungler topside, Cloud9 sees the green light to go for their second Drake of the game 12 minutes in. This will be a nice early step towards a soul stack for C9, but they will lose that top laner here yet again. 0-2 and 0 for Fudge. But Isaac, the Shiv is complete.
Yep. I mean, he even had it before that death, but it did not save him. So it's one of those things. I will say, Static Shiv is really good in the extended laning phase. If you can lock someone in lane and you're winning, it becomes miserable to be laning against this, but Sven in trouble here.
Yeah, nice hook there coming out from Vulcan, but Blabber swoops in from the side and they're ready to turn the fight around. Meanwhile, they found the re-engage back onto Prince. He thought he had something, and Jimenez just swoops in to finish off the remainder of FlyQuest. He'll pick up the kill on Vulcan. What looked like a nice hook, maybe a pick, ends up becoming a 2-0 the other way.
Yeah, there's the immediate TP in from Jimenez. He goes past the tower. The ulti response there from Blabber as Prince walks in. The rest of his team is flashing out, and he just kind of walks into his death, and now they're going to lose the mid lane as well. But that Static Shift, while it is really strong in the 1v1, it's not a great team fight item. On someone like a Kennen, you are just building AD Kennen essentially. So, you don't have any defensive stats, you have no HP, and your team fighting is definitely going to be a lot weaker compared to like a Protobot Rush. So if you aren't doing great in the 1v1, it can be problematic. In this game, I don't really think it's going to matter because the rest of the team is so far ahead that it doesn't really matter that he's behind. But it is one of those things that there are some downsides to building Shiv, believe it or not. Though they are hard to find.
Yeah, this is one of those top lane is really important, guys, type of games. They're just up there having their 0-2 versus 1-0 battle while the rest of the map is collapsed into a 4,500 gold lead for Cloud9 at the 14-minute mark with turret plates gone. I'm trying to look through the FlyQuest inventories here and see what we've got, what might be remarkable. But first, let's take a look at how this started, because it appeared, hey, maybe there's a pick.
Yeah, but you look at Blabber coming down the river. That's the power of the Nocturne, can respond to these plays. Prince is pushing in, and this feels like maybe just some miscommunication, or maybe he didn't think there was any way out. I guess by the time this team is flashing out, maybe he wouldn't have been able to retreat back to his tower anyway, but he's kind of still going forward and just gets clobbered.
I mean, he was already walking towards the 3v3, and then he sees the teleport from M&S behind him. So I think it's just, I'm 100% dead if I stay near M&S. I'm 99% dead if I go the other way. Let's roll the bones and hope I get that 1 out of 100. But unfortunately, 99's a pretty high chance, and Prince hits the dirt.
Yep, ends up going down again. Berserker now quite a bit ahead here on the Kai'Sa. he's got 800 gold ahead. Mid lane is like 2k behind. Vikla is pretty much completely out of this game. Top lane is a slight lead for Impact, but jungle is also in Cloud9's favor. So Cloud9 looking really, really good now. Vikla, I think, is going to struggle to have much of an impact on this game. M&S is already working well towards his second item, already has tier 2 boots upgraded, so he is really, really powerful. And the answers to that FlyQuest had for the Nico so far have not really looked like much of an answer. Maybe the thought process was you pick the Azir, you try to outrange the Nico, you try to neutralize, with kind of like poking, prodding, trying to lock the Nico under a tower, get the push, but it just has not really worked out for them whatsoever. The only kind of attempt they went for did not work. Vikla wasn't able to connect with his ulti, and it's been all about M&S making those plays since then. Has had a couple of really good ones. The fight by the dragon was really, really good from him. Another great TP down towards bot, finds that respawn, splashes past turret, gets another kill. He's looking great on it.
And I mean, going back to what you were talking about in Champ Select, it's one of those things where when a champion is 99% banned, you're just saying, hey, this has been banned so much. What if we're just knee-jerk banning this thing and it's not really worth it? Let's see what happens if we let it through for a game. Maybe it's not that bad. Well, M&S is making a case for it's that bad, keep it on the ban list.
Yeah, the stats were right on this one. The bans definitely are deserved. But we have seen it in the past where, I can remember some metas where like Rengar and things like this were super OP in the past, and certain champions, especially where you feel like someone might not have to practice on it and you really do need that practice, it can work out to let it through and then just kind of have counter picks available. But this one just not working for FlyQuest. And Cloud9, quite frankly, has looked a cut above all of the rest of the teams in the LCS so far. They have been looking really, really good. Just picking up right where they left off. And FlyQuest was this team that I think a lot of people were expecting to be able to challenge them, but haven't really been able to give much of a challenge so far.
Oof! Vulcan exploded before the Paranoia Darkness even ends. Cloud9 prowling around the enemy jungle. They're the ones clearing out the vision. They're the ones placing down the wards. They're the ones who are making it unsafe for FlyQuest to even leave a turret.
I mean, and when your tanky support actually can't even face check anything, like Thresh is one of the tankier champions on their team. Azir definitely can't do it. Aphelios definitely can't do it. So if Thresh can't even place vision, how are you supposed to control the map at all, right? Like, they're basically in this point of the game where already they're just going to cross map. They realize there's no shot of them being able to answer these pushes, so they're just going to give up the mid tower. They're going to give up the bot tower. They're going to let the Herald charge this tier 2, and they're going to have to give up the dragon as well. Nice little knock on the eye there. But this is already soul point, and we are only 18 minutes in, so if Cloud9 does grab this, it is getting really tough.
M&S just walking back away there.
Okay, Fudge does have TP, but again, he is only on that static shiv, so not really built for team fighting. They may just be willing to trade towers. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. We'll see if Flyver wants to try to steal it, but... Oh, early spell shield. That was not the move.
Yeah, that was a little silly, but
a little bit antsy, but didn't matter.
It is a Cloud Soul as well, so I feel like if that was Infernal Soul, maybe a Hex Soul or something, Cloud9 would have felt more compelled to fight it. But like you're saying, I mean, you're going to get gold in mid lane for the tier 2, you're going to get gold in top lane for the tier 1, maybe the tier 2 as well. The Shiv cleared out half the minion wave. So there's plenty of opportunities to build yourself a lead. Just giving up a single Cloud Drake does not feel bad.
No, it's not a big deal whatsoever. I mean, they are now 7,000 gold ahead. Even though it is an objective bounty, which, weighs it a little bit more towards FlyQuest, it still ends up being in Cloud9's favor. As they do knock down those 2 towers, and M&S going to be down here to cover through bot. Second item already done now for Berserker, has the quick blades completed. And we can see, very soon I do think M&S is going to have his second item. He's got 1,500 in pocket. He's got a stopwatch to boot. Fudge closing in on his second item. The Even Shroud is done now as well for Sven. So they have really everything that they could possibly want here.
And 50 seconds away from the 20-minute mark means if we get another one of these fights, it's a 4-for-1 trade, a 5-for-0 trade, something like that. It's just that into a Baron, reset, push the base, and probably win. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for FlyQuest, you are hoping that C9 kind of botches the Baron play, that you can find some sort of a steal, that you can punish them in the pit. But it's going to be difficult because there's lots of turn here for Cloud9. It's not like they're playing a comp with no engage and you can kind of just walk up and poke and prod and hope that they make a mistake. Because if you do show up, you're going to get Nautilus ulted, Nico ulted, Nocturne ult, Kai'Sa's there to follow up. Like, everyone can fly in, and that makes it really, really tough. See how he recalls and then cancels it? And look at the clone. It just stays around for the full duration of that fake recall, even though it should have expired long ago. So that is the trick I'm talking about. And you guys can use this for your games at home as well. It is actually really annoying to deal with. because it allows Nico to just constantly check these brushes without really ever putting yourself at any risk.
It's one of those things in League of Legends that's not as directly measurable as something like health or AP, attack speed, something like that, but just control over an area with no risk is incredibly powerful.
I mean, it's one of the reasons that we saw Maokai for a long time. You know, you remember all this Maokai jungle where, you know, we're seeing so many of these AP Maokai builds. It was about the poke and the prod, but it was also that you had vision control everywhere just through the fact that these saplings are everywhere. They're hitting people if they're trying to sneak up on you for a gank. They're checking brushes without ever really being in danger, and it is really, really strong. Cloud9, they're just starting up the Baron. Spica doesn't know it, but Sven is over the side. You can see TP coming in from the Nico. He's on his second item now. It's already complete, and they have the stopwatch, and Kennen is wrapping around behind them, so this could go really bad.
Sven already engages. They're looking for the burst, and they found Vikla.
Look at the cannon
C9
minion.
just immediately.
Look at the cannon minion.
Is here. Pop Blossom on 3. Double kill back over to Fudge. Everybody but Impact drops dead. A triple kill for the Lightning Rat, and C9 just mopped him up, man. I think we're going to get the ace right here. Impact wants him in that, but he's not going to get him. Ace back over to C9.
What was that cannon minion doing there? M&S on the long wraparound. He's transformed again, because when you are transformed, you can't see when the ulti is casting. This is the biggest problem with it. It looks so silly. And I think he even has less move speed because he's in cannon. Like, he looks so slow. It is so funny watching that stupid cannon just driving through the enemy jungle while they're fighting here. And the initial part of the fight goes like, okay, I guess for FlyQuest, like, hey, maybe there's some opportunities. But then right here, Flash, he has the proto belt as well. You can cast that all during the ulti channel as well, which it makes it really, really powerful. And you can't see it until she actually transforms back into her like Nico form or whatever, which is basically when you are getting knocked up. So there's not much of a chance to react. You know, when you see a cannon flash in, you kind of have to expect it, I guess.
Yeah, it's
but
like, okay, let's run. It's not a normal cannon.
But it is tough to play around. It's really, really tough to play around. And while it always looks silly when you're seeing these kind of plays from the spectator, when you were playing against Nico, it is really frustrating because you can't respect everything your opponents are doing, right? So like anytime Nico steps an inch forward, you can't just back up and still expect to be able to play the game.
It's something with very little window for counterplay to deal with. So FlyQuest, unfortunately, on top of having to deal with one of these very powerful champions, are also 11,000 gold behind. I feel like we checked the box for the ace. We checked the box for the Baron after, and now it's time to check the box for pushing in and winning, because C9's got everything they need to take this one all the way to the Nexus, I would have to think. There goes the ulti from Blabber to dive into the back. Wants to go after Prince first now, popping that Zhonya's to keep himself alive, so there's no re-engage immediately. M&S did not find a target there with his Pop Blossom. FlyQuest doing a good job disengaging that one, but now C9's gonna back away. They'll head down to the Drake that's spawning just now. This will move them to Soul Point with that 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it can't connect, but it is the flash off of Prince. You know, Blabber goes in, pushes them back. They finish off the tower. M&S comes to follow up. Prince has to flash. If he's going to get caught up to by M&S, obviously he would die. So it is those summoners down for just the ultis from Cloud9. They take the tier 2. They grab the dragon. They're pushing up mid as well. They are looking really, really good to close out another game here and move to 4-0. Unless FlyQuest can make some sort of a miracle happen, but they just haven't had that magic about them so far in summer. Games have really kind of just gone the way that they have looked, and they have looked very one-sided against FlyQuest for the most part, unfortunately.
And it's tough to start off 0-3 in week 1, and then your first opponent in week 2 is the #1 team. There's a lantern, but there's no light at the end of this tunnel. Prince is gone, man. 35 seconds with no Aphelios means that base is about to look a whole lot worse. Shiv just immediately clears the minion wave away. Fudge has the ulti ready to go, has that Zhonya's so that he can engage with impunity. Berserker's also got the killer instinct ready. M&S with the Pop Blossom. Paranoia's up for the Nocturne. Sven, of course, having used the depth charge there to make the pick onto Prince. But C9's just a matter of time now.
And one of the most frustrating things, it always feels like, when you're in a game where you're way behind, you always want to have that copium of, we could just pick this guy off, and then we could maybe come back. But it is going to be Fudge coming in here. Oh, no.
Vikla, that is
no.
2 for 2.
Insult to injury. Vikla not going to be able to actually connect there.
I guess you give him a bit of the benefit of the doubt with Blabber having popped the ulti. Maybe he lost a vision of him, but that is rough. But you look at all the luxury items, there's double Zonias and a stopwatch. So like all the targets that you would want to attack, you just can't. There's no real options here for FlyQuest besides trying to find these picks, and they just have not been able to make it work whatsoever.
Spica has to fully retreat back to his own jungle. You can see that he was hanging around there, seeing if maybe there was a chance for a follow-up punish on Fudge for overstaying in bottom. But as soon as he sees M&S, Spica knows that he cannot remain in that location. C9 moving back forward into the enemy jungle, clearing out some of that vision. You can see multiple control wards being placed down, getting rid of all that vision from FlyQuest so that Fly has no idea where these guys are. The Nocturne ulti is almost back up already here for Blabber. And you got to think that once that Slicing Maelstrom for Kennen also comes back online, that then they can just make their dive.
Yeah, they absolutely can look for those kind of plays. I mean, everyone's going to have their flash, in principle not, right? And that is clearly going to be that target. That has got to be a misclick. Okay.
Yep. All right, a little bit of a whoopsie there. M&S cosplaying the ward. It's all right. Happens.
I think he was cosplaying Vikla on that one, actually.
Oh.
Oof. All right, here we go. Blabber going to pop the ulti. Just going to use it to actually get them to push back. Now he's going to go in on Prince.
Dives after Prince. Blabber getting hooked back in by Vulcan. They want to try to engage here with a jungler. FlyQuest grabbing a kill there, punishing C9 for a little bit of a disorganized engage. Blabber overestimating his ability to stay alive there. And with FlyQuest getting the pick, C9 has to back away. Fortunately for them, there's no objectives up on the map. It's not like FlyQuest could go after the Baron as a punish for this.
Yeah, that was really sloppy from Cloud9 though. I mean, M&S uses this ult by accident in the jungle, which was completely wasted. Then Blabber goes in, but no one is really in position to actually follow him up. It's not like he can apply plasma, so Berserker's not going to go in. No one's really going to be there to actually follow. So if you're not going to do a fully committed dive, I think his idea was that I ult into the back line, they finish off the tower, and then they take the inhibitor. But it didn't feel like Cloud9 were actually in position to do it. So kind of poorly done there from Cloud9. It does give FlyQuest a little bit more time here to try to make something happen. We'll see if they can do that. The Baron's going to be up here at about 15. That is clearly going to be the target for Cloud9. FlyQuest will know it, so they need to start getting some vision out around this area of the map. Just keep pushing out mid and try to get some wards down around this jungle to maybe make that miracle happen.
It's so tough for FlyQuest, though. Even ignoring how far ahead C9 is, you have to fight in these small chokes, these corridors, and when you do that against Kennen and Nico, you're up against two massive AoE ultimates. Blabber with the engage on everybody, Berserker into the back, but he's going to be shuffled. He pops his own Zonias, Pop Blossom on 4, and M&S just wins the fight for C9 right there. It's ace for nothing. GG.
Nicely done from Cloud9. They get the perfect team fight there. Everyone's slowed down by this drive picker. That allows the rest of the squad to catch up. M&S gets a 4-man ulti. And Cloud9 gonna clean this one up 28 minutes in. The minion wave is coming, so let's tank it up with the clone for now. And they're gonna move to 4-0 and push FlyQuest to a winless 0-4.
Tough stuff for FlyQuest, but C9 gets another one in the win column. 19-4. They will absolutely clobber their rivals from Spring.
Yeah, seemed like they were having a little bit of a for-fun dive after the mistake in that top side. Looking for that dive around the bot lane inhibitor, but that's about the only foot that Cloud9 stepped wrong in this one. They were extremely dominant, got way ahead early. Really crushed it in the team fights. Berserker and M&S both deathless in this one. The Nico showing us why it is permanently banned, looking incredibly strong. There was 3-4 team fights where M&S is getting, three-man, four-man type ultis. And the fight is just done as soon as he connects on that.
And it's not like you can easily get out of that. It's what you were talking about. It shows up out of nowhere. You blink your eye, and all of a sudden, you're in the middle of the Pop Blossom knockup. The damage is sure to follow. It's why the champion is so powerful, because that counterplay window is so brief and so limited. Nico just gets to run the show her way. I am not expecting to see this champion back on Summoner's Rift at this level of power.
Yeah, I really don't think so. I mean, I feel like clearly FlyQuest knew that it's really strong. They obviously had a plan. My guess is that the plan really was rinse and repeat with his 0 ults mid lane, but once the first one goes bad, it's really tough because you force nothing there, and then you're like, okay, well, we're gonna need 2 more ults to even get to the point where we can maybe kill her. Next one to force flash, then the one after that.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of pushed so far behind when all the lanes are already losing. This is that final fight, though. Was really well done here from Cloud9. They see that Spica and Vulcan around. They see the squad is actually engaging. The Zonius is used to immune that ulti. And then in comes that ult. Look at Blabber. Ult in the middle. Strikebreaker on 3, if not 4. 4 members all slowed down. Berserker flies into the backline. He has that stopwatch. Will go right into it. They have all these luxury tools to be able to buy time, to be able to create space. That allows M&S to get in. That allows Fudge to get in. Everyone is getting AoE'd. And it's just perfectly done. Everything Spica tried to do in that fight was immune. It's the Zonius on the initial ultimate, then his Q onto Berserker, his stopwatch. Like, you're just not going to win from that point if Cloud9 executes well, and they did it really, really well in that final fight, showcasing again why they are the clear best team in the LCS right now. Feels like nobody can touch them.
The only one who escaped the Pop Blossom was Prince on Aphelios, and then your Aphelios isolated from everybody else, just chased down by Fudge's Kennen. And hey, a reminder to everybody out there watching, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. You can head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. With game number 3 done for the day, we're going to send things over to Fudge and Sven on the LCS Lounge for the Verizon post-game interview.
Just insult them randomly.
Welcome to the lounge. We've got Fudge, we've got Sven after their win.
Hello,
You don't actually have to act serious. It's okay. So the thing that surprised me the most about this game was that Nico got through draft. And we're going to see a clip of M&S cosplaying a cannon minion through.
Oh, that's fun.
Just because it's pretty funny through into this team fight flank. Obviously, Kennen, Nico
Oh, that was very skilled.
is an insane combination. Did you expect this to get through drafted? I was shocked. This is the first Nico pick we had in LCS just because she's been permabanned.
Is it actually the first game? Wait, is this the first?
Nico?
I think so, yeah.
Really? Damn. Well, yeah, the champion's clearly broken. I don't know why they opened it, but they had to also ban M&S's LeBlanc because they couldn't give M&S LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. I mean, obviously Nico Kennen is completely broken as a
There's a
combo in
lot
the team
of
fights.
obnoxious interactions. Like when you're a minion, you can't see on the minimap. It's like a small little red dot.
Oh, right.
So it's like you can't even see Nico flanking you sometimes because you don't notice the little red dot moving.
Yeah.
And I saw in ERL there was a control ward Nico.
Yeah.
Where the Scion ran right through him.
Well,
and Nocturne ult makes you I don't see anything at all because wards can't see the Nocturne ult at all, not even small little bit. So
Well,
I don't know.
also he
It's a shame.
paused, right? Because someone else put a ward in the brush, which turned off the ward as Nico. Yeah. Anyway.
It's just terrible.
She's broken.
Absolutely terrible.
We're learning as we're going along. Actually, you mentioned the LeBlanc ban. So how has scrims overall just been with Static Shiv just being
Complete
rampant?
fiesta.
Yeah, Shiv is the most disgusting item, I think, in like many months.
The things I have witnessed this week in scrims. Everyone's trying new champs because this champ isn't actually viable at all, but maybe I can buy Shiv on it.
What has been the worst Shiv champ you
What's
see?
the worst one?
The worst one is in like the
Absolute worst
actual worst one?
Yes, just like the most disgusting one that you
I mean,
you
I
will
don't
not
want to
be
give away
seeing.
Team Dignitas strategies, you know. But I've seen some things.
Okay.
And the top lane mostly is where the lab is.
Wait, Fudge looks like he's gonna cry. What have you had to play against?
No.
He's the victim of it. That's why.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what
It's
have
PTSD
you
for him.
seen up there?
I mean, in the bot lane, it's like I think people playing, Stash on Ashe isn't that bad. It doesn't, affect the build too much. Same for
Yeah.
ours, right? Trying this new hybrid AP thing, it's fine. But then top lane's like, this champ, AP champ, Shiv,
Okay, well, I think Kennen with Shiv is completely broken.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Because originally tanks were supposed to be good into Kennen, but now that you go Shiv, tanks have to build armor because obviously you build longsword, like you build a lot of AD early game. Like to this game, for example, Impact went Merc Treads Rush, which I think is actually really bad against Kennen because the MR that you get out of Merc Treads is really low value, and I'm not really playing to like all in you. I'm just playing to poke you down and poke like kite you. So it's really hard to itemize against it. And then obviously in mid game, the wave clear, like for example, Scion and Ornn can't really match the wave clear, and the amount of tempo and like time you get to just move after clearing one wave in like 2 seconds is ridiculous. So I think Kennen is very, very broken with this item.
Yeah. Actually, a question that I had for you guys, because you kind of already spoiled it before the interview started. Yes, you guys do have the fastest game time in the LCS. You guys are so far haven't lost a game. Same with Team Liquid, but my question is mostly like on your guys' ability to grow. Like how because now it feels like you guys are always focused on internationals. it seems like you guys are head and shoulders better than the competition, though I want to know a little bit more about how you feel about the competition. But the first question is just like, how have you guys been able to challenge yourselves to grow as a team when it feels like you guys are at the top at the moment?
For me, I experienced complacency before when you got too confident from domestic play, and then you didn't make Worlds that year, 2020, and it was, it was a whole team-wide thing where no one actually knew it before it happened. So the feeling you have after that is the worst ever. So I'm not gonna be complacent just because we can stomp LCS teams playing, whatever. So it's just about like shadowboxing at this point.
Yeah.
Being your own biggest critic, something like that. So you just can't get complacent because then you will lose, not make Worlds in the first place. So yeah.
That makes sense.
For me specifically, I watch a lot of individual replays of the top laners in LCK and LPL. And whenever I watch them play matchups, I'm like, damn, that's how you can play a matchup? And then it reminds me that oh yeah, when I play against them, I'm terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, it definitely makes me lose my ego a little bit, helps me continue to practice and focus really hard on improving.
Well, and so when I interviewed you last week, you said you weren't sure what you learned from MSI that you could take back. I wanted to ask Sven, what do you think C9 learned as a team that you could actually take back? Because this kind of ties into trying not to grow complacent in terms of what you're looking at from domestic gameplay to coming back from an international.
Yeah, so I actually have, I think this is my 1-year anniversary as a support player.
Let's go!
So I only played for a year, right? And I played at the honor of playing against some really good players at both MSI and at Worlds. I felt like every day I was getting better. But the first year, I had to spend time practicing the champions, the mechanics of the actual champion to pull off certain combos or play correctly in lane, maximize my DPS, whatever. But now I feel like I can start focusing on the things that actually matter. My wards, where I should be on the map, team fighting, engaging, these kind of things. It takes time to learn all the basics before you can learn the actual stuff that makes people like Cord J and Vulcan the best supports in LCS, right? Or you're playing as Kyria, it feels like he was playing a different game than I was sometimes, right? So it just a matter of time, I think, before things finally click. I actually felt like at MSI that I was improving a lot, but then we went on stage and got clowned in 10 minutes, 3 games in a row by Gen G, so that didn't really pan out. But I do feel like the improvement is there, and I feel like it's just a matter of time before I'll be the best. So
there it is.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, I wish we could keep talking to you, but unfortunately, we're out of time. So TSM Immortals is next, and Hanser is feeling confident heading into this week. Let's check it out.
TSM KW.
Well, Immortals is looking pretty hot off of week 1. I think we've had a lot of practice scrimming against them, and I feel really confident against them. NRG, we don't have much experience against, so we'll see about that one. Personally, I would say our match against Golden Guardians is the most important because they're the best team of the bunch. I've got a bit of a rival with Hui, so I'm gonna make sure I beat his ass. I mean, the takeaways from the first week were definitely being on the same page, not being scared to fight, these kind of things are things that we have to take in, and I think if we do those things well, we're gonna win 3-0 probably.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Okay, our win condition now is farm this without losing the game, and then hope that we get 4 items.
Yeah.
He's dead, I think.
He's dead.
He's dead. Help Annie.
We gotta go base. We gotta go base.
Base. Everyone base. Leave Annie if you have to. Leave Annie. It doesn't matter.
I think it's
go
Annie.
base.
Go base. Just run.
Go defend.
That is really good for us.
Defend, boys!
It's
I'm
fine.
out. Oh, that was you? Or that was them.
I have no smite.
Oh, he has no smite.
It's fine.
He'll kill. Oh, shit.
Bro, should've told me that before.
Yeah, we need to know. Okay, now it's probably GG.
Flip it.
Yeah, let's kill him. Hitting it. Nice, good job. Out. Give him.
Kill Jax, guys. Come talk for Jax.
Okay, this is winnable.
Yeah, guys. We honestly, they're fucking sweating right now, guys. Just one more good fight on mid wave and we win the game, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe look at Zeri, though.
Yeah.
Zeri.
No flash.
Front line.
Zeri after. Help lady carry, guys. Help lady carry. Go mid. Get the Baron wave.
Yeah. We're fine. Use
I'm stunned here.
I'm walking out, running down. Jax only. Look Jax only, okay?
Look at Jax. Oh, go, man! Damn!
Holy
Go!
Welcome back, everyone. You just heard the sounds of IMT's comeback victory versus NRG last week. They're going to be going up against TSM, and Fudge is joining us to go over the drafts. And also, I heard you're doing casts later today.
I will be doing Game 5 cast of 100 Thieves EG.
Nice.
Be interesting.
Your boy Sven bailed. He was like, I'm not doing champ select.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do it with me, but then like he bailed last second, and now I can't bail, even though I wanted to. It's fine though.
You did say this was like the most entertaining matchup of the day.
Yes, I think that TSM Immortals, definitely some high-quality gameplay out of both of these teams, and I'm expecting a 60-minute banger with multiple great team fights.
We've had a lot of stomps today. We were talking about this during the game. Is that static Shivy or just kind of the way the league has been going? Because last week we had a lot of stomps too. I guess to simplify the question, does static Shiv shorten or lengthen game time, do you think?
I think it should lengthen. In my head, I mean, if
wave clear,
wave clear, obviously, just having more wave clear allows you to lengthen the game. I think it's pretty rare. I mean, I don't think the reason why the games are fast is ever because of like static Shiv. But if static Shiv were to change game time, I think it would definitely just make it longer.
What about just overall though? Because the league does feel very stompy. I feel like there's been like 2 close games out of 15, 17 so far. Like
Immortals was one of them.
Yeah, Immortals was one of them. You just saw there.
That should have been a stomp. Yeah.
It was a stomp. It was a stomp until a throw. The Nexus turrets were down.
Until it wasn't.
So like, what do you think's going on? Is it the meta thing or is it like an NA thing?
I think it's like an NA thing, like where like the NA teams are still in like scrim mode, like even on stage, where they're just like fighting to the death, even when it's bad. We go into playoffs, these guys are gonna play safe as hell, and it's gonna be really close games. We're going to soul fights with 0 kills. But right now, everyone's in full fun mode. You know, we're in NA after all. So
who do you think is the second best team right now?
TL. I think TL is definitely looking like the best, honestly, other than us. I think it's going to be pretty close, us playing against TL. I think the scrims have been really close as well. I think Summit's a very, very good top lane. It's definitely the top lane I think will be hardest to play against. So.
You saw Revan coaching for TSM now, your old coach. What was it like seeing him? Like, did you show up in the room one day like, hey guys, I'm going to TSM?
Well, he was the academy coach for a split, but I mean, I'm excited to see him play. I mean, coach TSM. I think he's definitely a very smart like coach, and he's a smart person as well. Like I had a lot of really good conversations with him. I don't really know why he shaved his head. Actually, I think I asked him, and he was like, "Oh, we went 3-18 in scrims, and I felt like we needed a change or something, so he shaved his head."
Facial hair's next.
He did the thing where he was like, I'm taking responsibility for my team in scrims.
It's a good coach. It's a good coach.
One by one, each player will shave their head.
Yeah, really quick as we get into Champ Select, I do want to get your take on the 3 match days per week, because this was what happened in 2021. Then 2022 was back to 2, which gives you an extra scrim day, and now you're back to having fewer scrim days. So how do you feel like this schedule impacts the play on stage?
Well, for C9 specifically, we're doing night blocks now.
Okay.
Where we're basically just playing an extra 3 games at night after the 5 games.
So you're doing 8 a day,
so
3 days a week.
we're doing 8 a day, 3 days a week.
Yeah.
And so we're getting a similar amount that we were, I guess, last, maybe like 3 less games, I guess.
Yeah.
But we are getting an extra stage game, which stage games are usually actually way better to review.
Yeah.
Because people take them way more seriously. You can't really make excuses like, oh, I wasn't focused. Because a lot of the time you are. You're just not good. So I think it's definitely helping the improvement process, but it's obviously very like short. And I think a lot of teams are just very much in like the grind mode because they're like, oh, it's not 10 weeks anymore. We're like, basically right now, we're halfway into the split.
Yeah.
If you think about it, we have 5 weeks left, till playoffs.
So being in sprint mode doesn't feel quite as bad because it's shortened time period.
Yeah. Which I actually prefer.
I was gonna say, are most teams doing the night blocks as well? Is it just you guys?
Well, other teams are doing it with us.
Someone else has to do it.
Yeah.
Well, internal, I don't know.
I assume that, yeah, we don't have any internal scrims. I mean, we don't have an academy team anymore, so there's like 3 or 4 other teams that we are scrimming against at night. So I assume that there's more than that they're just we're just not having the schedule to scrim them, but I think every team should be doing at least once a day, 1 day out of the week.
Yeah, back in 2021, a lot of times try and squeeze scrims in on Friday when it was like Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Right.
At 2 in the morning, but that always felt a little awkward.
Yeah.
Going through this draft, it's a little surprising to see Sejuani first on blue side. Just to start things off, I'm kind of wondering where IMT are going with that one. Also, just to point out, Nico banned on red side, and also Static Shiv LeBlanc banned out, as well as Kenvy's Kindred for TSM.
Question I wanted to ask was actually Sejuani. Sejuani priority kind of blew up, especially in Korea. So what is your take on Sejuani? Why do you feel like the priority in this pick has kind of started to like raise a little more?
Well, at least I think in NA it hasn't really raised a lot, but from what I heard, a lot of people are playing Sejuani top as well in Korea, and it's being flexed, which is interesting. I do think that Sejuani top struggles against a lot of like the Static Shiv. I mean, Static Shiv and plus like Gwen and a lot of the carries, I think actually kind of just beat Sejuani, but obviously once like Kindred's banned out and Vi's banned out, I feel like a lot of people feel like junglers aren't super strong, especially the carry junglers, so they want to play a lot of tank junglers like Maokai, Sejuani. I still think Maokai's pretty broken, to be honest. So I think that they should have first picked Maokai, but different opinions.
C9 prio list, take notes, everyone.
Trap Kingdom, TSM already revving.
Blabber prefers.
I said I prefer. Blabber prefers very different things from me.
Just want Sejuani or Maokai.
He's first picking Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I already like what I'm seeing from TSM so far, the K'Sante in 3. I'm actually surprised that it went that far low with how much it's being played these days as a flex. So going in a 3-pick, flex between mid and top lane. Insanity, as another note for fans out there, Insanity is back on stage. So there was an expectation that Ruby will be here this week, but Insanity played really well in week 1. So it looks like they're giving him a chance.
Hopefully it's not another Winsome situation.
We talked about that.
Because we haven't heard any official reasoning from TSM. So you're like, was it like Ruby showed up and just needs more time to acclimate? Did he run it in scrims? And they're like, Insanity, come back. we don't really know.
What I hope it was is Insanity was playing well, so they're going to continue to play Insanity while he's playing well.
Exactly.
Like, sometimes roster changes could be that simple of like, the guy that's playing is doing good. Let's let him keep doing good, and then you're done.
Just out of curiosity, what do you think we're going to see for K'Sante prio on this patch as opposed to 13-11?
I mean, I think it's definitely lower priority on most people's lists. I mean, I think stuff like Kennen, Renekton, it seems to be very high prior for a lot of the top laners. Still, like, I do think like after those champions, it seems that K'Sante is still really high prior. Obviously, it being a flex helps a lot. And I don't think the changes really did anything, to be honest. I don't think like the 1 second off the E is changing K'Sante in really any way.
What are your favorite counters to Kennen and Renekton?
And yeah, give us your Static Shiv tier list.
Yeah, like what
the best
chance
Static
would
Shiv
you?
users?
Yeah, and your last 5
I like Tristana into Kennen. I think Tristana's a pretty good counter to Kennen.
I can't tell if you're saying just random stuff to troll anyone listening or if you actually want Tristana into Kennen.
No, Tristana into Kennen's actually pretty good.
Okay.
You can ulti him away when he tries to E into you. When he goes to Static Shiv build, he can't ulti you and one-shot you because he's like mostly auto attack, so you actually win the all-in. Pretty good matchup.
There you go. What's like your 4-5 on blue?
Okay, hold on. This
That's a great pick.
Yeah, Maokai flex or Graves solo?
I think
no. Boogie's literally just said. Actually, wait. What the hell is happening?
I mean, I think
Insanity. No, Insanity loves playing Graves mid.
You think it's Static Shiv Graves mid?
It might be Static Shiv Graves mid. It's an Insanity angle.
But hold on, their only magic damage is Maokai then.
Yeah, but Maokai can go demonic. He can go demonic, I guess.
Yeah, he'd probably just go.
He has to, but man, that's
kind of bad.
not enough.
I don't feel like it's enough against all those tanks.
The Zyra support incoming or something. You got to get some help.
I think they got to put Maokai support and pick Gwen here or something. I don't know.
I mean, you probably could against Nautilus support. You can probably play Maokai support.
Maybe you could, yeah.
I don't know. That's a lot of beef to go all physical into.
Can you play like Lilia or something?
I mean,
That champ trash now?
well, you need to pick a support here, right? Unless you're putting Maokai support. It's like the only thing.
I'm thinking Lulu or Renata. Or,
Oh, it's. I don't like it.
Or it's just
I don't like it.
all physical with just
Yeah,
demonic
wow.
Maokai.
I don't like it.
Renata.
I do want to point out the Varus just as something that we already saw be very successful. The static Shiv Varus build is disgusting.
Yeah, the only thing though is the static shiv. This game at least, he doesn't really want to go AP. I feel because they have no physical damage.
I guess you can go triple shiv
Yeah,
for your
that's
AP.
true.
There you go. Magic damage, just triple shiv procs all over the place. Cassante can build shiv, no?
Actually,
He could, yeah.
I really like this draft from TSM. I think it's difficult for IMT to dive into them. You have Renata ulti, Maokai ulti are pretty damn good at stopping Sejuani, Sion, and Nautilus. Nautilus just feels really useless in my opinion here.
I just feel like the health bars are going to be too hard for TSM to decrease.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like the TSM.
I'm with you where it's like, yeah, they have a lot of tools to disengage a short range comp kind of out of IMT, but at the end of the day, it's all the physical damage.
Disagreement. I like
I'm not
it.
sure. I'm not sure. I actually agree with Raz. I think that TSM is actually in a better position in drafts. I think that the damage is actually going to come through a lot more than expected. And if anything, I think that they can just build MR this game if Varus goes AP and they cannot deal damage to the red side comp. I think Cassante and Maokai will be very likely unkillable.
There it is.
All right.
And that's going to do it for us now. Flowers and Azale, take it away.
All right, Raz, I got to say here, I'm not on the same page with you, man. I feel like trying to play this TSM draft into what Immortals has drafted for themselves, like trying to dig a 6-foot hole with a spoon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. I mean, it'll be really interesting. I will say I'm favoring the TSM draft a little bit more now that I see it's actually Comet Varus. So I think it's going to be Lethality Varus, which makes no sense to me. I'm pretty confused by that. So I've got to be honest. I thought it was going to be on-hit Varus. Like I thought it was going to be like lethal tempo on-hit Varus. You know, bring some AD, have that paired with the Annie. And I did think it was going to be incredibly hard for what TSM has drafted to get through Sejuani, Nautilus, Sion. But if you go Lethality Varus, I am pretty concerned for what their damage is. Like,
okay.
Because it is still going to be a pretty beefy front line. Like Fudge was talking about, having to deal with the Cassante and the Maokai. If you have a Lethality Varus, I don't know who's supposed to kill them. Annie's not killing them. Lethality Varus isn't killing them. Who's killing them?
Static Shiv Sejuani.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I guess we'll get
These
to
are
find
some weird
out.
drafts, man.
Yeah, we're having a wild one here for game number 4 of the day. Cleanse on both of our 80 carries here once again. Heal for Chime, very defensive compared to the exhausts and ignites that we were seeing from the previous game. Treats still going for that offensive option there with the ignite. Treats has had a couple of happy moments in the first week. Immortals, honestly, coming out of week 1, better than most people would expect at 2-1. The comeback versus Energy was absolutely the highlight of the whole thing, I would have to think. But if I'm looking at their early game, I want to make sure that Treats isn't putting himself in some of those silly positions that have been punished by some other teams so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game number 1 was really clean from them last week, so you definitely have to give them credit for that.
Yeah.
Game number 2 was them down like 10K coming back, and game number 3 was them getting absolutely stopped. So it really, you got everything, right? You got one that was close, one that was great in their favor, and one that was really in the favor of their opponents. So it's going to be interesting. But I mean, Graves mid is not something that I've been seeing a lot of like at all. I do think we're just seeing like a huge amount of just any range champion you like, you just play it mid and build static shift, right? Like I'm seeing a lot of that, and it does kind of feel like a little bit of insanity spice. Solo lane Graves, when this was popular last year and in the past, it just has such heavy push, right? Like you're just constantly shoving in. Generally how it works in top lane and mid lane is you just push nonstop all game, whole time, and you make the lane really, really uninteractive. Yeah. And you make it difficult for your opponent to really say much about it. Bot lane is going to be the really interesting one for me because I am really concerned about this Comet. As soon as I saw Comet, I didn't like what Immortals were playing at all anymore, but I think they have to get way ahead, it feels like. Like if you're going to play Comet Varus, if you're going to play Lethality Varus, you have got to be playing from way ahead, I think, to really do much, especially when there's not AP carries, because even if you're getting to later stages where you have a lot of poke, Graves and Jinx can both build lifesteal, right? And then they don't really care about your poke, and the tanks don't really care about your poke. So I do think it becomes very, very difficult. Of course, Comet Varus is really strong, you know, for that 2v2. You just throw out your E, and you're guaranteed to land that Comet with the slow. So it's really nice little poke and trade. And the all-ins can also be very, very powerful. You know, we're comboing with the Nautilus, so there is strength to it. But I'm just so concerned of like, what does your team fight look like as tactical when Cassante and Maokai are just running straight at you and you're building lethality?
Right. How are you going to fight them off? How are you going to deal with this? I have been updated from producers. First ever Graves mid in the LCS. Actually, we did see it in solo lanes before in top, like you were talking about, but this is the first time in the LCS at least that we've got it here in mid lane. So hopefully Insanity can have a nice premiere on the champion in this specific role. TSM just up a couple hundred gold, but most of that this early in the game is just going to be whoever's wave has been shoved first and who still has the money to pick up as that wave is crashing in. Kenby coming around, might be looking for a gank here in mid, but Insanity backs off. Kenby's not going to have his chance just yet, but hanging around this area, he does see that enemy chicken camp respawn. Goes in after that one. Boogie's in the bottom lane, though. Treats finds a dredge line on him, but he's got to be careful. Chime throws out the handshake, but he won't find Treats with it. Boogie ends up eating a lot of damage there, and honestly, for a 2v3, Tactical and Treats fight that off pretty well.
Yeah, they do, but honestly, spending the Q onto the jungler, unless you're worried about the dive, and that's what you're trying to sway, it doesn't really do anything, because he's already done all his camps, he's going to base, right? You can see by his CS, he did his full clear, so there's not really any worry about that. It looks like Kenby, though, up the top side, is going to steal the respawn here.
Yeah, he got both.
So really nicely done. He takes that away, you know, gets the Raptors as well. He is not going to look for any sort of a wraparound on Cassante. I guess he just doesn't feel like he has enough damage to do it. Doesn't want to lose his tempo. So he just wants to reset, spend his gold, and get his camps that have now respawned as well.
Yeah, Haunter has full health and most of his mana. Solo is at half HP and nearly out of mana. So just Sejuani coming around with no inventory besides the jungle item.
Got no damage.
It feels like there's just not enough firepower to do anything meaningful to that Cassante. So instead, just wants to keep up the tempo that he earned for himself, stealing away those enemy camps, make sure that he keeps that going forward. Now he's moving down here to the other side of the map. Might be able to find an opportunity. Of course, we know that this Tri-Brush is warded. So as soon as he steps close to it, yeah, they're going to back away.
Yeah, and that's always a dead giveaway, right? Like he gets even close to that Tri-Brush, they immediately start running. So they have to have information that is there. Boogie, though, comes in. He's going to be able to steal away the Raptors while he is taking his own Krugs. So you know, that is always pretty nice. Insanity just needs to continue shoving, just keep Bolulu locked in here so we can have first move towards the Raptors. You can see Insanity's even playing down towards that bottom side. Right. This is warded out as well. They even have that nice ward over there. So Kenby again has been spotted, and Boogie will move down to cover. But a lot of time spent in this bottom quadrant without many results. There's a pink ward as well over by Raptors. So they're just seeing Kenby literally everywhere he goes. He's spotted in Tri, then he's spotted on Krugs, now he's spotted by Raptors, so they have full intel. TSM have done a really good job of tracking his movements constantly.
And with Boogie stealing back that enemy Raptor camp, it does bring Kenby back down to only +1 over his opponent after counter-jungling that upper red side quadrant. And now TSM, with their control over the bottom lane, their control over the mid lane, when you've got both of those with the full push, it's very easy to take this first Drake. It's another Ocean 6 minutes into the game. That's going to feel great for all your lanes.
Absolutely, especially when you're going against, you know, poke like this this Comet Varus. And Chime going to go over. He actually delays the recall as well. So now they're not feeling comfortable in actually finishing this recall because it is not a cannon wave. So the recalls will get stopped on bot side. Turtle, you know, with his cull, is going to be up farm, is going to get this nice recall. And TSM going to be feeling really, really good, I think, about how the early minutes have gone in this game, getting themselves that really strong early Ocean and having that advantage on that bot side. And Kenby now about to face check.
Kenby's got a problem, and the problem's named Insanity. He tries to flash away, but Chime with a flash follow, handshake. All that matters is where the money goes, and it goes over to Graves.
Nicely done. Insanity going to be able to pick that up, and it is lethality, so it's not a Shiv rush at the very least. It is not going to be a Shiv probably at all, I would assume, with this, but we'll have to see exactly where he takes us, but it's a nice job there. They have just had such good reads on where Kenby is, and now it's going to be a red respawn that's stolen away as well. So really annoying first 7 minutes there for Kenby. He's been tracked at every turn and now losing, you know, pretty much all those camps.
Nicely done from TSM, though. Here in the early game, Insanity gets stunned up by Bolulu, who nearly bursts him down. Insanity still has that flash. He wanted to flash out early. Bolulu still needs another spell to get this done. He wants to close the gap. Nice use of the smoke screen there. Insanity had just enough mana to use that to disengage and keep himself alive.
Wait, he's going to get stopped by Tibbers. You got to run. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, sure.
He's paying enough attention. Not going to die anything silly like that. It is a trade of flashes, though, around that jungle. Going to be able to flash in, force out the flash from the Graves. Lethality Graves is very squishy. Does now have the Merc Treads, though, so going to be a little bit more difficult to actually burst him down. And Merc Treads just have such high value against what Immortals has drafted. They're so heavily CC based on this team.
Yeah.
They're going to move up towards top side, though, start up this Rift Herald. Bookie has spotted it. Haunter is moving down, and you can see Chime is coming up as well. Insanity has returned for base. I just don't know that they can actually get in the pit fast enough. It looks like it's just gone.
Okay, the Herald's already been secured by IMT. They fire off the hostile takeover. Boogie's here in the middle of everybody. TSM with a super mega death rocket across the map. Find the first, and Haunter with the Intofo strikes takes the second.
Nicely done from TSM. Immortals try to actually just take that very boldly, moving in towards that Herald pit. They do get it, but it costs them multiple lives here, and they're going to lose plates. I mean, at least one plate dies here. They're going to lose minions mid lane as well, potentially a plate there also. So already this is not even close to worth it. TSM are crushing Immortals in these early minutes, have done a really good job tracking Kenvi. He hasn't been able to get anything done. And now taking the Dragon on bot side, punishing the Herald take on top side. They are way ahead at this point. You can see them going in, and Chime catches all three with the hostile takeover. When you are stuck in that, you are gonna get destroyed in the fights. Turtle from downtown, the cross map ulti gets him a kill on the Jinx. And that's just insult to injury. The Jinx being able to get that cross-map ulti for a kill and taking a plate and denying farm is just everything you could ever want.
And you talked about how the Immortals draft is so CC heavy, but when you're fighting in these small corridors, in the enclosed areas like the Rift Herald pit or near one of these ramps, the Maokai ult and the Renata ult put together just blanket the battlefield in a way that's impossible to navigate.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult because Maokai ult makes you stack up. You all want to be behind one guy, so only one guy gets rooted. But if you're all stacking up in that Maokai ultimate with the Renata ultimate coming through, you're all going to get berserk. You're all going to get shredded. So it does really kind of create that chaos when both get thrown out at the same time. You're right. Everyone just kind of has to scatter, and it's every man for themselves in a lot of ways, which is going to buy so much space for Turtle and Insanity, who are going to do a lot more consistent damage than their counterparts. You know, again, I was so concerned as soon as I saw that was going to be lethality here from Tactical. So I'm so interested, you know, what the thought process was that led them to go lethality in this draft, because I just don't really understand how they're ever supposed to get through the opposing front line.
And the first fully completed item in the game is Kraken Slayer for Turtles Jinx. So you're talking about the difference in DPS between those carries. If it wasn't enough of an issue as a baseline, when you have the item completion difference, it's just a no-fight red light for the side of Immortals if that Jinx is there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Tactical is going to have to land such good poke before any sort of fight that they take, right? I don't think you're going to be looking for anything 100-0 unless Bolulu finds an angle to just 100-0 a Jinx or a Graves. Like, if you can do that, then you can slowly whittle down the front line, and sure, you can kind of take that long fight. But otherwise, he's really going to have to soften people up because Haunter and Boogie are going to be so difficult to deal with. And TSM down here, Dragon spawning up. They're clearing out vision. They're going to have saplings around to cover their take. They're playing out a really strong early game here. They're looking to establish control.
They've got that 2,000 gold lead. Also, teleports ready for both of the top laners. Both of those teleports are unleashed, so they can join the fight if they need to. IMT dropping that Herald in mid lane. Looking to grab the plate money here. Plates number 1 and 2 going to die to that, but Insanity can clear out the Herald before it does too much more damage. TSM again with control over the bottom lane, control over that push every single time this game. That control has given them these advantages. There it is, second Drake of the game over to TSM, and it's a Hex Soul this time around. So you know they're going to be interested in keeping this one stacking. Already having the 2 Drakes at 12 minutes means if you keep these going on spawn, you're going to have a Hex Soul before the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with double marksman. You know, it's so easy to continuously apply that zap. It is really, really strong. The attack speed you're getting from those dragons as well. Very, very nice. So we'll see if TSM can continue to do that. Is Ghostblade Rush here for Insanity. So pretty interesting, you know, definitely prioritizing that lethality. The active obviously is really nice. You know, the move speed and the ghosting can be pretty strong, and you do get out of combat move speed as well. So there is the ability to move around the map pretty well. and we'll see exactly what he can do. Generally, the lethality builds, it's just all about chunking backline, right? It's all about having that backline access. If Cassante and Maokai get in the backline, they may not be able to 100-0 Tactical or Annie, but if all of a sudden the lethality Graves, flashes in, gets Q, gets ulti, you don't even need to get anything more than that. Sometimes even just the ulti is enough. That can be enough damage to really put it over the top and allow those frontliners to finish off those squishy backliners by themselves.
Insanity dashed in on top of Balulu there, forced the Tibbers out of him. And you notice one of the interactions there, Graves' knockback on non-champion targets does still work on Tibbers. So a little bit more of an advantage that he has over other champions when having to deal with that powerful summon from Annie. Means Insanity was able to quickly clear it out. And now he's farming up the enemy Raptors. He's just taking whatever resources he might be able to find and keeping the pressure on. TSM still up about 2,000 gold here as Kinvi and Boogie are both in the bottom side of the map. But I don't think Immortals wants this 3v3.
Yeah, it's really just kind of a coverage play. Boogie has been down here, so I think Kenvi feels like he has to be down here as well to answer, and is now fighting over this vision. TSM feeling comfortable to push in to be able to take that out. Insanity on the roam. Again, he has that additional move speed. Look how fast he is out of combat there. It's really significant how you can actually move around the map. So he is always going to have first move because he has the push, and he's going to travel across the map a lot faster than Annie can. And you can even see, when you compare that ulti trade that we saw in mid lane where you're talking about Tibbers getting knocked back to that first time, is we may have a dive here.
Yeah, they fire off Nature's Grasp. They try to flash out, but Balulu is not going anywhere. They get the kill over to Insanity again. Boogie wants to get out, but Solo knocks him down. It's a nice punish from Immortals, and it's delivered by the top laner. He wants to get another one. This is two very low health bars. Nice sidestep from Chime to avoid anything more.
Man, everyone tried to walk into it to block for Boogie. They weren't able to actually block the damage though because it is AoE from the point that you hit. So he still connects. Solo with that roam gets the kill on Boogie and forces the flash out of Insanity and Chime because of all that damage that did land. So, not really expecting that. And Solo's going to get back a tower. So, wow, a great roam here from Solo. It is actually first brick as well. Sion just got paid like out of nowhere. He's going to be one of the richest guys in the game.
Well, Hanser's tanking up here, leading the charge for TSM, who want to stop Immortals from grabbing the second Herald of the game. Little knock-up coming out from Treats there, spending that ultimate as the hostile takeover flew out, but honestly didn't get a whole lot of results. Boogie at about half HP, gonna have a smite fight here. Herald stolen away by TSM, but now Insanity about to drop. He's got the bailout, but it's not gonna bail him out today. Shutdown back over to Balulu as Treats flashes over the wall for the chase, but he is alone. Everybody else can't get over the wall in time because of the chompers, so now we'll see Hanser disengaging with the rest of the team. The Hex Gates are taking Maokai on a special quest in the jungle. Boogie has retreated towards enemy lines. Balulu's out. Fire burns tree. Goodbye, Maokai.
Oh, can you get the wolf?
Okay, there we go.
He almost had smite. It's about 1 second from getting the wolf. Would have been worth. But, it does go down at the end of the day. Nicely done by Immortals. Again, if you can kill off the Graves of the Jinx to start the fight, it can look pretty good. We can see this previous dive. Maokai ultimate placed really, really well. I think Bolulu, if anything, probably would have needed to try to run up instead of actually flashing down, but he was trying to flash back towards his team. And then here, watch everyone step back. Oh no, we're gonna go past the ulti. Here it is one more time. Bolulu was fully spotted, so Insanity knows he's there. He just kind of disrespected it. He was playing with fire a little bit, trying to protect that pink ward, trying to poke him prod. Just kind of walks up, gets Annie ulted, and basically gets one tap there. The bailout does nothing, and that allows them to push forward. Because Turtle alone is not going to be enough damage to do it, so Insanity's definitely not paying that respect to the Annie and will pay the price for it. You can see it's looking like a Void Staff second already for Bolulu because we already have 4 Merc Treads built up on the side of TSM.
And you also brought up the issue earlier with Lethality Varus. There is more responsibility on the rest of the team to provide damage to that front line of the Maokai and the Cassante. So Balulu's looking at it saying, all right, even if it's just ambient damage from Tibbers' AoE immolation, I have to be able to hurt these frontliners.
Yeah, it's always interesting, right? Because there's 2 schools of thought. There's like, if your champion is not designed to kill frontline, do you itemize to try to circumvent that? Which is, Void Staff and things like the Leandries to try to get more damage? Or do you just say, no, I'm just going to ignore them completely and try to go like loot in the Sork Boots, whatever, and just one-shot the Jinx and hope that you win the fight that way, right? There's kind of those different schools of thought. So it is really interesting. And we'll have to see, if this does pay off, because I do still have concerns as the game gets later.
Yeah.
If Insanity and Turtle are safe, can they deal with those frontliners, even with this build, which will do more, amp damage to the front line? It is going to be tough. But he is going CDR boots, he is going Leandry, so he's going to have, that CDR mythic passive as well, which allows you to have really good uptime with the bear, and you still can definitely threaten those squishies with Leandry's build. It's just obviously not kind of built for like a full-on one-shot.
Well, there it is. The Drake stack has stopped for TSM as Immortals secured their first Drake of the game. They grab that Hex Drake. Hex Drake's always such a nice one to get because the bonuses of the attack speed and the ability haste just feel good no matter what champion you're playing.
Yep, absolutely. Feels really, really nice. So we'll be good to grab that.
But it's still a bit of an issue. Immortals still about 2,000 gold behind. They've got the Duskblade on the Varus, but Tactical is still only about halfway towards the fully stacked tier. So even if he gets the Manamune completed, still not going to evolve to the Muramana until that's all the way there.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of working on those second items right now. Over on the other side, Boogie finally completed his first item with the Demonic Embrace coming together there. So there's that AP damage, really the only AP damage available on the side of TSM.
Yep. And it is going to be annoying to actually, be getting hit by those saplings. Obviously, it's not really like a frontline threat, but it is still frustrating to deal with. You can see Turtle going with the build that I think it's really kind of just Ruler that seems to have popularized, which we were seeing even kind of back at MSI when Kraken was a mythic still. You just go Kraken, you go Zeal, you get that attack speed plus the Berserker Greaves. It just feels really good to kind of have that upgraded attack speed. Then you go in for the BF and move towards IE. So, we'll see if that is going to be that completed build.
Well,
but
of
a
course
lot of
you
people
can't go IE anymore. Or, oh, yeah, you could. That's right, because it's Mythic now.
Exactly, it's Mythic now, yeah. But in the past, obviously, you could not. But
not a lot of IE builders these days, though.
No, there's not. But it is actually pretty high win rate, and it's really good at actually killing frontline. Most people do go Gale Force because they just prefer to have the ability to actually dodge out from skill shots, chase people down. I mean, Gale Force also scales really well now.
You called it. There it is. Gale Force completed for the Jinx. Yeah, the power of the execute on that thing, very, very effective as Chime has to try to get away here. Treats with the Hex Flash over the wall into the pit. And never mind his supports. They're both just going to walk slowly towards or away from one another. No big issue there. 15 seconds until Baron spawns. 3 minutes away from a Drake. Kenvi can use Arctic Assault to get himself back over the wall. The gold lead has been frozen in time. Honestly, the game state's pretty locked on to where it has been. But I always feel like whenever the game is just proceeding at pace and one team has Jinx, they're all right with that.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you are going to be feeling really, really good. Sante scales well. Maokai is good. I do think Renata is incredibly powerful in those later game fights also. But on the other side, there's definitely good scaling here with the front line too. Sion is just an ultra tank. And Insanity is going, lethality, so he is really going for this build to burst backline, not really to deal with frontline, so that's going to be kind of all up to Turtle. That's why I was thinking there was a possibility of maybe going towards the IE build, because it is going to be the lethality Graves, but it is almost always Gale Force in Pro, of course. You do see that a tremendous amount. Plus, the item's just kind of fun to play with, to be honest, so even in solo queue, you see that a lot more often, but IE still can be good situationally. So, I think a lot of it is going to be about, can Insanity actually get past the front line to really burst that back line and how these fights are going to play out? Because it is very, very atypical, I think, from a lot of the games that we've seen. When you're looking at the compositions, like there's way more tank than there is damage kind of on both sides.
Manamune completed for Tactical. Really, really wants to get that evolved all the way ASAP.
Or TB playing.
Way there now. Treats eating a lot of damage. Gonna have to get away from this one. Super Mega Death Rocket does not work. Turtle now having to flash away to escape. Solo's engaged as Nature's Grass keeps the rest of Immortals from following up in the front line. Solo with a flashback over the wall. He knew he had to use that, otherwise he's down. The team was too far separated. The Maokai ult did a really good job of making sure that Immortals were staggered and couldn't back up that Sion.
Yeah, they did get the flash off Turtle though, and that is really big because Bolulu still has his flash, so he's gonna have to be really careful about that potential of Bolulu flashing on him, of Kenvi flashing on him. That is gonna be terrifying. It is double TP down though now for Immortal, so TSM will have the ability to play more heavily through side lanes with the Cassante, who does have that TP advantage, and he can move down towards bot, push out those waves, and then that should allow TSM to move in on the top side with the threat of that Cassante TP to join.
TSM, hey, the lead's a little bit bigger than it was, so that's something, but I really expect to see, hopefully, a fight around this Drake here in about 45 seconds. Ooh, nice interrupt on Turtle's back, especially with just such a small timer on setting up for this Drake. Not having your AD carry with you is going to impact TSM's ability to get in there and set up as early as they would like, you would think. Chime going back to base himself. Going to stop that recall now as Immortals move into this bottom side river. Scryer's Bloom going to fire off. Only finds the champions. No wards or anything placed down by them except for that control ward they already knew was there in the river.
Looks like they might not even be going for Dragon anyway, because we just saw the Hexgate used from Insanity out towards top. He is now coming down towards mid, though, so they are going to at least try to play through mid, and this is where Varus can kind of shine if you can really connect a lot of these poke. Just keep hitting your Qs, chunk them out, dissuade TSM from really being able to enter, because I think this is kind of that point where you do have the advantage. You hit the first Q onto Chime, hit the second Q onto Insanity, now a little bit of poke there onto Turtle. If Tactical can get them softened up enough, you may be able to make it so they don't even want to take the fight.
Well, they're going to start the Drake up
Tactical's
already.
in an awkward spot.
Yeah, Tactical, that's not where he needs to be. Flashing back over the wall, staying alive. They fire off the Kinvi ult, but the Glacial Prison hits nobody. Haunter joining back up with the rest of TSM as Balulu is behind him. Finds the stun, but only onto the Cassante. He's ready to go all out, but he's nearly bursted before he can even get there. Haunter's about to drop, and Balulu shuts him down. Nature's Grasp over the wall, they get Balulu back. TSM trying to fight here. Insanity's low. Chime and Turtle are separated from the rest of the team. Insanity back close to the turret, looking to keep himself alive still as Solo leads the charge. Turtle with the Gale Force away. Kenby with a flash forward. The bailout comes through, but it will not save them. Decimating smash on the 2 as Kenby barely keeps himself up, and Solo's looking to tank everybody with a double kill back over to Insanity now. Another decimating smash. Solo is out of mana. Kenby's still looking to take the blue buff. He runs back into a face full of buckshot. Immortals just got cleaned up, and TSM just got paid.
What a messy fight, but at the end of the day, Insanity's able to clean it up. This one was crazy as Tactical just kind of walks in blind, knowing that they could be in the area. He does have to immediately flash out, and then you think, okay, TSM are going to crush this fight, but it's so disorganized. Look at everyone who's completely split up. Balulu gets spotted. Insanity's running out the top. Look at where Turtle is right now. They're trying to retreat back towards mid lane. Then they realize there's a fight over on the other side of the jungle, so they try to move in here, but then you're walking through, and look at Tactical on the bottom of your screen. He's just shredding TSM as they're trying to actually get back through. Turtle even using the cleanse to try to get in range, but he's taking so much poke over the wall there. Has to use the Gale Force for retreat, but they're able to flash in, finish him off, and then on the other end, it's just Insanity. You don't think it's going to be able to finish this fight off, but the resources are expiring. They get that first collector kill. Solo is completely and he is healing up with this fleet footwork. Kills them off one by one by one. Insanity took over in this fight. It was such a messy one, really disorganized on both sides, but it's Insanity that just kind of thrives in that chaos.
And he was so low, so early, because Balulu focused down Haunter, and then Insanity was right next to him. This time around, though, Immortals recognized the problem, and they immediately solved.
They're going Baron.
That is a green light for a Baron call. TSM forced to answer now. Haunter's the furthest away, but he has a teleport to come up here. Turtle over in the mid lane as Boogie and Chime are over the wall. They have both of those big ultis. Remember, the hostile takeover and the Nature's Grasp. Massive tools to swing this the way of
Turtle
TSM.
has no flash.
Turtle's got to be careful because Treats is over the wall. He has real flash ready to go if Immortals want to try to turn this. Nature's Grasp goes off first. TSM looking for their fight. Decimating smash here in the front. Treats goes over the wall, but Treats is alone. Haunts are being focused by the rest of Immortals, but Treats is going to die first. Hostile takeover guarantees it, as Kinby and Solo are controlled by the powerful ultis of TSM. Immortals continuing to disengage back over the wall, as Balulu and Tactical got to regroup with the front line.
They're going to go Baron.
TSM win the fight 1-0. Treats, you can see what he wanted to do, but he goes in on Turtle alone and just ends up giving away a freebie.
Yeah, I mean, Flash is over the wall, but your whole team is zoned out by the Maokai ult as well as by the Renata ult. There's no shot they can actually follow up on that. You need an additional flanker with him, I feel like. If Bolulu's on this side as well, then maybe that kind of a play can work. But they had already spent Tibbers as well on the top side. They spent the Sejuani ult on the top side, so that's kind of a lot of your follow-up. And when they go in for this play, this time Turtle is pretty much completely untouched. None of the carries can reach him. It's just Treats there, so he is free firing, and things go so bad so fast. You can see the Maokai ultimate committed, and then in comes over the wall Treats in the bottom side of your screen, commits the ulti there. Haunter is just buying time in the backline, flashes out, creating that space, and then in comes the Renata ulti connecting on 2-3 members from Chime. And look at Turtle just stepping forward, free firing non-stop. They push him back, and they can turn right in onto that Baron, which they have now secured during the replay.
Unlucky turn of events there for Immortals, not respecting how powerful these Renata and Maokai ultimate combos are in the river. We've been talking about it since back before that first scuffle around the Rift Herald. The way that these abilities interact, the way that they force you to pick which side of your mouth you want to get punched in is not going to work if Immortals keep picking these battlefields.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. And in those fights, it's like, I understand the thought process because you just killed the Graves, but you spent the Sejuani ulti and the Annie ulti, you know, to actually get that pick. So you don't have a lot of your most powerful turn. And if you don't have that, like where's your damage coming from, right? Because you just have lethality, Varus, and you have an Annie without ultimate. Who's going to do the damage here, guys? Like, no, there's no one to really threaten the Jinx because they couldn't actually get back to him. And in those like full turn fights, you don't have time for Varus to soften them up like he did in that Dragon fight. So, you know, I understand the thought process, but it seemed like a very difficult vision to kind of execute on, and now potentially Haunter's going all out, but he's maybe just gonna die.
Chunked himself pretty deep, but they knock down the turret. Nature's Grasp and hostile takeover. Balulu goes into the back, but he's all alone. It's too little, it's too late. It's too far gone for Immortals as TSM just killed 3 for nothing. They got the Baron, they got the minions, and they got themselves moving straight towards an IMT Nexus.
Yeah, they're getting it all. Chime, oh, he's gonna go down here, unfortunately. Took one shot too many. We'll see if it stops them from ending. They are getting a little bit low, and now I think they're getting nervous about potentially not being able to end it. They want to get Soul, but they aren't going to have their support for this now. So there is a window for Immortals because of that death to contest at this Soul, because Chime is going to be spawning as it comes up a couple seconds after. So if everyone is there, they can maybe make this happen. Haunter goes super aggressive here, but he has the bailout, so he feels confident to do it. Goes all out from full HP, and this is where I was thinking, hey, maybe he can actually get burst down, but they just don't have any damage. It's only Varus there to actually hit him, so there's no real damage. Bolulu comes in from the side, but look at that Gale Force from Turtle. Immediately reacted to Bolulu as he flashes in. Turtle Gale Forces away, and he can't get anything done.
And remember, it's Jinx. He's laughing because he knows not only was this the perfect setup because they knew they could knock the turret down and force the fight, Jinx starts that fight excited. Boogie goes in. He goes for the twisted advance, and Tactical's already down. Solo's tanking rockets with no follow-up from the rest of his team. Balulu is low and Insanity's assassinated him. Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, a double kill back over the Turtle. TSM crushed the fight. TSM's bringing Haunter back into the top lane, and TSM are ready to finish this game.
TSM destroying Immortals here today. 10K up, not even 30 minutes in. They are going to be marching on the Nexus. A dominant win for TSM, and they're going to move to 2-2. Looking really good so far in the summer split.
Yep, they're going to tie Immortals here in the standings. Taking down them Nexus turrets, padding the stats. They don't get the soul, but who needs it? Nexus instead, just past 30 minutes into the game. 18-7, 12,000 gold ahead. Trying to see if they might be able to get 1 or 2 more kills. Tactical nearly dies on spawn, and TSM take the dub.
Yep, TSM looking really, really good in that one. Was a very one-sided affair. Expectations definitely were low for TSM coming into this split, but they have been exceeding them. These guys really making it work, and at the end of the day, their draft, I think, really did kind of paint IMT into a corner. It didn't feel like Immortals had a lot of ways to really win these fights when we're seeing them play out. It's like, if Bolulu can't one-shot the backline, who's really going to do it? You know, the Varus is just getting charged in on by Cassante or by Maokai. Lethality Varus can't really threaten the front line, but also doesn't have time to actually deal with the backline. You know, the Annie's also building for this kind of like pseudo tank killing build with Void Staff plus the Leandries. So it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers. And in the chaos, this pick from Insanity was really, really cool. The Graves mid here, first one we've ever seen in the LCS, goes 7-2-8. Hard carried that one fight over by their blue buff, you know, on the right side of the map. This fight where there was absolute chaos and Turtle gets taken out, he was just pumping in that fight. He was crushing people and was really a difference maker here.
I mean, that was a critical moment. If that doesn't happen, if he just dies there at the start, when Bolulu goes in and ends up getting the kill on Haunter, the fight, the game, everything can go towards Immortals, and then they're the ones that have the massive wall. Here's another look at the fight that ended the game. Or, no, this was an
earlier fight, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. No,
this was the final fight. This was the final fight.
I'm just disjointed because we started early.
Yeah, so this was you know, Tactical had already gotten chunked out, and you can see how much damage this Lethality Graves does. Yeah. You know, he lands he's chunking out the Varus, then the flash in from Boogie kills him off, and he just dashes right in on top of the Yanity and knocks her down too. I mean, a lot of these kills were going to the Turtle, but Insanity was getting so much work done in this fight, was just crushing through people.
And remember, this guy's not the intended starter. Honestly, for a
Maybe
dude,
he should be.
Yeah, for a dude who showed up in a situation where it's like, hey, you were originally going to be on the secondary roster. We need you to step up. He has stepped up. He's done a good job. I'm enjoying seeing stuff like Lethality Graves mid. He's not afraid to get spicy with the picks if he wants to. It's been a lot of fun to watch him play. And with TSM's win, we're joining Mark and Insanity on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. I'm standing by with Insanity. First question. What's your problem, man?
What do you mean, what's my problem?
You have a beef with me. You're always in Twitch chat flaming me on like Hotline League and stuff. What's that about?
I'm just a big fan, man.
Okay. I'm a big fan of your Graves mid. Talk me through it. What made you want to pick it? What is it good at? And then a little bit about this game in particular.
Just coach's idea. I've just been playing whatever he says, so I don't know. I don't have much more to say.
That was Revan's idea, was the Graves mid?
Yeah, he told me to play Graves mid, so I play Graves mid.
Did you scrim with it at all first, or is this a on stage first time?
No, it was first time.
Actually?
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
Played a lot of it.
Okay. So tell me, like, what makes it good though, and like why people in solo queue might be like, oh, I want to do that.
You just kind of push with it, and then you just do damage.
Okay. A little bit about this game. You had some really nice plays. You got very fed and kind of ran away with the game. What's it like atmosphere-wise with TSM? I saw Haunter cackling after one of the fights mid. Like, how are you guys as a team right now?
I think the vibes are definitely good. I mean, even this game, just everybody was having a good time, even when it was like kind of chaotic. It was just like really funny to see how, like, I guess not nervous, but out of our mind we were in the game, making a lot of random mistakes, but still winning. So it was just funny. I don't know. We were having a good time.
Glad to hear you guys are having a good time. Last question. Anything you want to say to all the haters out there who maybe put TSM low in the power rankings and you look like you're doing a lot better at 2-2?
I mean, honestly, I enjoy it personally, but you know, maybe that's just me. I like when people go against me because I like to prove people wrong.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Looking forward to see what you do the rest of the week. If you're wondering why I'm dressed like this, make sure to stick around after the break for EG versus 100 Thieves.
Leads the charge. Turtle with the game forced away. Kenby with a flash forward. The bailout comes through, but it will not save them. Decimating smash on the 2 as Kenby barely keeps himself up, and Solo's looking to tank everybody with a double kill back over to Insanity now. Another decimating smash. Solo is out of mana. Kenby's still looking to take the blue buff. He runs back into a face full of buckshot. Immortals just got cleaned up. Jinx starts that fight excited. Boogie goes in. He goes for the twisted advance, and Tactical's already down. Solo's tanking rockets with no follow-up from the rest of his team. Balulu is low and Insanity's assassinated him. Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, a double kill back over the Turtle. TSM crushed the fight. TSM's bringing Haunter back into the top lane, and TSM are ready to finish this game.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
little game. This is called How Well Does JoJo Pune Know His Teammates? What are your teammates' first names?
Alright, hold on, let me think. So Revenge is Mo, Armeo is John, Unforgiven is Will, Ayla's Bill, they like rhyme so it's easy, you know, so yeah. That's easy.
How old are each of your teammates?
I'm just gonna guess this, I don't even know. Revenge, I would say 24, 23? 23, 23. I think Armeo is 24, 25, 24? One of them. Unforgiven, I actually have no clue. I mean, Unforgiven was a rookie, right? Like in LEC just like last year, I think. So probably like 21, I would guess. And Ayla, I would guess 22. How'd I do?
Pretty good.
I did good?
You got Revenge. Amir's 23, Unforgiven's 22, and Ayla's 23. They're actually really hilariously close in age.
Yeah, they're pretty close actually.
Alright, where are your teammates from?
Mo, Revenge is probably from America. Armeo is America. Unforgiven's somewhere in Europe. I don't know, Europe. I don't care about Europe, but it's probably like Sweden or something. And Ayla's from Australia. Is that a country?
Yeah.
Did I get it right or no?
You did. Nice. What is Revenge's favorite game outside of League?
I have no clue. All-timer right now. If it's all-time, I'd probably guess like COD, maybe Call of Duty. I haven't seen him play any other game, so I can't get this. This is too hard.
TFT.
Oh, actually, I could have guessed. That was good.
What previous teams did your teammates play?
Revenge played on Immortals, I think. Armeo, I think it was TL. Unforgiven was Mad Lions, I remember on them. So I remember on him specifically. Well, not him specifically, but against them. Ayla, FlyQuest. I got them all right?
You did. Which one of your teammates plays any instruments?
I don't even know, to be honest. If I had to guess, probably Ayla or Revenge. Is it one person or?
Just one, yeah.
I feel like it could be Ayla. Is it Ayla?
Yeah, it is Ayla.
Can I get a hint? Like, can you move it or no? It's like...
It's tricky to move.
Piano?
It's piano.
Nice.
Last thing, I asked your teammates what was the best thing about you. What do you think Unforgiven said?
Okay, how long ago did you ask this question?
Like yesterday.
Oh, really? Yesterday?
Yeah.
Maybe funny. Yeah, is that right?
Unforgiven's answer to the best thing about JoJo, he said
I knew you. I should have said
Does he troll you a lot?
Right, he's just, he actually hates me.
Welcome back, everybody. He's up against Quid today, who's going to be making his LCS debut. And in honor of the fact that he is very close to the word squid with his name with Quid, he also has a squid as a profile picture on Twitch. We are going to play Quid Game. So we are going to make a case for each mid laner and why they're going to win today. And then we'll actually do tug of war based off, like one side being Quid's fans and one side being JoJo's fans. Give me the Quid side first, Emily.
All right, so the best thing about Quid is honestly his creativity and the variety of champions that he can play in the mid lane. And if we've learned nothing about the recent meta, it's all about slapping something random in the mid lane and possibly slapping Stack Shiv on it and playing it. In all seriousness, though, I think this is honestly his biggest strength, is his willingness to play into different matchups, play a variety of champions. And so provided that he can get down communication with the rest of the team, which I think is going to be probably the biggest issue in coming into a new country and a new team. I think that is really where he'll shine, is being able to use his flexibility.
All right, someone give me the JoJo side. Who wants to do it?
I can go for it.
Okay.
I mean, you talked about flexibility. Is he willing to play Singed? I'm just putting that out there. He's hovering.
Probably.
The JoJo play. And also, let's just talk about his current split right now. Because JoJo has kind of continued the success that he had last year.
Look at this Gragas play.
Such a dominant player. Yes, he completely dominated Palafox in the energy matchup. He has been so far the best mid laner. And he plays to the edge. That's what I love about him. I think that's what gives him a lot of fans, is that he is willing to play as far close to the edge as possible. Sometimes it results in failures in the past.
Another charm?
It's perfect.
I'm joining Team JoJo.
Yeah!
Let's go. I'm over
I'm glad
here.
I sold you on that. We were just the clips.
I'm gonna go Team Quid. I think Quid's actually got this one. Raz's favorite thing to do is physically attack me. I don't know why. All right, so are these the matchups?
Yeah.
Well,
we have two. We agree. Okay.
Do you want to be Inker
Maple
or
Story
should
Squad.
Who's the heaviest?
All right, you can be
Go
Inker.
first.
All right, everyone pick up the rope. Get your grabs. I'll do it.
This is not a very big rope.
It's not.
It's not. You guys definitely have more rope to grab as well. But
okay.
All right, I'm gonna count us in. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay.
And then we're in there.
It feels like it's already over to your
And then
I'm not even
producer,
pulling yet.
tell me when someone wins. All right. 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh, okay, what? Okay, count.
Okay,
1,
1, 2,
2,
1, 2, 3.
pull.
No.
1, 2, pull.
Wait. Oh, no, I'm gonna win. Quid is Team Quid, let's do it. Let's go to casters to make sure this actually happens. See you guys.
I guess I'm dead now.
Just killing him?
Did we
Okay.
just witness Pastry Time get murdered by Raz?
Yeah, Raz may or may not be committing federal crimes on the Analyst Lounge, but here at the caster desk, we're having a good time. Welcome, Fudge. We've had him as a guest plenty of times here before, back on the desk, and now he's back for Summer 23. You guys are coming off a pretty badass win, if I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't feel too good about the win because I died twice for absolutely no reason in the early game. But my team is obviously winning every single game, so I'm having fun just getting carried as the top
Limit
laner.
testing. Top lane doesn't matter. It's
Better top
fine.
wins, man.
Better top wins as per usual.
Better top wins.
I preach it permanently, and I'm still going to keep preaching it for the rest of my life. Top lane is useless. That's what I have to say.
Do you like building your static shivs in your top laners?
I feel like Kennen is the only one that people really build it on, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
You could be the one to change that.
I should change that.
Yeah, be the change you want to see in the world.
Exactly. I don't want to see that change in the world, honestly. No one start that, please.
Okay, so we got to see the tug of war go down, and the Quid side won, even though the JoJo side started trying to count and do the metagaming. So how do you feel about that matchup? Quid versus JoJo. What are you expecting here?
I'm expecting JoJo to be a little bit better, just because I think JoJo will likely have more coordination with his teammates. I'm a little bit worried with Quid just coming into the team after 1 week of scrims, like 3 days of scrims, basically. With his coordination, him being on the same page as his teammates. Obviously, I think mechanically, it's likely that they're very similar. I think JoJo is already really good mechanically, and Quid is definitely very good mechanically compared to a lot of the LCS mid laners, but I actually think JoJo might have the edge.
I mean, JoJo has been playing, I feel like, really good this summer. And, you know, like when you're talking just purely about mechanics, it's like clearly he was capable of getting high in Korean solo queue.
Right.
You know, he went for a couple weeks, got ranked 6 or whatever it was that he got. You know, JoJo, I think, is really talented mechanically. And I do think it is always really difficult when you're joining a team late in the season when you're not there from the beginning, when you haven't been able to actually scrim, because they were scrimming with Nuke Duck. You know, he talked about that. So you're having to jump in. You haven't had that time to adjust. You know, comms could be more difficult. So I think it's going to be a big challenge for him. And this is not also someone that was coming, you know, straight from LCK. He was coming from challengers as well.
Yeah.
So I do think it is going to be a tough first test for him, because EG, I think, have been looking a lot better in general than people were expecting. I feel like after the roster blew up, everyone's like, all right, EG's going to be kind of butt. But there's a lot of people on this team that feel like they kind of want to prove everyone wrong. You know, it's like a lot of people who feel they've been overlooked. I know you in the past have been really positive on Revenge. And I feel like a lot of the top laners, when you talk about them, when you talk about Revenge, are pretty positive on him.
Yeah, I think Revenge is definitely like underappreciated as a player for the public. I feel like the public like just thinks he's really bad, maybe because he was on Immortals and they lost a lot of games. But I actually think individually he seems like he can like at least he can wrestle with the top of the pack. You know? He can play against like Summit and me and Impact and all these really good top laners someday, and actually go even and fight against them. So I think that. And I also want to talk about EG. I actually was very surprised that they've been doing well early in the split, honestly. I really didn't think they would be that good. But looking at them now, they actually seem really solid. And
what surprised you the most about them? Like specifically, is it their team fighting? Is it their laning?
I think they were winning games.
Yeah, I think they're winning games. But JoJo Pin definitely looks really good. I think they're actually pretty coordinated despite just starting and a lot of the players being really new on the team. I mean, 4 out of the 5 players, right, are new. So I think they're very, very coordinated, and I think it's really good to see. Also, Unforgiven, I personally didn't think he was going to be that good. Like, I thought he was actually going to be pretty bad, but he actually looks decent. So.
Oh, interesting. He was so good in Academy, though.
Yeah, he was, but honestly, when I just never really saw him as a player that stood out to me, I guess.
Okay, interesting.
But I think he's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like they have been working really well, right? And I do think, you know, it is partially one of those things where a lot of these guys are really motivated, you know, to kind of prove people wrong, I feel like. You know, JoJo obviously had a really hot first year, but then in spring, really did not play very well. Revenge, you know, like you said, a lot of the public don't think he's very good because he hasn't been on good teams. He's trying to kind of, I think, disprove that. Armeo's been a guy who's been around the top of Academy forever, but every time he's been in the LCS, he's kind of bounced back. You know, a lot of these players, Ayla obviously got replaced on his team by the guy that was trash talking him all split, right? Like, there's all these players I feel like have that kind of angle of wanting to prove people wrong. Unforgiven went from LEC All Pro to, you know, to LCS Academy, and like you said, you didn't even think he would be good in LCS. So it feels like all of these players are really, really motivated, and I do think that is something that can really play a factor. When everyone is really motivated, trying to disprove people, really wanting to show their best, they're going to be working hard and they're going to be trying to find solutions to all their problems.
All right, let's jump into the draft here. It's Melio banned out first. Fudge, how are you feeling playing on patch 13.12 now with things changed up a little bit, a couple of nerfs to to the strong things, but still some very high presence champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that well, Nico, I think is very broken. Obviously, we played it today, and it was a very free win. I think LeBlanc with Static Shiv. I think Static Shiv in general is just a really OP item. I think a lot of the ADCs building Static Shiv right now, like Varus and Ashe, is really OP. LeBlanc obviously is really
Kai'Sa's
OP.
pretty good.
Kennen, Kai'Sa, these type of champions. Actually, in the room, I was actually waiting in the back rooms, waiting to come to cast, and Revenge came and asked me. He was like, I'm thinking about banning Renekton. Like, what do you think against 100 Thieves? And I was like, I mean, yeah, I mean, some days obviously like best champion is just Renekton. Like, I think you should probably, if I was you, I would ban Renekton.
Well, they took your advice. It's Renekton.
Some days Renekton is by far his best champion, so I'm really glad that they banned it out.
Well, he won't get to play that today. They also either have just observed League of Legends as a whole recently, or at least they watched you guys' game earlier, because the Nico is also been wiped. Well,
these signs are really crazy.
Hopefully we can give you a good game.
I hope that's like watch the kids, not took the kids.
Yeah.
There's some different connotations there.
I mean, he wrote took on both lines. One line is a typo, 2 lines is a plan. Emilio, Sejuani, Ivern, and LeBlanc, all those other bands, and Vi is the first pick for 100 Thieves and closer.
I mean, Vi has basically been permabanned in LCS. When it's up, it gets picked. It's only gotten picked a couple times so far, though, because it has been pretty much getting permabanned. But you called out the Renekton as something that you do think is worth banning, and that does mean you're going to have to leave up one of the OPs. There just seems to be so many champions that you want to ban these days on red side that there's not a lot of room for those kind of like personal flavor bans, like for target bans, which I do think is one of the advantages that blue side has right now, because it's so hard. Like Shiv LeBlanc, you can't really let through. Nico, you can't really let through. And then it's like you get +1, and there's other OPs, but there's also the personal preference.
Yeah, it also feels like blue side can just ban, sort of target ban and ban for their first pick, and you still have to ban out the Vi, and you have other picks that you can pick for. Interesting that they pick Ahri so early in draft.
Yeah, not expecting that.
I think they want to take away Vi Ahri. I think they're just concerned about that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But that's one of those things where it's like, where are you on the side of this fence? Because it's the old discussion people used to have a lot with like Xayah Rakan, where someone would take Xayah and then like, well, we're going to take away Rakan, even though it's like not necessarily as good individually.
Yeah, I mean, I think that with Vi, it makes sense to take away the Rakan, but now that they're picking mid lane, I guess they can't really pick AD. I guess you would want to pick like something like Aphelios Rakan, something like this. I'm also surprised they didn't pick something like, they might pick something like Ashe on ADC and just drop top lane and support. And I think that the Azir prior has been raising a lot recently, which is also why I was surprised to see Ahri, because it feels like people are pretty happy with Azir into Ahri right now.
I feel like you need a ganking jungler with Ahri to actually make it work, right? Because you need to be able to threaten the Azir. If the Azir is able to sit back comfortably, he's going to outrange you, he's going to have push. You need to be threatening him on cooldown, and I think that is what they're going to be looking for here on 3. I'm just not really sure what you go for. Vi is obviously kind of the premier one. Closer is really known for like Viego and Lee Sin and whatever, but those don't really have, I think, the easiest time of making things happen around the Azir.
Well, the Rakan locked in next to the Xayah here for EG, so pretty different roles drafted, because both sides obviously have the mid laner, but then it's jungle and top drafted for 100 Thieves, letting both bottom lane roles go through to the second half of the draft, while EG has picked up the Xayah Rakan combo.
I mean, 100 Thieves probably just ban AD junglers, no?
Right, they just ban AD junglers, or you can ban something like Jax or Poppy or whatever you think is best for top lane. You can probably just put one ban into that. Personally, I don't think you really need to ban anything for top lane right now, and just banning something like Wukong Viego maybe for jungle would be nice.
Yeah.
So that obviously, and Nocturne I think is actually a really good ban. With Ahri and Rakan, it's pretty annoying to play against Nocturne.
Yeah, Wukong would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, Viego just doesn't, I think, have like
it doesn't have the
pressure around.
It doesn't have that same kill threat.
Yeah, so I do like the Wukong ban a lot more. I mean, yes, you can go Lee Sin, but I think Lee Sin has his own struggles these days.
All right, what's the last one going to be, EG? Do we focus more of that AD carry pool? I mean, there's only been the single AD carry ban so far here, but they do want to get rid of 2 of those hyperscalers. Jinx and Aphelios both off the table. Aphelios was the champion that you guys mentioned earlier, potentially picking. So let's see.
Double-If could just go back to Lucian, no? Like,
he could go back to Lucian. He could. Emilio is out, so Lucian does lose value, and Nami is probably not so good against so much dive.
Yeah.
I mean, you could pick something like Varus or Ashe, but I'm not sure what support you'd pair with that. So we'll see. I'm not really sure how 100 Thieves is looking to pick here.
I know there are some people doing like the kind of like AP-ish Zeri builds also. So there is some of the stuff. I feel like Double-Lift's not usually the guy to like cook up the new crazy build though.
We all remember Double-Lift Senna when Senna
We don't got to talk about that, right?
Wait, didn't they win all the time with this Senna? I thought it was his Vladimir and stuff that wasn't good.
No, it was his Senna.
Oh, it was the Senna too?
So he got better at the Senna. But when he started, it was Double-Lift bot, and I'm not talking about the lane. he was having a rough time.
Maybe I'm thinking about like the Sona TK, because there was one of those comps that they were running.
He was good at Sona TK.
Yeah, I guess it was Sona TK that I was thinking about, not the Sona TK.
They picked Ashe Braum. I guess it makes sense.
Okay.
Protect from a lot of the dive.
Now this seems like a Double-Lift champ.
I mean, I feel like Double-Lift is a lot of the team's strength, but maybe with Quid now as a new player on their team, he can actually play the carry. I just don't feel like. Yeah, I just feel like Double-Lift's usually the carry on this.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that Ashe is more the supportive role, right? Like you're not the main character usually when you are playing Ashe.
Trinity.
Well, I mean, the problem is you don't have mobility, right? So it's very difficult to actually make those aggressive plays. I think when you're looking over and you see Rakan, you see Ahri, you see Viego, all these champions. It's like when you step forward, you can just expose yourself in a way that gets really, really difficult. So generally, like when I see Ashe, it's more about poking and prodding with a volley. It's about hitting what comes into your range. You can't really take over in that same way that we're used to seeing. So I do think there's a lot of pressure on Quid to make things happen in this game.
Yeah, I'm also not really a big fan of Armal picking Viego over Wukong here. I think Viego just doesn't have the same amount of engage that you need to kill the Azir in this game, so...
And that goes back to what you guys were talking about, wanting to see a ganking jungler. Unfortunately, Spectral Maw, and just Spectral Maw, is not an incredibly threatening gank. We do have the Scion drafted for EG there for that main frontline, main meatball there for Revenge in the top lane. How do you feel about Scion versus Cassante? Is it just meatball handshake?
Yes,
or is
Scion Cassante is very much a meatball handshake where whoever's carries is stronger, whoever's full.
How does a meatball handshake work? Are you both holding a meatball and
you're just basically saying, okay guys, we have agreed in top lane that this role does not matter. No one come top lane, and whichever bot side wins the game. That's what they decided in top lane right now.
All right, well, we got the meatball handshake top side. We got Double-Lift on the Ashe. We got Quid making his debut game with 100 Thieves on the Azir, one of those traditional hard carries, hyper-scalers in the mid lane up against the Ahri of JoJo. The desk was talking about how JoJo's feeling like he did last year. His play is looking a lot better. Spring, I don't know about how you felt playing against him, Fudge, but spectating from a casting point of view, Spring this year felt really rough from JoJo compared to his performances last year, so I'm glad to see him like back in form.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he was playing quite poorly in Spring, and he was getting caught out by a lot of random stuff. He wasn't really playing very well mechanically, wasn't playing well in lane, which is what he was used to. Like I see, he was used to
for lane dominance.
Yeah, being known for. And I think now he's definitely looking a lot better. I think he's also seeming to play a lot better in like team fights than he was previously. So definitely improved.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, 100 Thieves obviously putting, I think, a lot of faith in Quid. And it's going to be exciting to see if he can show up, because I think 100 Thieves, obviously, 1 and 2 last week, but it's kind of hard to judge when you have a sub and it is your coach 1 year removed from playing. So, this week is going to be really, really important from them when they're already kind of starting down a couple games for Quid to be good out the gate.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see the like Triforce Shiv style Ashe build?
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty certain he's going to go Shiv and Triforce, just because. I mean, Shiv also, it loses a little bit of value when you have less AD on your team. You don't want to build Shiv usually when you have a lot of AP, because obviously it does magic with the active. But this game they have only 1 AP champion, so I think he'll definitely go for it. And I definitely think the item's broken, so please go Shiv. If you can hear me, he cannot hear me. But.
Yeah. Probably not at this point. Unfortunately, we are paused. We'll let you guys know as soon as we know anything about what this is. Hopefully, it's one of those short ones where somebody just had a key binding wrong or something, and we can get back into game ASAP. But I wouldn't expect him to draft the Ashe if he's not going for the Shiv build. You draft for Shiv right now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
True. So we've established top lane does not matter. Which of the rest of the drafts would you rather play for? Like, which top laner would you rather be?
Which top laner would I rather be? Cassante.
Yeah. Cassante?
Just mainly because I think I'd rather have an Azir on my team than an Ahri, and I will just protect my my Azir, and he will not die this game. Ashe will be very annoying with W and ulti this game. They don't have enough engage to actually kill the Azir, in my opinion, and you also have Vi on your team, which is a broken champion, so I will definitely take blue side every day of the week.
So is that your role then, you think, mostly in a fight like this, is to just more be peeling for the Azir rather than actually looking to try to like pull someone in or separate someone else for a 1v1?
As the Cassante, you're playing to just W the Rakan, W the Viego, W the Ahri, get in front of the Sion ulti, block the Sion ulti, and just disrupt their backline or just stop their front line from engaging on your team. Just because you outrange with Azir, that's basically the entire game is based around Quid right now, and he has to perform, and I think he probably will perform pretty well in Azir this game, and it's going to be interesting to see how EG can find ways to dive onto 100 Thieves and look for picks.
Is that the sort of the win condition you think for Evil Genius? If they win, it has to just be killing Quid over and over and over again?
I mean, I think it has to be like finding these random picks, whether it's like getting random flanks with Ahri or finding a random Rakan engage with in a jungle.
Yeah.
I just think it's really difficult with Ashe hookshot as well. Finding flanks is way harder against Ashe. Vi has a lot of engage, so if you try to find flanks, you can engage on one other side.
Yeah, it is way harder to play the flanker when you can just get turned on by a Vial.
Exactly. Yeah.
The follow-up's really easy for that. So we do have a little bit of an update, some audio issues for EG. Hopefully that will get sorted out here pretty quickly and we can continue on into the game. But yeah, I mean, of course, EG's composition can win, but it is, I think, way more execution-based. It's one of these comps where you have to have those perfect engages. You can't play front to back with something like an Ahri. You need to be able to get into the back line, find a charm on a key target, and really be pressuring that back line. Whereas 100 Thieves don't have to do that. Like, there are opportunities where they can look for dives. You can go for an Azir sec, but you don't have to, right? You can play it slow. And I think that's always one of the things that I appreciate about drafts like this is where there's more than one way to play out the game.
Exactly.
Right? When there's only one way to play out the game, it's so much pressure on execution. Of course, it can work if you play it perfectly, and sometimes those comps are the best if played perfectly.
Yeah, definitely.
But one thing goes wrong sometimes early, and you're just like, well.
I will say that I think Jojopin is a player that is probably the player I trust most to look for these engages. I think he's the most aggressive mid laner, so, well, maybe you can argue MNS actually, but Jojopin definitely will find the angle, so I actually have a lot of trust in him to be useful this game as Ahri.
Well, we're back into the game. Let's see where it goes. Vi and Viego are two junglers this game. Vi, much more adept at those early ganks than you would generally expect the Viego to be.
I thought you were going to just go, Vi and Viego are two junglers this game. Full stop.
No, dude, I'm not just going to...
I thought you were just about to full
We've also got
troll.
Xayah and Ashe here in the bottom lane. And of course, who can forget, Braum and Rakan are also present on Summoner's Rift.
I'm glad the observers are not looking at top lane right now. They're taking my advice.
Right, we're going to go with the no looking at top
We've looked at
lane
mid and bot so far, so I'm enjoying
You
it.
want to talk about the sick intricacies of the grasp trades?
Cassante cues the wave, pushes, nothing happens.
All right, well, we'll see where Armeo is going to go. This looks like clearing top to bot.
He's trying to invade Raptors here with mid push. Bot lane push is about even, but I think Ashe and Braum are actually pushing this in. He's going to look to try to steal it, but neither of them actually have smite, so they're actually just going to fight to the death.
Yes, let's go. Chicken battle. Quid is stuck underneath the turret. Armeo, the big chicken resets. He goes back in. And that's chicken victory for Armeo.
Oh, but if Quid comes now, he's going to start losing minions.
Exactly.
So he actually can't come. This is really awkward.
Jojo's winning a lot of trades right now, which is really hard. Jojo's going to be able to push this wave out. Quid's going to be...
Braum's coming now, though, so...
Yeah, but they're also going to be able
push.
to... If he just waits right now and he just coin flips the red buff, I think it's not bad. With Ahri pushing, he can dive mid.
Oh, yeah. He's ready. Spectral Maul's going to go in here. Finds the stun. Quid flashing away. Armeo had to use the flash to land the Spectral Maul, so he can't chase Quid any further there. 100 Thieves mid laner. He survives, but he loses the flash and has to recall immediately.
Honestly, really nicely done by Armeo. I think it's a good early plan, clear top to bot, invade red. Jojo has push, and yeah, it is flash for flash. They don't get the kill, but Quid is actually pushed back. He's going to lose some farm. Like, his base is going to be terrible. What is he coming back here with?
Yeah, this is an awful base in comparison to Ahri, especially because Ahri has corrupting potions. He's going to be able to get probably
way more value.
Yeah, a lot more value, and he also lost a lot of minions here, so not looking too good for 100 Thieves early game. Unless...
Double lift. Ready to go in with the Ashe here. Lands the stun, forces the cleanse out of Unforgiven. Ball Breaker being charged for closer, but he does not engage with it. Lucio takes a bit of damage on the back end of the fight here, but Double Lift being forced to use that cleanse. Or Double Lift using the Ghost, Unforgiven being forced to use the cleanse. So at least a couple summoner spells down here. I expect more jungle attention because, as you said, Fudge, they're not going top.
Yeah, no, top lane, both junglers can't really kill the top laners this game unless the wave is really bad or they don't recall and TP back. Now that obviously there's no cleanse, they're definitely going to be looking back there again at level 6. Hopefully, yeah, I think they will be hitting 6 around the same time the cleanse will be back up, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think if EG like pushes heavily into 100 Thieves, then there's opportunities to pull off ganks. But Braum obviously doesn't have the greatest gank assist.
Exactly,
like he needs to tag him with the Q and proc passive, and then be able to try to get something done from that. But EG, oh, nice engage.
Well done from Ayla. Double knock up. Busio and double lift. All the way back underneath the turret, boys. Double lift. Rooted up by the feathers there at the very, very end. Hits level 4 to heal up some of that damage. Armeo's only top side to clear the Krugs. No interest in anything else that might be going on up here as Someday gets that wave crashing into the turret. Someday does have a nice little bit of a CS lead for now over Revenge, but I'm assuming there's plenty of minions there for Revenge to make up that gap with as they crash in. Busio and double lift, again, at the health disadvantage here, having to respect the Xayah Rakan in the 2v2.
I'm interested to see if he'll try to invade Raptors again on Viego. He might be looking for it right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to cross through mid.
I mean, there's no flash on Azir, so it's really hard for him to fight, but this trade actually is quite good for Azir in the 1v1.
Yeah, Jojo kind of lost push. I mean, Azir is like getting pretty low on mana. I don't think it's going to matter just yet, but Armeo's already there, and he's starting it up. He does have Smite, so should be able to get this, I think.
Yeah, I would expect that to go through. Closer is going to walk over the ward here, so Armeo already sees him there. Most of the baby chickens stolen away by Closer. Spectrum off from Armeo. Jungler's level 5. Quid rotating over now, but Armeo wins this 1v1.
They're diving mid with Sion ult.
Yeah, there we go. Revenge going in.
Oh, he just got
tries to go for the outplay here. The charm lands. Decimating smash onto 2. It's first blood back over to Jojo. But there comes the shuffle. Quid buying a little bit more time. Someday goes all out. Revenge goes down. Armeo escapes the last turret shot. EG's got himself a 2-1 lead. Armeo's about to drop. Someday needs one more Q, but he ain't gonna find it just yet. A little bit of footwork might close the gap to give him the last Intofo strike. He's still going.
Nice.
Nicely done. The cooldowns at the same time.
Man, that is heartbreaking. Quid hit 6 right as they started that dive, but did he just not have the ulti, or was he trying to save him for a longer time?
So, I'm pretty sure he used E and he ran out of mana. Then he used Biscuit, and I think he was able to get ulti afterwards.
It looked like he was full right? But when he hit 6, I thought he was going to have enough mana to do it. So he pulls aside. He's 6 now. Then he uses the E and he Qs. Yeah, he EQs, and now he has no mana. Because I was wondering why it took him so long to get it out. It's obviously tough in those situations when you level up. Yeah, you obviously have to use the E, but like if he had E'd and then ulted, maybe it looks better. Yeah, it looks a lot better. I think at least you get that 1 kill back. Yeah, maybe more. But that's a tough situation. It's hard to blame someone in those like high pressure moments to track your mana costs exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Evil Geniuses off to a 700 gold lead or thereabouts. You can see with control over this bottom side river, Armeo will take the crab halfway to level 6. We're going to keep our eyes on those jungle level timers, markers, whatever you want to call them, to see if they can make those return visits back to the bottom lane. The Ghost for double lift, the Cleanse for Unforgiven are both back up and ready to go again. EG does have a massive minion wave built up here that they will be pushing forward and crashing into the turret of 100 Thieves. So if Jojo and Armeo want to hang around this bot side, they could try to turn that crash into a Drake play on the side of EG.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they're going to be going up towards doing it. It doesn't seem like there's been much of any prio really on the Dragons this game. But why do you think that is?
I mean, obviously Viego looked for 2 Raptor invades, which delays a lot of his other camps. So he's just wanting to play for his own farm. He's not really highly prioritizing Dragons just because he thinks getting a lead in the jungle, which has been working out for him so far, will just be more impactful.
Do you think it's important, you know, when we're talking about like the difficulty in execution for a team like EG, right? So, you know, one of the easier places to find those flanks sometimes is around, you know, dragon fights and whatnot. Right. So do you think that should raise the importance of trying to stack and have this objective where you can maybe pull them to you?
Yeah, I think that definitely does.
Armeo, nicely done there, using the Heartbreaker to get back away, and now Quid is under pressure. They need a little bit more damage to finish him, and Armeo's got it. Now he can reset, and Closer's gonna die too. Over the wall goes Armeo, but Ayla's Ignite already has the kill. 2-0 EG in the scrap.
And I think 100 Thieves going for that fight, like trying to engage in there when you know that Xayah Rakan is before your Ashe and Braum doesn't really make any sense. I think even 2v2 it would have been bad regardless, but just the thought process behind that was not very good, I think. And now the game's just going to be really blown wide open, and I'm not sure if they can actually recover with Azir being so far behind.
Yeah, it gets really difficult. Honestly, great buffer from Armeo. You know, Quid looks for the pick here, nicely timed on the R, has the buffer out, and then Quid has to flash and retreat. Jojo shows up, flash charm, beautifully done. And even though the Vi has arrived, Ayla is here as well. Armeo flashes in, gets the reset, and you know the fight is absolutely doomed as soon as Viego gets 1 soul.
Yeah, exactly. Not too sure if Quid can recover from this game state. He's really far behind.
He has no farm either.
Yep.
And you guys were talking about in the draft, hey, it's all about Azir, it's all about Quid. This is what the draft functions with. So if he's set behind, all of 100 Thieves is going to struggle to execute on the win condition here. They are going after the first Drake, Mountain Drake, so it takes a little while longer than some of the others to beat down, but nobody from EG's around. So I guess if you're looking for something for the side 100 Thieves to find in the first 10 minutes of this game, that first Drake is about all they got.
Yeah, they get the Dragon. You know, bot lane obviously is farming well. They have a CS advantage on top side too, so there are some things, but mid jungle, you know, very far behind. And honestly, it is interesting, right? Because we've seen this actually a number of times when someone comes in first game on stage, teams are just going to go right at them because they know that they're going to be more nervous. Same thing happened actually to M&S.
Yeah,
as that Ahri ult just, or rather the Ahri almost gets ulted there, where he was playing that Victor game, right? And literally there was an interview after the game and it was like, well, we knew he was going to be nervous. It was his first game, so we're just going to full send everything at him. And EG has kind of crafted this game plan where, yeah, it is Jojo on a champion that has to really play more aggressive to make it happen, but he has those aggressive tendencies. They're going for these invades constantly, and they're looking to dive.
Oh, Closer just gets caught. You gotta know there, if the support's going in on you, it's not really a 1v1. He dies for a bucket of chicken.
It's a real big disaster for the mid jungle here for 100 Thieves because they're the two main important parts of this comp, I feel, and them being really far behind, the Viego and Ahri makes it very, very hard for the bot and top to play.
And that Viego has his Trinity Force completed. As of the recent changes to Trinity and Sunderer, I am now a Sunderer hater, Trinity supporter. I'm happy to see the Trinity built here on Armeo's Viego. I think she's going to get a lot of value out of that with how far ahead of the curve of the game he is right now. And it's just, if you're Vi, all you've got is pieces, man. If you see this guy in neutral territory, you're not going anywhere near him. Unforgiven has to flash out over the wall.
Oh, no.
Oh, Lord. It's just disaster after disaster.
Oh, that's tragic.
Oh, no.
You have to be hugging that wall, and you can't. I don't even think you can flash over the absolute fattest part. You've got to kind of flash over the skinnier parts of that triangle.
Yeah.
Jojo getting ulted back into Closer. 100 Thieves want to make the play, but EG's got more men there, and they got him there sooner. Closer's the target now as Jojo dashes back away. Armeo with a stab in the back takes down Closer.
This game is doomed.
It's another 2-0, boys. It's 4,000 gold ahead.
I feel like everyone has played one of these Vi games where your early game goes bad, and then there's just like, you just know you're going to have 10 deaths, right? Like, there's nothing for the champion to do except go in, and when you're going in from behind, you're just a free kill. It's a gold delivery system.
I feel like if Vi starts 0-2-0, she just becomes Meals on Wheels.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you're getting food no matter what.
I mean, your only option is to go in, so...
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Nothing else to do. I don't know. I would be so sad if I was double lift right now.
I mean, he's got a shiv.
Like that was your only opportunity to get ahead, you know? Because the Xayah was completely trolling. She was by herself, and then she flashes over the wall, and you fail the flash. It's just really sad. I mean, obviously, it's not on him that they're losing this game at all, but
yeah,
it's a very sad moment.
Thought is going fine for them. Next game for 100 Thieves, double lift Jakes.
Right back to it.
Come back tomorrow.
Hey guys, Someday is up 20.
Oh, man. Quid.
I'm getting some. Okay, he lives. Okay, he lives, guys. Cool.
Yeah, Jojo did not have a flash to immediately follow. You can see Jojo's flash timer is just about back, but not quite there. So
you already know Jojo's gonna flash for that 100 gold right there, like that 150 gold. He's already like worth nothing, but he has to flash for the ego, you know.
Yeah. You gotta let him know. It's about sending a message.
Exactly.
Break the mental.
They're dominant.
Someday is doing very good right now, guys. He's up 20 CS. Yeah, he's playing lane extremely well.
And that for sure is gonna have a large impact on the game.
And yeah.
This will offset the advantages in the mid and bottom lane as well.
They're
as
both
the
solo lanes and therefore are equal.
100 Thieves are moving up towards that top lane, trying to knock down this turret plate where they still have the chance. Only 30 seconds left for those plates to stand. While Jojo's just going to race them to first turret here in the bottom side. He'll take that one down by himself. Solo gold on the Ahri. 4,500 lead for Evil Geniuses, man.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo is almost at 6K gold, and Quid over there is 3,900. So, like, that's a roughie to be down 2K this early on in your individual matchup. Jojo's going to have Mythic completed whenever he wants to go back, but he's even just pushing this one in. The jungle advantage is just as big as well. 2K in jungle, 2K in mid. It's even 600 ahead now for Unforgiven, who's starting to pick up some of this extra gold.
So, how do you feel about 100 Thieves as a whole here, Fudge? Because we started off on day number 1. Everybody thought they were looking pretty hot. Like, they stomped FlyQuest. But then we've seen what FlyQuest actually has had happen to them. And so if 100 Thieves' only win is versus FlyQuest, are they on the struggle bus?
Yeah, they're definitely struggling right now as a team, and I think it's it's a hard position to be in, obviously, with your mid laner who obviously doesn't speak the same language as majority of the players, or at least doesn't speak it very well. It's really hard to be on the same page, and you're gonna have a lot of issues, especially when you start losing games. And
Oh, they've already killed double. If they start the fight off, blowing up the enemy AD carry, they follow it up with the mid laner. Both kills go to Armeo. The Viego, 6-0-3, 100% kill participation. Absolutely running the rift against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Armeo and JoJo are having a hell of a game here. It has been all about mid jungle. You said 100% KP for Armeo has been really putting a lot of pressure on, and EG are running away with this one really fast. But and back to your point, Fudge, like you're saying, it is difficult when you are missing your mid laner at the start of the year. You know, it's hard to really have like a fair judgment of the strength of the team, but clearly they are struggling.
I also was thinking about, like, from Revenge's perspective, he's like been on Immortals his whole life, and now he finally gets to play Scion and get carried. You know? Like, how nice must that be? Like, I have that feeling all the time.
Upgrades.
Oh boy. Well, EG's going in again, and 100 Thieves are trying to get the hell out of town. Busio lives. Somedays trying to stand and fight. How long is he going to stay here? Goes all out, brings Revenge over the wall with him. Decimating Smash isn't going to find anything, but the rest of 100 Thieves now has to be careful. Armeo is godlike, and Double is dead again. EG pick up another one. They're forcing everybody else away. Unforgiven gets a second back onto Quid. Over and over again, EG's not just finding the fights, they're finding the enemy carries.
You like want to say, oh, they should do Baron, and then you realize it's 15 minutes in, they haven't even killed the tier 1. They're diving the tier 2. It's like, what are you doing to them?
The tier 2, they're diving the base. Closer's low, man. JoJo's going to assassinate him.
What is this
What is this?
What is happening?
League of Legends.
That's a little bit of flexing for JoJo for sure. He's having some fun.
Yeah, he's definitely having a lot of fun. This feels like one of those scrim games where, like, you're in game 5, your last day of the game of the day, sorry, and you already FF too many times in scrim, so like you gotta keep playing, but you don't really want to play, so you just keep inting and keep dying so the game can go as fast as possible. This is what it feels like right now.
JoJo having some fun, trying to dive the inhibitor tower there. Almost makes it work with the tier 1 still up. Doesn't quite get the kill, does spend the flash, but Armeo now on 2 items. He is so insanely strong. And anytime Viego is playing from ahead, this champion is so miserable to fight against because you just know he's strong enough to get the 1 kill, and if he gets 1 kill, you're not really going to be able to deal with him.
Trinity Force, Black Cleaver, and tier 2 boots all done 17 minutes into the game on 2023 jungle economy.
Armao is feeling good right now.
He's having the time of his life.
Can't get on a team, get us on a team, and then plays like this? Damn. Must be happy.
Living the dream. Well, the next Dragon's alive, but nobody really cares. I mean, honestly, if you're EG, that's small potatoes. You can just kind of walk wherever you want, take whatever objective you care about. Some days getting the red. So,
I mean, I think they're going to take the dragon just because it's free, right? But it's like, you know, this is clearly not a soul game.
I mean, he got the red buff. I mean, Someday did get the red buff.
Dude, that's about the deepest analysis I have. Is look, man, it's something, okay? He got the red.
I mean, I assume that EG is just going to look to play mid-bot side right now. They do have the Herald. They're probably going to end up using it on bot tier 2 just to break it. And then Baron. Once Baron's up, they're just going to take full topside vision and just stop Baron turn. It's going to be really hard for 100 Thieves to play from this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you get this far behind, enemy team starts firing 3 quadrants of jungle, right? And you just fall further and further behind. You know, they can invade so easily. It's really difficult. Like, you need to group up like this. They need 4 members to reclaim any vision in their own jungle. But all the camps have already been taken. They're already cross-mapping, setting up vision on top side, and pushing out that. So you have to spend all this time just to really get very little done.
And it looks like they're actually planning on heralding top tier 2 and taking a lot of topside vision, which I guess makes sense considering they want to get a lot. Oh no, actually Zaya's looking at base and Sion's going back bot, so they're just not going to use the herald for now, I guess.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, they're up 8,000 gold, almost 19 minutes in. Maybe we, I can't tell what the timer is there.
Neither can I. It looks like it's kind of double overlapped. Is that just me?
Yeah, it does look kind of double overlap, so I can't tell how much time is left on it. But what if they go for the Chad play of time it with Baron, use it as a distraction, and just rush Baron?
I was thinking about that, yeah.
You have Viego and Xayah both with 2 fully completed items, so just burn it down.
Exactly.
What are they going to do, fight you?
Yeah, as long as you have the Herald by like 1940 or something like that, you can actually just take full topside vision using the Herald pressure, and then they can't really walk into the jungle.
Sion tanks Baron, Viego and Xayah hit it, and you have Ahri and Rakan flanking.
Exactly.
So it's like, how do you ever walk into that?
Exactly.
But at the same time, if you give up Baron while you're already this far down, I mean, is that the fight that you're willing to flip it at? Because at a certain point, like in a game like this, you know you're getting pounded, right? When you're playing, you don't know the exact goal deficits, but you look at the item completions and you know you're getting blasted. You have to pick a moment to like go for it and just pray.
Yeah.
So like, what is your moment? Is Baron the bridge too far, or is it like just turtle in the base and wait for something more than that? Because we're not going to get to Soul or Elder.
It's such a hard decision. Looking at the items, I mean, I feel like they might just be able to dive you with Baron, so you might just have to fight Baron, but if you fight Baron, you will die. So you have Shiv on Ashe, you know, you have Azir wave clear, maybe you just play to give the Baron and just wave clear.
Or scaling.
I very much doubt they will do that. I wouldn't be surprised if they just walk in and try to like steal with the Vi or something like this.
It is so tough though, right? Because you're in this situation where it's like, you're talking about what is the best chance to win, but it's like maybe a 2% chance versus a 1% chance, or a 4% chance is like a really good play at this point.
That's a little generous. Let's go ahead and pull back there a little bit.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, you get a banger opportunity, you might have a 4% chance to win this game.
Well, that's what, 1 out of 25 times from this game state. I'm not taking the bet. Well, let's see.
They're going to try.
Evil Geniuses, they're going for the Baron. They already got it down below 5K. And just as you guys said, it's Ayla and JoJo on the flank, ready to go in. Ayla with a flash engage. Busio's the target. He's already down, and Armeo's legendary. Revenge leads the way towards the enemy carry. Goodbye, Double-Lift, the Heartbreaker, the Playmaker. And JoJo's the one taking the kill credit as Closer and Someday head to the hills. Oh, man, it's just EG all day in Game 5.
They decided to do both.
Yeah.
You give the Baron and you fight them at the same time. Not too sure if that was the best decision from 100 Thieves, but I guess they feel very desperate, understandably.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard, right? Like, you know they're going to do Baron, but it's so hard to walk in there. You don't want to just completely blind face check it, but then if you go too slow, the Baron's already dead by the time you get there. It's like, from this spot, every decision looks bad.
Every decision is terrible,
Yeah,
guys.
every decision looks terrible. And let's be honest, I mean, the game was really won through mid and jungle, and I think that is where, you know, EG are deserving of a lot of credit. You know, the early game plan, I think, right from the word go, was very, very good from Armeo and JoJo. And, you know, they were preying on the fact that this is the first game for Urquid on stage, you know, going to be maybe dealing with a little bit of extra nerves, but this is an absolute pop-off game for Armeo.
Yeah, and I think JoJo was actually playing really, really well in the first couple like levels of lane, getting Azir so low and just threatening the dive. You know, it's really, really hard for Closer to play from that position.
I mean, I think it's like when you play that aggressively, like I like when players aren't nervous to actually force out resources constantly, right? Because every single time his W is up, he goes in, he's walking around the soldier, he's forcing Quid to replace another soldier, use that cooldown, then you're going to lose push because you don't have the soldiers on the wave. And it's like you're just constantly chipping and poking and taking out these resources from the Azir to the point where he's falling behind in health, he's losing the push, losing in all ways.
A huge Azir ultimate.
A massive shuffle onto Sion. 100 Thieves are going in, but the problem is it's already on the tank, and now, can they find it? Nice shutdown back over onto Ayla. Maybe it's the fight after all. Armeo gets one back, possesses Quid. Defensive Heartbreaker back into the fight. Unforgiven joins up, but 100 Thieves, they engage on the enemy tank, and for the first time this game, they come out on top in a skirmish.
I mean, it worked out. They do get that sweep in, but the Azir turret, it seemed like was doing a lot of work because EG was kind of fighting past it, and I think it was hitting a lot of these squishier members. And that tower still has to be respected, but EG will be able to pull back. They're going to be able to grab this dragon. They lose a couple kills, but at the end of the day, it's +1 kill, 400 Thieves, and they're not really going to be able to do anything more with it because all their jungle camps had already been taken. They can reestablish a little vision.
Yeah, and here Revenge was sort of just overstepping. The Xayah was on mid-wave, obviously, and he wasn't thinking about the Azir turret, and I agree with you that the Azir turret was actually a big factor in that fight. But mainly that Xayah was just not there for like basically the entire fight.
Yeah.
And when Revenge knows that he has no flash, he sees Azir, and his Xayah's in mid lane showing on the wave, this is pretty obviously going to engage and you'll look for a fight. Good job, Quid.
Yes.
Great
We got to play. We needed Azir to make plays this game. Unfortunately, from the very word go, the deck has been stacked against him, but he finally found something there. Double-Lift completing his second full item now with the Trinity Force all the way done. I mean, Shiv Trinity. We were talking about the combo.
It's strong, but the problem is you look over and Unforgiven's a full item up, and
yeah,
Armeo is like 2 items up, and oh my god, he is not afraid at all.
Dude, just 1v2, jumps right in on top of him. He's got no concerns in the world. Stopwatch and inventory. And when you're continually pushing the game forward like this, getting all this money, you have the problem of, well, what if I go back to base and complete my GA before I use the stopwatch? He's looking for a chance to use the stopwatch.
Exactly, he wants to int.
Because if you don't, if you upgrade it without using it, you're missing value.
Yeah, exactly.
You're missing a lot of value.
It's tough when you're that rich and just making so much money. I have no opportunity to use this. You know?
Gotta be efficient, you know?
Yeah. So I needs to adopt the JoJo mentality. Ult over the wall, you know, into the base. They'll find a window to use that stopwatch, but the GA already completed now. Efficiency lost, never to be regained.
My jungler.
9x this
Blabber
jungle.
would never.
Blabber and Armao are very similar. They are very close friends, and they talk about jungle permanently.
Yeah?
Well, Armao was obviously the positional coach on C9 last split, right? So we're all pretty close friends with him, and it's a funny guy.
Is it
Very
fun to see him succeed then? Is it more of a you want your friend to succeed against everyone except yourself?
Yeah, except us. Like, there's no way we can lose against
You have to
huge
blast your
ego battle.
friends. Yeah, absolutely.
Blabber's going to be very nervous playing against EG. That's for sure. Yeah.
You can't get clapped by your own coach.
Exactly.
Yeah. That would be bad news. Because then that calls into question, wait, why was he the coach the whole time?
Yeah.
Because he's smarter and better.
The pressure mounts. Well, the pressure is on right now for 100 Thieves, man. 13,000 gold down. Next Baron spawning in a little bit over a minute. You can see the pings right now on the enemy jungle, as well as the Baron coming out from EG. So they're seeing this as just like the final nail to put in the coffin. Everybody go home, get ready, buy your wards, take over the jungle, force the Baron, win the game from there. Honestly, sounds like a plan to me. I don't expect this game to hit 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's very likely it's just going to end within on next Baron, really. One difference with Armao and Blabber is actually that Blabber would 100% dive them with Baron, as 5 just go down one lane and dive them. Armao is very like slow, and he's like, you don't need to take risks, you know? I always remember the arguments of like, you don't need to go for this, you can just play slow. So I like that type of playstyle, honestly. Armao is better than Blabber in that case, in my own head. But, you know, he doesn't end the game in 25 minutes like Blabber makes us do, I guess.
I feel like in a game like this, you can take it slow because there's not really any risk besides like a turbo int, right? But I will say that it can be, there is a fair argument to go to the other side, because in a close game, sometimes if you wait too long and you're too cautious, you give your opponents too many opportunities, right, to make plays and to find their own windows.
Well,
here we go.
They don't want to give him no opportunities now. JoJo leads the engage, and Quid is already in the dirt. Doublelift might have Trinity and Shiv, but they'll bury him next to his mid laner. Double kill to JoJo could make it a triple. Armeo going legendary on that one as Evil Geniuses continues the charge. It's the Blabber strategy. Just throw 5 dudes at him and send it down mid. Some days all out, but Unforgiven puts him down too. Closer's trying to deal with anything at all, maybe cut the wave, but instead it's Ayla and Revenge ready to cut that health bar down to nothing. 100 Thieves are aced for free. It's EG in the base, 27 minutes in, 19-3. They'll make sure Quid's introduction to LCS is not a pleasant one, and they'll find themselves their 3rd win of summer 2023. Right when I was going to end the call, they decide to pad their stats instead, and Quid shuffles 4 of them back to the fountain. Now the game's done.
Amazing.
For a second there, you just like see, wait, do they all die to the fountain? You know, it's one of those moments, but at the end of the day, EG able to close this one out. 27 minutes on the clock. Incredible stuff, I think, from Armeo, from JoJo. They should be really happy about how that early game went, the pressure they were able to put onto Closer and turn that into the mid lane dive, turn that into repeat ganks and repeat pressure onto Quid. Just put mid jungle so far behind, and when they fall that far down, like, you lose full control of the map.
Yeah, mid jungle is broken. That's all I have to say.
And hey, it popped up a couple times during Champ Select of the broadcast. It's Revenge's birthday, and that's a hell of a birthday present right there, so...
A free Scion win for your birthday.
His coaches must not like him very much. Scion on your birthday, that's kind of messed up, no?
No, free Scion, like Fudge is saying. Sometimes you just kick back, hop in the backpack.
You don't get to play Fiora or something for your birthday, you know?
That's true. They should have let him play Riven or something.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Hey, either way, a dub is a dub. EG sitting at 3-1 now. Honestly, having an awesome time here, kicking off summer 2023. Looking, again, a lot better than I think a lot of people were expecting them to look. And I'm excited to see more of the game gameplay. JoJo is back. Armeo's popping off. They look solid.
Honestly, you know, even in their one loss, it was like really good early game, and then they kind of flopped in the late stages. But it's like they have looked very, very competitive. To me, the big three right now have felt like C9, TL, and EG. You know, those are the teams that do seem to be the most competitive, and it's, I think, surprising for a lot of people because, you know, when you look at EG, they completely revamped their roster. 4 to 5 members changed. When you look at TL, they finished 8th in spring.
Exactly.
So these are not the teams that people really thought were going to be at the top of the table with you.
Yeah, I think it definitely felt like everyone thought it was going to be, you know, C9, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves. With Quid, everyone obviously thought 100 Thieves. It's hard to judge of one game. I think this game was very unfortunate, to be fair. But it does look like EG is actually looking extremely good, especially in mid jungle. I think are looking really good.
Yeah, and it is one of the mid laners that, like, if you're going to be pressured, it's not the guy you would want to be fighting against, right? You're coming in, you're going to be nervous, your first game on stage, and you're playing against JoJo, who's going to be going crazy, you know, trying to be aggressive, trying to be in your face, and they clearly had a strategy to really attack him. So it's not one of those mid laners that you can sometimes just kind of sit back and farm against.
Of course, we can't judge entirely off of one game. Like we talked about earlier, M&S's introduction on his Victor back last split was a little rough when he got focused as well. So hopefully 100 Thieves and Quid can get it together a little bit more and find that synergy, find their team play.
I mean, it's happened so many times. I remember being in the crowd for the first ever Jensen game when he played on Cloud9, and he was down something like 120 CS to Bjergsen and then won the game. But it's like the first game is bad for a lot of people who have had great careers in it.
Yeah, I think my first ever series as a mid laner last year in spring was against JoJo Pyun, and then I was like 100 CS down. I could not focus. I think he's just the king of just like egoing on these new mid laners, you know?
Well, when he's playing like this, him and his jungler have some room for ego if they want it. And now we're going to join Jat, Revenge, and Armeo for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. And I do have to double check how close you are as a team. Armeo, did you know it was Revenge's birthday today?
Yeah, I just knew instinctively. I didn't even have to check Twitter to see that it was his birthday.
Yeah, how did it feel to get one on your birthday?
It's pretty cool. I never have played an LCS game or even an official match on my birthday, so I don't know. I didn't really think about it, but I was like, yeah, it would suck to lose today.
Armeo, this is also the first time anyone in the LCS has played against Quid on stage. There's definitely been a few like welcome to NA moments for even M&S's first game against Golden Guardians. He did very poorly. Did that change the way you approach this game at all, or how did you feel playing against him for the first time?
I mean, I have nameplates off, so I didn't really even, I didn't think about it at all. I mean, we have JoJo, so it doesn't really matter who the enemy mid is.
Ooh, that's pretty true.
I didn't even notice. He just said level 1, he's gapping him already, so so I was like, okay, that's cool.
I also have to ask you, because you were coaching for C9 last split, so you weren't even playing competitively for upwards of 6 months. How did you stay ready to play on the LCS stage? Because you've had a very good start to Summer Split.
I played a good amount of solo queue when I was coaching. I would just play as much as I can while still doing my job. Sometimes maybe Mithy was upset with me, but you know, I was just keeping the practice. I don't think I was fully ready. I did not expect to play LCS in this split. I probably would have bootcamped in Korea for like a month if I had known. But I still played NA solo queue and just tried to keep my form. And obviously I was watching scrims and yeah.
Yeah, and Revenge, tomorrow you guys play FlyQuest, a team that is 0-4, but it's also Ayla's first game back against his former team. Knowing that, does it give that match any added importance?
I mean, we always meme like every time, like even today we were memeing like, you know, it's Unforgiven's old team. We have to like try harder, but I mean, it is kind of funny to us that FlyQuest is 0-4 because we thought that they would be one of the top teams. So I don't know. We just want to make them go 0-6 because that would just be really funny.
All right. Well, happy birthday once again. Congrats on the win. Let's send it back to the LCS Lounge.
Woo! Happy birthday, Revenge. And congrats to EG, who...
Man, we won the Quid game, but then Quid lost the game.
Yeah. It was rough.
It was rigged.
Let's take a look at today's player of the games.
Ooh. Poggers. Not too much of a surprise, Willis, if you watch these games. The Graves mid-game makes sense. Yon popping off on Shmira.
Triple mids.
One thing, yeah, I was gonna say, one thing I think is interesting is there's a lot of mids. Because previously, whenever we would pull these up, we'd be like, oh, it's a bunch of 80 carries again.
Mids can build an 80 carry item now, so they're winning player of the games.
true.
Yeon had an incredible Samira game, and also he's just been performing really well. Team TL as a whole. It's actually insane if you think about it. Spring Split, Team Liquid as a whole getting blasted, and was essentially community-wise a comedy stock. Going to this split, oh yeah, they're the second best team or top 2. It's like,
could be number 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and then we have EG, and I did want to call out Armeo because I feel like maybe Viego, or like maybe not Viego specifically, but some of us were a little concerned as to like, okay, is he going to be able to play like meta carry champs as opposed to Sejuani? I'm surprised we haven't seen Volibear coming out of him because we've seen that coming back in like LCK and stuff like that. I know he's a Volibear enjoyer. So congrats to him on absolutely popping off on Viego.
Yeah, Trundle, Maokai, Sejuani, that's like what I expect him to play, and it was cool to see him grab the Viego and actually like pressure aggressively, make dives happen. You heard it when he said it was JoJo saying we're winning level 1, and so he can go and make those plays, but it was a nice adaptation to see him actually pull off those plays.
That's true. We've seen him play it on Team Liquid Academy, but that was a while back. And even when we were talking to him after his first game on stage, I felt like he was like, yeah, you know, it's been a while.
It's been a minute.
But yeah, it's great to see him smurf on stage. That team as a whole, a lot of people, everyone, I feel like, myself included, really downplayed how they would come in right from the get-go. I thought at least it would take time. You just, like the Dragon Balls, they've scattered. You bring them from different situations. And what are you doing? I mean, it's a great comparison.
No, I like the Dragon Ball comparison if they were together at first and then they scattered and came back.
But no, they were scattered and you got to bring them together.
I guess. I mean, Armeo and Ayla played together technically, so maybe, it kind of works.
There we go.
Kind of resembling. All right, production is telling us to move on by popping up tomorrow's schedule. NRG versus TSM, Golden Guardians versus Immortals Progressive, 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, Dignitas versus Team Liquid Honda, and Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest.
Banger alert!
Which is actually, the last game is the one that I'm the most curious about for obvious reasons, just because I am really sad about FlyQuest, but with the talent they have on that team, obviously we know that they can do a lot better than they've been performing. And then NRG versus TSM,
I was about to say.
looking like a TSM favored win.
Expectations versus reality. We expected NRG to do really well and TSM to actually falter a little bit coming into the season. TSM is the one that's been smurfing with Insanity, and NRG is just, they could be 1-4 after that, which I would never have expected, especially since they were having the constant growth with the same team for a long while, and then they make changes, FBI and Ignar, that you were like, oh, this should improve them. What is the improvement?
Justice for Luger and Poom.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Current standings, to remind people what we have coming up next. C9 and TL now the only undefeated teams left. EG, then Golden Guardians, Immortals, and TSM. 100 Thieves and Dignitas, and NRG, and then finally FlyQuest.
Way too far forward. Look ahead. Next week is when Cloud9 and Team Liquid play. I'm hoping they're basically undefeated by then.
Yeah.
That'd be very nice. I don't remember if it's on the Thursday or Friday of next week, but they look like the best two teams right now. They don't collide until basically the end of the first round robin. I'm hoping we get to see them basically undefeated then.
Yeah, I remember we asked Fudge on that one during the pick ban of the IMT TSM game, and yeah, you instantly said Team Liquid.
I mean, during the interview that you guys were doing with him and Sven, I was heckling right before the interview, being like, Team Liquid's better, trying to get under their skin.
Nice. All right, over under on how many static shivs are we gonna see tomorrow?
Oh my God.
How many static shivs were built today, Raz?
I don't know, man. I'm going 20. No, 30.
Yeah, what?
30.
What?
I'll say 30.
What?
Dude, what? I don't know. I'm throwing a number.
There's 5 games played.
Yeah. If one team each builds one, that's only 10.
Yeah, but we're seeing 2 from each side. That's 4.
Yeah, but there was the 0 one from the
there-
TSM game. They didn't build any. I think it's 12.
12?
Yeah, I was going to go 15. I feel like we're going to see.
Jat will let us know tomorrow morning.
Just throwing numbers out there, guys. Maybe 50?
I don't know, Jat.
Jat is yelling some stuff at us, but that's all for us. We will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for joining us today, and we will see you then.
What are you saying?
Raz probably thinks milk costs $45.
He's got the CEO brain.
It's a Crystal Arrow along with the Maokai ultimate, many a stuns, but the Kindred ultimate as a result keeps River in it. Slamming into the back, River flashes away, and first blood is drawn by Jensen. Bori goes into the backline, tries to get the kill onto Rich, but has to go golden. It's a shutdown onto Stixxay, but the entirety of the bot lane for Dignitas has been killed. Double kill for River, and Golden Guardians want to lock their sights on the remaining members of Dignitas. Golden Guardians with the Baron, Golden Guardians with the Ace. Magnet Storm and the slicing maelstrom follow from Summit means there's no more Conjure, no more Summit either. FBI right there in the crosshairs of Yan, who wants to make him a pawn in his own game. The damage is good from FBI from the backline. Yan falling on into it, but FBI and Ignar now have been sandwiched between multiple members of Team Liquid. They reverse the damage. They pull another kill.
Drops the fear tethers, Venom Berserker engaging from below, and there comes the Pop Blossom! And it's first blood over to C9 and Ibanez. Blabber still in the 1v1 against Spica here with the Drake pit. His Prince is chased away by Berserker. Blabber gets the kill in the 1v1 of Berserker, picks up another. FlyQuest are dropping to the ground, and Sven's burying them.
Hey, try for fight, okay? Yeah, play for fight, guys. Play for fight. I think I can move out here. Look at this guy's here. Yeah, ready? I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Play slow. Look at here, look at here, look at here. That's it, that's it. Right to behind, right to behind. I'm behind.
Vamos! Solo leads the charge. Turtle with the Gale Force away. Kenby with a flash forward. The bailout comes through, but it will not save them. Decimating smash on the 2 as Kenby barely keeps himself up, and Solo's looking to tank everybody with a double kill back over to Insanity now. Another decimating smash. Solo is out of mana. Kenby's still looking to take the blue buff. He runs back into a face full of buckshot. Immortals just got cleaned up. Jinx starts that fight excited. Boogie goes in. He goes for the twisted advance, and Tactical's already down. Solo's tanking rockets with no follow-up from the rest of his team. Balulu is low and Insanity's assassinated him. Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, a double kill back over the Turtle. TSM crushed the fight. TSM's bringing Haunter back into the top lane, and TSM are ready to finish this game. Revenge going in. Oh, he just tries to go for the outplay here. The charm lands. Decimating smash on the 2. It's first blood back over to JoJo. But there comes the shuffle. Quid buying a little bit more time. Someday goes all out. Revenge goes down. They don't want to give him no opportunities now. JoJo leads the engage, and Quid is already in the dirt. Devilith might have Trinity and Shiv, but they'll bury him next to his mid laner. Double kill to JoJo could make it a triple. Armeo going legendary on that one as Evil Geniuses continues the charge. It's the Blabber strategy. Just throw 5 dudes at him and send it down mid. Okay.
Did we just witness Pastry Time get murdered by Raz?
Yeah, Raz may or may not be committing federal crimes in all the analyst lounge, but here in the capture desk, we're having a good time.